There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome to day 8 of action for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're into the, rounds just before making it into the finals. Just a few more heats across the board for all of our divisions, under 18 boys and girls, under 16 boys and girls. We're getting very close to finding out who our individual medalists will be, as well as our team medalists, which will be crowned tomorrow at the closing ceremonies, with a lot of excitement to get through today, though, on our way. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Rachel Tilley, world champion, ISA gold medal. Rachel, it's great to be on the call with you this morning as we've got our under 18 boys hitting the lineup.
Yeah, and I'm really excited as we're getting into these later rounds. Round 5, it is now day 8 of competition. We've seen some excellent surfing. We've seen lots of excellent scores thrown to these surfers that will be surfing in this upcoming heat.
Yeah, there's a lot of heats to get through today. We're going to be running till about 3:30 this afternoon. And again, we're covering all divisions. And we're down to a single podium finally, where competition up until now has been split between Punta Rocas and El Bosque. We've now whittled down the competition enough to run on just Punta Rocas, our main podium. This is where our finalists will be crowned champions tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and you can see from this angle that the El Bosque left over there, that's just kind of going to go out of your screen now. A great left, but these surfers now get the peak. They get their choice of a right and a left, and it is really great to now be on that one podium so we can see all the action and talk about all the action all day.
Well, out in the lineup, it is round number 5, heat number 1, with our under 18 boys. Dane Libby for the Team USA, Jacob Turner for Hawaii, and Ryo Ono for Japan are out in the water. This heat has just begun about 10 seconds ago, so we've got 20 minutes on the clock for all heats running throughout today. And of course, we've been located here at the High Performance Center, built on top of Punta Rocas, and it's an incredible facility for the Peruvian team to be able to utilize throughout the year. We've also got other surfers from other nations, Team Brazil, that's sleeping here in the dormitories this week, and able to make use of the facilities, literally waking up, being able to see the surf from bed, and have access to a gym, a great swimming pool, some training facilities right here on top of one of the world's best point breaks.
Yeah, it's been great to see, and otherwise the team's staying in and around Punta Rocas. There's so many great towns in and around here that have great waves as well, and seeing those teams take advantage of exploring Peru, getting to know other waves, getting to have this experience internationally has been really fun to see for these juniors.
Let's take a look at the forecast for today as we're still waiting for that first set to roll through out in the lineup. Just down to 2 to 4 feet today, a little combo swell still happening. Light winds this morning. Probably the most important thing being those tide changes, because we are seing with the decreased swell, big changes to our competition venue here, with that high tide peaking this afternoon around 2:20 p.m.
Yeah, as we see potentially our first look, Shan.
All right, surfer in blue taking that inside position on what would have maybe been a left. He decides not to go. And no priority established here for the beginning of a heat. It's going to be the surfer with the inside priority. Kind of those old school rules for the start of a heat, who would have right away on a wave. If it's predominantly a left or predominantly a right, the surfer on the inside position. We still have not seen that first wave caught, and through competition yesterday, Rachel, we saw actually quite a few interferences.
We did.
Dropped. It was a shocking day of that, where we really hadn't seen anything up until day 7 of competition.
Yeah, but the thing notably that I noticed for the surfers is there's a lot more aggression too as we were getting into these farther rounds. The surfers, you can just tell they want it bad, and they're surfing more confident, and their heat tactics are getting more confident, but that's where you have to start being careful of those potential interference situations.
Up and riding now, surfer in red on his backhand, eyeing off the left, but he's stuck too far behind the section for Dane Libby for Team USA. And it was in moments like this too, right at the start of a heat, where we've already seen some jockeying for positioning, multiple surfers having a look at a wave. That's where multiple of our interferences came through yesterday, non-priority interferences, but that aggression for the start of a heat. And it's nice to see everything staying spread apart now as Ryo Ono has a look at this opening ride. Takes a bit of work to make it around the section. He does make it around, but then that wave tapers off into a shoulder. And I feel like this isn't quite the explosive start that any of the 3 surfers were hoping for, especially given that we saw a little set come through this morning. There's quite a few waves still available, and so we know the potential is there. But first heat of the morning, just waiting out that opening ride.
Yeah, it's not surprising to me. A lot of times when you're jockeying for that inside position, when there's no priority established, you can pull each other out of position.
Up and riding now, Dane Libby on the first open face of the morning here for day 8. Wraps it around for that opening carve and sets that board on rail. Gets a little more extension out of the second turn as he drives through the third. This will be a nice way to kick things off for his opening campaign. Of course, he's got that 0.5 from the first takeoff. And now Jacob Turner of Hawaii, first wave he's taking off on. He'll capitalize very well with, throwing in lots of variety. Great combination to finish with as well for the young Hawaiian. 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, a decent exchange to start. As we wait for the judges to drop those scores. Dane's wave looking really nice, like you said. Had a really great open face finally. Seeing him wrap those turns around. Trying to maintain that speed. You know, it's a little bit flatter at the moment. Not necessarily in wave consistency, but I meant those waves like a little bit slopier. And so really important that those athletes find those opportunities on the waves to really have explosive, speedy turns.
Yeah, that's what we were able to see from that first wave of Jacob Turner. And we'll see how the score drops through now. Dane Libby also getting a piece of the action. So let's take a look at the replays here.
Yeah, a nice opening carve. You can see him doing kind of those double bottom turn pumps, really trying to find that speed. And there we go. We get a really nice turn there. Second hit, third hit. That looks really good as we compare it to the open of Dane Libby. Takes a little bit to get around. Then he does, and this is where that work gets going. Looks really beautiful. Wrapping it around again. So both our surfer from USA and Hawaii getting nice starts to their campaign. And it's Ryo Ono sitting out there with first priority, maybe going to have a look. That's our surfer in the next heat. Maverick Wilson, as we see Jacob turning around on another one and goes to blow the fins. Unfortunately, gets unstuck. You know, interesting to see those surfers going explosive so early on. He's trying to still build that score line. And so getting that account, trying to build upon that, waiting for those scores to drop will kind of give them a more comfortable understanding of the situation, what they need to do. So Rio being a lot more patient, 13 minutes remaining. As we see that drop for Dane, that opening ride, that main opening ride, a 5.17. We'll see where the judges go with that in comparison to Jacob's. Just under 13 minutes remaining, and still waiting to see as well Rio open up that account. Being really patient with that first priority. This is where you can kind of get stuck almost with that first priority. And you can see Jacob under third priority. He's keeping busy. He's looking around, and he is wanting to find those opportunities to build upon that scoreline before maybe even Rio's gotten an opening wave.
Yeah, I mean, what a great opportunity if Jacob can capitalize. Finds that 6.5, has officially dropped in from the judges panel, and sets Turner up into that leading position. Dane Libby for USA with that 5.17, as you said, Rach. He's sitting in second now, chasing a small score to take away the lead. For both of those surfers, that's a decent position to be sitting in, given that Rio hasn't been able to find himself an opening score.
Yeah, for sure. That pressure is really now sitting on Rio. When you hear that two decent scores coming through for both your competitors, you think, oh, I'm a little bit on the back end now. And now he's in a position of chasing after a score. Still plenty of time. I'm not worried for Rio yet, because we know, I mean, we've seen some great surfing from him over these past few days to see him arrive into this round 5.
Yeah, he's been looking so sharp, but it's Jacob Turner now, heat leader up and riding, drives through the opening turn, sets it up for a second wrap, and this wave offering him 3 kind of similar turns. He adds a bit of variety in for that third as he checks off the foam. Driving down the line and just putting together a very nice finish here as the Hawaiian team is stoked. He'll be dropping in another score to increase that heat total. He's got that 6.5 he opened up with.
Yeah, Shannon, I think we're going to start hearing those cheers get louder, because those nerves are even higher as we are getting down to this wire. It puts that pressure on, and so when you see your surfer perform like Team Hawaii just did, there's a sense of relief about it. And he's having a great heat. The fact that he has that highest single wave score from that opening exchange and already is now backing it up. That won't go as high as a 6.5, but will be a nice backup to separate himself from the rest of the field.
That's right. Those lefts have been offering some scoring potential, though we did notice yesterday they still seem to be slightly flatter than what the really good quality right would come through as. But within that, still quite a few scores coming through on the lefts in competition yesterday with this smaller size, swell size as well, that were enough to, you know, really add into that campaign for a solid advancing position. So just waiting for that to come through now from the judges. We got 10 minutes on the clock, Rachel, and a big day of surfing ahead of us as we take a look at the overall schedule. We're currently in our boys under 18s round number 5. Straight from here, we're going to boys under 16s round number 4. After that, girls under 18 round 5, followed by girls under 16 round 5. And then boys under 18s will be back in again for a second surf for their round 6, and the boys under 16s for a second round 5 heat. And so for these guys, you know, advancing through, the nice thing about surfing 2 heats today is that they're kind of starting the day and for the most part ending the day, the majority of the day, to just support their teams, relax on the beach, you know, reset that mindset as they paddle out and stay hydrated.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see that score drop for our Hawaiian surfer.
5.73 on the board now. Great start for the Hawaiian. And those cheers well earned for Jacob Turner. Now sitting on a 12-point heat total. He's on the paddle back out. Dane in second place is now sitting under second priority. He's chasing a 7.06 to take away the lead. And Rio for Japan sitting with first priority to his name, as we can see a little bump starting to come through here, a couple of lines on the way. He does hold on to that first place priority, and at the moment only needs that 4.95 to take away the advancing position, as we can see him just eyeing up this next set to come through. At this stage, he's sitting in position to take off on probably that right, but we'll see as these waves come through. And we did notice yesterday, Sophia and I, that some of those waves coming through would look like they were going to stand up on one side, and the peak would shift pretty significantly, like just before it would be breaking. As we take a look now at Jacob Turner, up and riding again on the left, and he throws into the air, gets that tail high, and is able to keep that control and momentum as he goes in for another 360 on the face of the wave. Just driving down the section here, so adding a lot of progression to that opening turn, adding variety in just after, and putting together a nice picture as he jumps over the rocks on the inside.
That was a great wave, and it's under third priority, Shannon, so he's feeling so good. And it's interesting, we started talking on this conversation about 5 minutes ago, saying Rio has the potential of getting stuck with that first priority. Priority can be a blessing and a curse, and noting that Jacob had that third priority and he had that freedom, and freedom is what he surfed like on this wave, going to the air, wrapping it around, and cleanly going into that next maneuver, getting that hit, and goes for the reverse. I mean, Shannon, really progressive surfing. That's one of those words that we see in the judging criteria. So I think they'll appreciate this, but I think even more so, this is just exemplifying how good and confident Jacob is feeling with his surfing.
Yeah, let's take one more look at it here from a different angle, as we can appreciate the start of what I think is going to be a day filled with progression.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been talking to a lot of the surfers down on the beach who have been saying, I haven't shown everything that I have to give just yet. They've been building that house, and Jacob is a great example. We've seen Jacob go excellent over the past few days. 2 rounds ago, he got an 8.23. So, we know that he can go into that excellent range. If he does that surfing on a bigger set, that will definitely go into that excellent range.
Yeah, so a 6.93, well rewarded for adding in that variety, bringing something different into the conversation, and different for the eyes of the judges as well. But like you said, kind of that smaller sized wave, nothing too massive and explosive to start off with. But a 6.93 to increase that heat total in the rest of the field is great. And it now puts an excellent requirement on Dane Libby to take away that leading position. Rio Ono, of course, sits with that same requirement, just below a 5-point ride, as Dane Libby's been unable to put a backup score on the board.
Yeah, and getting that that confidence throughout this heat and making those other surfers stress is exactly how you want your heat to play out. And, I think the judges not going excellent there, because had he done that on that bigger wave like we talked about, they have to keep that scale reserved. It's also the first heat of the morning, so we see sometimes more reserved scores put out. But had he not gone progressive, Shannon, that was more of like a 4 potential. So that is a great example of surfing that wave up.
Great insight as we take a look now at Rio. This is his opening ride. He's got a 0.73, now looking to actually put a score on the board.
No!
And he also goes big on the finishing section. Can't ride out of it, but you can now feel that pressure is on him, even just how quick he's grabbing that board to get the paddle back out.
Yeah, that is an example of him feeling that pressure, knowing that there's 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. And so him feeling like he really needs to get back in this heat, feeling like he needs to go big and put it on the line. But then when you've been sitting for 15 minutes, you get stiff and your confidence maybe wavers a little bit. And a maneuver that we know he could land so easy, we've seen him go big, he gets unstuck on.
Team Japan on the beach. It's a little bit colder this morning than what we had yesterday. Some decent cloud cover here as Dane Libby drives through the opening section, and he's looking to build to back up that 5.17. We're not entirely sure what happened on the outside, but we know right now this wave's offering another little corner to pick away at. and he's got some speed and momentum. Really just trying to milk this wave for every last opportunity as he kicks off in the shallows. And if he can improve on that 0.5, which he obviously will, he's going to put a much bigger requirement than the 3-point ride on the board for Rio. Rio's score drops in as just a 2.67 for the opening turn. Of course, the fall in the finish didn't help him out in any way, and he's currently chasing a 7 with what we know will be a greater requirement about to drop with last of Dane Libby.
Yeah, that wave comes through, and for Dane, you know, as that 4.5, it being just a slopier wave, he didn't get anything overly explosive on it. So that requirement for Rio going up. But Shannon, with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, we have seen athletes get 2 waves done in that meantime. If I were Rio, if I could get an opportunity right here, I would be trying to still maybe decrease that requirement, go for a 5, because Dane hasn't necessarily run away with this heat like Jacob has. Jacob has really put that emphasis on closing that door and left it up to Dane and Rio. And if I were Rio, I'd be still thinking there's a chance. With second priority right now, we'll see what happens with this set coming through.
All right, well, it's a 7-point requirement on Rio to take away that advancing position. Both surfers on the outside for blue and green just caught on the head by that last wave. And there you can see a wave from our current heat leader, Jacob Turner, just wanting to know what the situation update is from the panel. He is, of course, sitting holding on to first priority. It's also 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock. So he's just wanting to get that information from our great beach announcing team. They've been doing a fantastic job jumping between both podiums throughout competition this weekend. Like you said, Rach, so many heats have come down to exchanges in the last minute, and those beach announcers are so sharp at making sure the surfers have every bit of information that they possibly can at the right times, so that they feel like they are in a situation where, you know, they can rest assured that once those scores are dropped, they're going to be delivered. As we approach that final minute on the clock, and at the moment it's the surfer out of Hawaii. Princeville was born in Florida but raised on the island of Kauai. He's sitting in that leading position, and they've had a great run, the Kauaians specifically, in this event so far. Dane Libby out of Encinitas, surfing Seaside Reef most days, with a home break that has a lot of similarities to here at Punta Rocas. He's sitting in that second place position, not entirely secure, but having put a decent requirement on the Japanese surfer in Rio Ono.
Jacob having first priority. Interesting to watch him sit on Rio, kind of doing Dane's work for him while Dane has that third priority, because Rio is not in danger. Jacob's result is not in danger from anything that Rio can get, because he would be in a combination situation if Rio was trying to take over the lead.
As we see Jacob take off, I think switch stance on that wave, just taking away that victory lap. And Rio now with the opportunity. I'm not sure if this was up and riding before the buzzer or not. Either way, a 7-point ride is the requirement. He's pumping and driving down the line, trying to set himself up here for a big finish. And a great surfed wave as he just gets caught behind here on the end, but you have that sense that it's just not going to quite be the highest wave of the heat so far, as we see Jacob coming in on the inside section, just having some fun out in the lineup.
He's having a lot of fun out there. I'm really enjoying seeing it.
Well, it's going to be Jacob Turner for Hawaii taking out the win, Dane Libby for USA in second, and Rio Ono, who put together such an incredible performance on his way to this round 5 finish, will be eliminated for Team Japan, and we'll be back right after this.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people that you're already friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, FENTA, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
And we're back, heat number 2 of a big day of surfing here as we get ready for finals day and our closing ceremonies tomorrow. We've got multiple surfers with the opportunity to take away a medal here for the first time. We've got some surfers with the chance to walk away a second-time medalist, even a second-time gold medalist, like Dylan Donegan out in the water right now for Team Spain. He is our reigning champion for the under-16s, now graduated into the under-18s, and he'll be looking to see if he can go back-to-back gold medals across 2 different age categories. He's in the water up against Maverick Wilson for Australia in the blue and Jay Phipps for France in the green. Maverick now up and riding, 18 minutes on the clock as he sets up for this opening turn and just tosses some spray up behind him, finds some more speed and momentum flow in his surfing after that first combination. And now just setting him up on the inside with a nice clean finish for the goofy foot, opting to take off on that right to start things off with, and it's going to be a nice way to start off the heat.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave to kick out, to start out, sorry.
17 minutes on the clock, and Maverick Wilson with the first score to drop here for the Australian. Really lightning fast surfing after he kind of got hung up on that first turn, and then from there on out it just really lined up with a lot of speed.
Yeah, and with that smaller wave, I noticed him really using that upper body to throw in that power and throw in that speed, and showing the judges that he has a great technique to make these small waves look exciting and powerful.
Red now having a look on the outside section. Your 2024 under 16s gold medalist, now unleashing on his backhand for his opening ride here. Round 5 of the under 18 boys, and just lining it up for hit after hit as he goes down the line. Throws in a little variety with the types of turns specifically that he's using, as we take a look now at Jay Phipps for France into that first opening turn. I really liked the look of that one as he lines it up now for the second, and just drawing a really nice line throughout this entire wave. Finds that finish, gets that tail drift a little bit as well. And we'll see who takes out the win for the opening exchange, Rach.
Yeah, and Jay felt good about that wave. I'd say that's as close to a non-claim claim as you could get. You could just see that body language just kind of looking in like, I did what I needed to do on that.
There we go.
And something we've talked about, Shannon, is how important it is to win that opening exchange. I know for myself as a competitor, I'm super attuned for these things, and you know, not a deal breaker if you don't win it, but gives you it changes your strategy if you do versus if you don't, in what you're looking for and in what you're trying to build upon, that time management moving forward. And with so many heats that these surfers get to surf throughout 9 days of competition, we're seeing their heat smarts just increase as well.
Well, we're waiting for the rest of the scores to drop, and when we do, we'll give that full situation update. But for now, we've got Chris Cote down on the beach with Jacob Turner for Team Hawaii.
Yeah, thanks, team. Jacob, Jerry Lopez once said, the surfer in the water who's having the most fun is the best surfer in the water. Was that you in that heat?
I had the most fun. I had fun, yeah, it was good.
And one wave that I watched that I absolutely loved, frontside air roundhouse, reverse. That was pure free surfing out there. When you catch and ride a wave like that, does it just give you that momentum push that you know you're not going to lose that heat?
I didn't know I was not going to lose, but I just had a fun wave. I was like, I'm just going to surf.
And first heat of the day, feels like you have some relief. How does that set you up for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I mean, I just get to sit and watch and eat a lot.
Sit, watch, eat, and cheer. Jacob, great job out there. Good luck moving through.
Thank you so much, and shout out to Pang and Salty Crew, Kobian, Matus, and mom, dad, girlfriend, everybody. Love you guys.
Takes a village to raise a ripper. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Well, thanks so much. Great to hear from Jacob as we saw a nice looking wave from Maverick Wilson, that 5.5 that he opened up with. And we just had a look at his second ride as we were finishing out that last interview. Dylan Donegan dropped a 6.5 on the board. He's currently winning the opening exchange, but we have yet to see a score drop for first of Jay Phipps.
Yeah, and that ride for Jay Phipps, I'm thinking back to it, that right hand, or that right on his backhand, and the angle that we had, we didn't really get to see what was coming, Shannon. And so it was pretty exciting for us seeing maneuver after maneuver, judges getting a different view of it. Of course, they watch all of these waves live, and then they have their own camera angles that allow them the opportunity to replay waves so that they're making sure each wave is sitting within the same scale of another one. As we take a look at this replay of our Aussie surfer, really explosive surfing, nice 2 opening turns, looking at that spray, and then it starts to go a little bit flat, so it's great that he got that work done on the outside. And so the judges really liking that 5.5, still waiting for this score to drop, and love the flow of Jay's surfing. He really just went from maneuver to maneuver, and the judges will note that 4 maneuvers, Shannon, to finish it off, releases the fins on that last turn. He's looking really confident and strong on his feet as we compare it to this 6.5 so far, leading that opening exchange on a left instead of a right, the only left we've seen in this heat so far. 2 nice opening turns, a little bit of downtime, but it stands back up, and this was the difference maker. That last turn there, unfortunately not able to complete it, but it was that opening turn and that second, quote unquote, to last turn that was really explosive and gave him that nod over that 5.5 that we saw of Maverick.
Well, 12 minutes on the clock, and scores are officially in for Jay Phipps of France. It's a 6.70 for his opening ride. He does officially get the nod from at least the majority of judges on his opening ride to take out just a little bit higher than that 6.5 of Dylan Donegan on the start. And then Maverick Wilson, with the 2 scores on the board, has him sitting in a leading position as that 4.5 has dropped back up to 5.5.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. They're both, Maverick and Dylan, red and blue, had a little bit of that downtime. That left that we saw from Dylan had that downtime in between those 2 major maneuvers, and Mavericks really only had those 2 outside maneuvers. So Jay's kind of had the combination of everything. Not so much downtime, got explosive turns, beginning, middle, and end. So the fact that he got that nod, but it's Maverick sitting in the lead right now because of the strength of 2 scores. However, they're the 2 lowest scores of this heat so far.
Paddle now for Maverick on his backhand into that opening maneuver, drives it around for the second, really pushes through that tail. And this wave's lining up for him. It's giving him a great corner to snap into as he stands tall for the finish. And Jay Phipps on his last wave, winning the opening exchange, wanting to drop in a decent score once again. And this wave also not having too much downtime for Jay, similar to his opener as he falls on the finish.
Yeah, and fell right into a paddle back out. That was great placement. That was really impressive.
I love when something like that happens. What are the chances?
What are the chances? Probably pretty high when you're as good of a surfer like Jay.
And when you're kicking out of waves this often, it's like, well, at some point, it's going to just land in that position. All right, Dylan Donegan sitting in that first priority as we see this next set approaching. And I loved also just thinking back to that interview quick from Jacob Turner for Hawaii. He's such a great surfer to have in the draw this week because he just doesn't compete actually at all. And a friend of his convinced him to just go to the tryouts, like the trials for this to qualify for the team, because he's such an incredible surfer. And he was like, oh, yeah, I guess, okay, cool, I'll go along. And he qualified for the team. And now he's like, you know, a major hope for Team Hawaii to take out the gold medal here. And he's just out there just, you know, not necessarily being a competitor in any way. Figuring out how to take kind of his own approach to things, including that little switch stance priority block at the finish.
Yeah, I mean, like Chris said, he looked like he was having a lot of fun, and I think that's where we see his surfing just explode from there. These surfers that get into this confident role that they can just relax. They're not thinking so much about their maneuvers. They're allowed to rely on their instinct a little bit more.
Dylan Donegan now up and driving down the line, trying to gain some speed and see what he'll find on the first section. He's covered about a mile of territory for the opening first snap up into the section. Now driving around, it's like he's surfing two different waves with the amount of space he covered on that first drive down the line. Hitting a few sections, and you know, that wave offering a little bit of scoring potential through the inside.
Yeah, I loved that wave. I think that is going to have him sit now comfortably in the lead, covering so much ground like you said, but that's because he was really sitting farther out and to that right. So we've been talking over these past few days on this smaller day, the wave kind of is acting a little bit more like a beach break, a couple different peaks to take off on. So really important to stay busy, and loved that positioning from Dylan in order to do so.
Currently only needs that 0.21 to take second, but any score in the 4-point range roughly would have him sitting in the leading spot as well. And I think he's going to be on his way to that, as you said. Now priority sitting with Maverick Wilson in that leading seat, and second priority sitting with Jay. We are though waiting still for that last score of Jay, and there it is. It's a 4.67 for Jay Phipps to take away first, and scores are in for last of Blue, as that 5.63 has improved his situation as well. Now Dylan Donegan for that last right will require at least a 4.63 to take away that second place advancement position, as we take another look here.
Yeah, so he's eyeing down that section way far down the line, keeping that board speed up, and this is where his wave really starts. Nice opening hit, releases that fins a little bit, foam climb to keep busy, wraps it around. That's where we got a little bit more action. Nice cutback roundhouse there. Get another hit, throwing those hands over his head, and that was unorthodox in how he had to read that from the start, but loved that adaptation, and the judges rewarded him for it.
It's a 5.83 on the board now. Donegan, the gold medalist from our under-16s just last year, now sitting in a leading position here for the under-18s, on his way to trying to win himself a back-to-back gold medal for the ISA World Juniors. And Jay Phipps bumps down into second, chasing a 5.63, a 5.75 now on the board, and required for Maverick Wilson sitting with that first priority.
And that's a decent score. Although he already has a 5.5, a 5.63 respectively, the pressure is on him. He needs a wave that is going to allow open face opportunity, a bigger one as well. And sitting with first priority, I think we're going to see him now be patient into these last 6 minutes. But this is a good example of winning that opening exchange, as we've been talking about throughout this week. You know, getting a 5.5 versus 6.5 at the start of the heat, like Dylan, what kind of situation that puts you in for the rest of the heat?
Lots of things unfolding here in our second heat of competition for a big day of surfing. We're going to be running through about 3:30 this afternoon, and we're trying to really whittle down competition so that tomorrow is a kind of a seamless end to our event for finals day, as Dylan's now got the opportunity to increase his leading position, just knifes through that first turn looking very powerful as that wave fizzles out on the inside, and Maverick on the outside, our surfer out of Western Australia. Sharp couple turns on his backhand. It doesn't really open up.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not getting into that rhythm of good waves today. He's out of rhythm, using that first priority as well. That's an advantage now that Jay has, leading into these last 4.5 minutes that he would have hoped for. We'll see if multiple opportunities come through for these surfers, especially Maverick, hoping, because that last wave is not going to be the 5.75 requirement.
Yeah, that's right. The question is now on, can Maverick get himself into some better wave selection? The Aussie team down on the beach have had their big green cabana keeping themselves out of the sun whenever that sun is actually shining. It's certainly not shining this morning. It's feeling a little colder down there.
Well, it's crazy here. We start the day seeing like what we just saw, people in puffer jackets. Yep. And then by the middle of the day, you're sweltering and sweating, if just in a t-shirt and shorts. So we are here in summer in Peru, just entering summer. And it's reminding me of the Southern California beginning of summers that we have, Shannon, with that June gloom. So it's not crazy cold out there. It's just with a little bit wind and a little bit gloomy. But the surfers often coming out of their heats, if they've had a heat that they've worked really hard, they're so hot and sweating.
Yeah, you kind of, you know, would imagine paddling out there with your neoprene on going, okay, it's pretty cold this morning. Like, I'm going to make sure I'm warm enough for the whole heat. And then by the end of it, like, why did I make that decision?
Exactly.
Should have been wearing less, you know, paddle out just without the wetsuit on entirely, or maybe a spring suit, as we see some little fish jumping out of the water here. 3 minutes on the clock. And the last score for Maverick, just a 3.40, doesn't factor into his top two. Last of Dylan, a 4-point ride, also not factoring into his top two. Jay Phipps is looking to improve on a 4.67 right now to make the requirement just a little bit harder on Maverick and to secure himself with that position moving forward for Team France. And it's been fun to track through yesterday. We were getting some updates as each round would finish. We would get an update from the tower on our team standings specifically, because each of these heats is elimination. We're not running rapid charge rounds for the remainder of competition. We only had that one rapid charge round in for this year's World Junior Championships for the ISA, because of the fact that there's 57 nations with 424 kids in the draw. It's a lot of surfing to get through. We just didn't have literally the time of day, as we are finally down to just one podium now for our you know, second to last day of competition. And so just a lot of different things going on behind the scenes, but it's been fun to track those teams' results. Brazil was still leading heading into day 8 of competition for that gold medal. As we take a look now at Dylan with some powerful surfing on his backhand, setting himself up down the line. This wave, again, not having the steepest of sections, that critical section that the right has, but it does offer multiple opportunities for that smooth, connective surfing down the line.
And he showed some really powerful turns as well, completely self-generated through those bent knees, compact legs, unleashed on it, and a long ride. You can see that paddle that he has now back out with a minute 15 to go. Second priority for Maverick. This has gone the way Jay has hoped, that when you have first priority but 5 minutes remaining, that can be a lot of time. And you're going, oh, I hope it's flat. And so I hope there's just only maybe one wave I need to block on and utilize that first priority, versus a flurry of sets. You know, you can only hold them off one wave. So Maverick, on the other hand, hoping for a flurry as we're entering under a minute.
Yeah, that's right. The ocean has absolutely worked in favor of Jay, as we can see Dylan now on the inside. One of his favorite waves back at home in Lanzarote is called La Izquierda, which means the left. He's just hunting off the lefts here in competition to hold on to that leading position, finishing off as well, as we're down to 30 seconds on the clock. We're still waiting for his previous score to come through. We'll see if that affects his overall heat total. And there is maybe going to be one more opportunity. It's going to be Jay Phipps with priority. He's going to opt to go on the left as well, trying to build on a 4.67 and essentially takes off on that wave only to keep Maverick Wilson off of it. Maverick will now have an opportunity, but there's only 3 seconds on the clock, and though we don't see him on our screen right now, it seems likely that Jay Phipps will be taking that advancing position, and there he is. Maverick just sneaks into camera view, and he was unable to get that final opportunity for the Aussie. Put together a great campaign, though, and those points will be valuable moving forward into the next round.
Yeah.
As we just love seeing the surfing from Dylan Donegan. Once again, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more action from the under-18 boys.
Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip throwing tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with a, wow, a little bit wild. As
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come break.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
out in the lineup, it's Laird Lavick for Team USA, starting off his campaign straight off the buzzer and into a great looking opening turn. He's gonna have the first score to drop through as Romeo Stone from Costa Rica and Kailani Reno for Brazil are both waiting for their opening rides. Surfer out of the USA, attending high school still, a multi-sport athlete. He's got a lot going on behind the scenes that has continued to shape his perspective coming into the World Junior Championships here. And Rachel, your time spent on sidelines has been so interesting to hear from more of these competitors like Laird, who's representing the USA in green here, up against Romeo and Kailani from Costa Rica and Brazil. How many of these, you know, kids, they're all student athletes essentially. We're in the juniors World Championships here. We got a whole bunch of under 18s in the lineup, but some of those students opting to still attend public school, you know, instead of opting for that homeschool route. And that balance between juggling, you know, attending school and showing up to a contest like this has been pretty amazing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I love seeing those athletes that find that balance for themselves. I think it really depends on the country you're coming from too. Some of these countries having those national federations that enable that balance a little bit more as well. But for Laird, we see in the USA a lot of athletes going straight to that homeschool setup and not a lot of athletes staying in that full-time school. Laird goes to the same high school that I went to, and in there we get to also compete on the high school surf team. There's great opportunities and experiences there, so shout out to San Clemente High School and Coach Dowell on that surf team.
Well, Laird opens up with a 3.17. He's in the lead, but we don't have any scores yet for Romeo or for Kailani. And we do have our surfer from the last heat with an incredible performance to start things off down on the beach with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Team Dylan. Great job out there. Before we move forward, let's move back a little bit. Tell me about the feeling when you had that gold medal around your neck. And I don't want to, like, you know, make a crazy thing about it, but tell me what that felt like and how does that drive what you're doing now?
I don't know. I'm even just getting goosebumps just from thinking about it. I think it's just a unique feeling. It felt so like, I don't know, it's unbelievable. I don't know how to describe it into words, but yeah, it felt so good. I just want to have it back on me.
Now, I know you love surfing in general, but tell me what keeps you going in competition. I just looked at your Instagram, Seems like every photo you're holding a trophy. You know, you're doing a big turn in New Jersey. What about competitive surfing? It makes you just love it so much.
I don't know. I think I'm just a really competitive person. Always surfing with my brother. We're just like so competitive. Like, I see him catch a good one. I'm like, oh, that was a good one. And then, but inside, I'm like, fuck, he got a better one than me. So I don't know. I just love it. Even just like surfing with pryos and just sitting and waiting, and you can choose the wave you want. It feels so good, and I don't know. It's just, I love it.
Guy loves to win. You got your team right here. What are you going to tell them about, you know, the conditions? How are you going to fire them up to keep rolling in the overall team standings?
Yeah, I'm just, all our team surf so good. I'm just tell them to do their surf and just try and pick the good wave, and yeah, just trust in their surfing because they all surf so good. They all can win. So yeah, we're just going to give it all and just see what happens.
So far, so good. Great job out there, Dylan.
Thank you. Vamos!
Well, thanks so much. Coming into competition today, Team Spain was sitting at number 5 on the overall rankings, just outside the top 4 by a little over 1,000 points. So they actually need about a 1,400 point gain to chase down Team Peru, who's sitting in that 4th place position. And they're on their way to it with surfing like that from Dylan. As we take a look now at Kailani Reno, Team Brazil. They came into the lead position for the team's gold medal this morning, but by a very narrow margin over Team USA. There's about 100 points dividing those two teams right now between 1st and 2nd, coming into the start of this round, at least for the under-18 boys this morning. And Kailani is going to drop in that 3.67 to kick off his campaign, but a 4.4 also dropped Rach for last of Laird.
Yeah, a smaller wave wraps it all the way around on that opening turn. That was a really nice second turn to back it up. Foam climb to get around the section, and ops to cut out there. As this was a 3.67 for Kailani. Nice opening turn, but that's why we see it not go as high as that 4.5. There wasn't really a second opportunity to back it up like we saw that of Laird.
Romeo Stone now holding on to priority and waiting to get his first wave. Takes a look at that one, decides not to go, and it could be a good decision because there's a decent little wave just up behind. Looks like it might be a little bit bigger than what we've seen surfed so far for our opening 2 rides. And priority now up and riding with Romeo Stone. Goes in for, that big opening turn, just kind of gets like caught up trying to decide if he's going for maybe a little floater after letting that tail free, and that's a big mistake for Romeo on the opening turn. As we now take a look at Laird up and riding, he's going to drive through the pocket on a decent sized wave and sets himself up looking through the inside. Really powerful surfing, just driving through each of those turns, and the answer back from Kailani is explosive as he comes out the gates with that 2-turn combination. Puts that board into a great looking position. He's got all the color, flare popping off the water as well to catch the eye of the judges.
Yeah, I love that. That's a strategy that I always used as a kid as well. Just being super mindful, and even now, being super mindful of what my boards look like, especially on these gray days, having that eye-catching equipment for the judges. Of course, judges really trying to stay looking at your fundamentals, your technique, and the maneuvers you're doing. But every little detail that you can make to just make your surfing look poppy and powerful is what we try and do as competitors.
Romeo sitting there with priority as that wave just goes over his back, and it is a tactic that we've noticed from your surfing, Rachel, always having,
so you're saying we've noticed.
We noticed. That bright Hoffman fabric is typically the deck of your board, and it just pops off the face of the wave. We also know coming into this event that for Lucas Skinner, 2-time silver medalist, who is, banging down the door to try and win that gold medal, their decision was to have hot pink boards this week. Because of the kind of June gloom, the gloomy feeling that we get here in the southern hemisphere at this time of the year, it's pretty gray, and wanting to have that bright color to really stand out on the waves, especially given too that the judges are sitting at such a pulled back view. Of course, they've got a great perspective over things where they're sitting on the bluff, but just wanting to give every last opportunity to make sure that every maneuver really stands out.
Yeah, I think even on top of that, something additional is being mindful about having a different color from your deck to your bottom, because that can really demonstrate your rail surfing, your top to bottom surfing. Whether, let's say you have a red deck, a yellow bottom, your bottom turning, seeing the yellow, you're hitting the lip, seeing the red, and just visually you really see how on rail you're putting your board and demonstrating that.
Wow, this is like really detailed, and it honestly makes so much sense, especially when we're talking about a location like this where all of that color just blends into one, and white matches the color of the whitewash, which you're often surfing just right next to.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, I mean, these aren't things that judges are communicating saying, oh, this helps us see that. But as a surfer, or even as a fan, you know, when we get to sit here and watch that, you just love to see that color pop. It's something that you pointed out of Romeo, you know, so it's not something that you don't notice. And as a surfer, when I'm competing, I'm trying to just trying to find every little ounce of possibility to find an advantage.
It's a great call. It's worked well for you. 3 WSL world titles, an ISA gold medal, and ISA silver medal. Something's been working in your favor. You're surfing, of course,
it must
the main
just
thing.
be the colors of my board.
But, you know, if your surfing wasn't that good, the colors of your board have been fantastic.
At least I walk around with a pretty board, you know.
Yeah. Well, we're down to halfway through this heat. First 3 heats of the morning underway. We've seen some great surfing within them, some slow moments. So it's a nice kind of check to our day on the pacing of how things may be unraveling, especially with that swell that's decreased over the last couple of days. But nice start for the morning as we're approaching 8 o'clock. We don't have any wind. You know, it's still really calm out there. Yesterday morning, we already had that wind up by this time.
Yeah, and I feel like for these last 2 heats that we've seen so far, we're in heat 3 of the morning. We have seen a kind of slower start for at least one of those surfers. They're 3-person heats, and both those surfers that have gotten knocked out are those surfers that got that slow start, got maybe stuck with that first priority. So we're seeing that same setup again for our surfer in red, not really being able to open up his account as quickly as the other surfers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, Romeo with priority takes off driving fast down the right. Surfing looking like Aiden Mason camp, actually, as we see him just fly with so much speed. Aiden's a phenomenal competitor out of South Africa, a surfer that will likely see the championship tour at some stage. As Kailani finishes off on the inside, we could see him checking down the line, and he took off on the left to the split peak. He's got some excitement in his paddle here too with the kick back out. Looking to improve on the 3.67. As we see Sammy Lowe just running through the tunnel for Team Australia.
That was so cool.
At the ISA, well, we'll take a look at this replay before I get into that.
Yeah, we knew he was pumped by it. Releases the fins, rides out of it clean, wraps it around, staying in that upper third of the wave. This is where we see him bring that around again and finish off nice and strong. Feeling that passion, Shannon. Brazilian team being one of the most passionate, I'd say. And comparison, this is not how Romeo would have wanted this wave to line up. Not really how it was looking from the start. He just had to get around that section being a little bit deep. As we see Laird now trying to build upon his account.
Up and riding, setting himself up with that quick snap to start. Now wraps it around on the second maneuver and back through that lip line to finish on the inside.
Yeah, and you can see he feels good with that one too. So trying to increase that requirement. Laird's obviously sitting in second. But the judges, Shannon, loving the Brazilian surfing at the moment.
Well, there it is. It's a 6.33 for last of Brazil. And we'll take a look here at last of USA.
So he's either trying to drop a 4.5 to increase third's requirement or get a 7.23. We'll see if it does either of those. I feel like it kind of looks similar to those scores that he's dropped so far. We'll see if it goes into a score line as we see live action.
Romeo now keeping himself busy here. Like you said, Rach, that priority next to his name has actually hindered his potential in this heat as he's just been stuck begging for the right wave to come through. And then even so, he had an incredible opportunity on that 2.77 but fell in that opening turn.
Yeah, and that I think getting stuck in his head a little bit when you fall, when you need a score or need to get your campaign open, that can just make you feel a little bit extra jittery. And now he's kind of out of that rhythm with the waves that he's choosing, not of what we're used to seeing him ride. We've seen him in his last heat get those 6s and 5s that would be having him there in that advancing position in this heat. And unfortunately, just a pocket 2s for him.
Yeah, it's going to need to be a couple of 2s ditched on his way to that 6.30 he's chasing down. If Laird has anything to say about it, Laird looking to improve on a couple of 4s at the moment, as we're down to 5.5 minutes on the clock. And we just got to see Sammy Lowe running through the tunnel there from Team Australia. And at the ISA Parasurfing World Championships, which was just last month in Oceanside, California, Team Australia put together an incredible performance. I mean, between Kai Coles and Joel Taylor in their prone division for the final, it was one of the most exceptional surfing finals in competitive history. They were coming in out of the water, Team Aussie, every time and getting the little run through the tunnel as well. And I asked Joel one day, like, oh, what's the tunnel called? You know, thinking they've got like some name. And he was like, I don't know, maybe the Tunnel of Love.
Oh.
So they were just like running through the Tunnel of Love every single heat. And he said is actually the coolest thing because they just literally would feel so much love from their teammates, no matter what the result was in a heat, whether it was a victory or not. And that Australian spirit continuing here on the ground for the Junior World Championships.
Yeah, while I was saying at the beginning of, or earlier in this heat, that the Brazilians may be the most passionate, as we can see that fire out of them, I'd say the Australians may be the most spirited. And it's been really fun to see a huge team all on the cliff as every surfer has gone out to compete. So really all of those competitors showing up for each other.
Paddle now for Romeo under 3rd priority. He's got the opportunity to put down a decent score. That first turn's going to be very valuable as he continues to build down the line, and he gets stuck up again, Rach.
I'm wondering if he's changed his equipment. It's just not flying as easily as we have seen him do so beforehand in previous heats, and just getting a little bit stuck. So not sure if he's maybe changed his equipment or just feeling out of sync.
Chasing down a 6.73 now is the requirement as a 5.13 dropped in for last of Lavick in the green jersey. Lavick sitting in that first priority position for Team USA now. And he's done well to hold on to that advancing spot up against the Costa Rican. The Brazilian holding on to that leading position with the 5.5 and the 6.33 at the moment. And, you know, Team Brazil putting together a really great start to this event. For Brazil and USA 1 and 2 in this heat, the team standings coming into this round this morning at the finish of yesterday was the same as we have in the water, with Brazil just in front of Team USA by a small margin, even at that. And we've got Romeo just having a look on the inside section. Priority sitting with green as blue is just under. And we can see that next set approaching. They're going to avoid this inside wave as Costa Rica has the opportunity. Now it's still well within grasp, that 6.73, but not with surfing like this that's happening to Romeo right now. And it just seems like he's unable to dig himself out of the position he's currently sitting in, as Kailani is setting himself up to boost down the line, and he takes to the air, nearly lands it.
Oh, would have loved to see that. Looking really, his surfing looking really clean. His back foot just landing a little bit too close to that front foot, and you can see that fire in his paddling, even though he's sitting comfortably in the lead. So take a look at this, goes for that boost, gets to the air, and that stance just landing a little bit too narrowly for him to have that clean ride out, and falls, or gets a bit unstable, as we see maybe a potential for Laird to build upon that requirement.
Chasing down the Brazilian, Laird Lavick is now up and riding, wanting to take away that leading position into a great looking arc to start things off. Drives hard through the rail on that second turn and just jams through the tail, continuing down the line with a lot of flow as this wave offered more potential.
There we go. That was really nice. I think we will be seeing the 4.6 throwaway, increase that requirement of a 6.73. Laird's been having a nice busy heat, building that house, starting with that. Every single wave has improved from the next one in his score line. As we take a look at this replay, great opening carve. Love how he cuts it a bit short so he can be in placement for that. Gets a little bit stuck there on that turn. Slices the section there, wraps it around again. So this wave offering a little bit more power, a little bit more variety than we saw of those 4s and that 5 that he has. But a really nice opportunity here again.
Just finding that rhythm and a little body surfing to finish off with. Currently chasing down a 6.70 to get the lead away from Kailani with a nice set. Approaching 30 seconds on the clock.
Wow, will we see maybe one more opportunity for both of our surfers in blue and red? It is for blue.
Blue up and riding, and into that first opening wrap. Just gets a little hung up on the opening turn, now sets himself up for that second. Looking down the line, hoping this wave will stand up and give him something a little more critical to work with as he pumps and drives, finds that next section, and now this wave looking really fun as he comes in towards the rocks. Just tags that to finish, wraps it around with a little direction change, and he'll be feeling really good about that performance. We're still waiting for the last 2 waves of Laird Lavick to drop in. His last wave, we saw that fall to body surf on the finish. That won't count in his top 2, but the wave before that was really nice, and we'll likely see him increasing his score line. For Romeo Stone, it doesn't look like he was able to get himself into a final maneuver, a final opportunity, as that last set was just outside of his reach, caught on the inside section.
Yeah, a shame as well, as we can see that he took off on 6 waves and just could not get into the right spot to pick off the real scoreable ones that we saw our other competitors get into, and then maybe a few mistakes. And that's where it really comes to being strong mentally, because we know he has the surfing to compete at this level, and he just wasn't able to demonstrate it. That can be a frustrating loss, but a great win for Kailani. I wonder if we'll see that last one improve his situation even more. I love that he went for that one, and he's trying to lock down that win. He knows that he's advancing, but it's not enough to just advance. He wants to win, so both surfers trying to improve upon that scoreline there.
That's right, and taking out a win in this will help his seeding into the next round as well. So every last opportunity to get that opportunity to have a conversation on the glass and to, you know, lock down better seeding moving forward. Waiting for those last scores for blue and for green. And the 717 drops in for the second last wave of Laird Lavick. We knew that he had been building on his scoreline rate with every wave he took off on. And that last wave looked so sharp. We'll take another look at it here.
Yeah, this was a beautiful wave. We knew it would go into a scoreline. It was just about how high, and it was high enough to take him to that leading position. So nicely surfed. So much speed on this wave, Shannon, and spray coming off of that tail, indicating the power that he is putting into every single maneuver. And it looks like he locks in the win with that.
Well, scores are locked in across the board. Last of Kailani Reno, a 4.40, has him in second for the Brazilian. And Laird Lavick on that final 2 waves, the 717 dropping in, gives him the winning position. This last wave for Kailani dropping in outside of his top score line. And well surfed for both surfers. It's going to be USA with the victory, Brazil in second. We'll be back with more action right after this.
It was an impactful day here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Here are your top scorers.
Yang Soo Chi on the outside. Sharpeye looks great underneath her feet. Oh, how's that turn? That combo on the inside.
I'm just really glad to keep making heats. That's all I can do right now. So yeah, I just want to keep going.
Taro Matsuno from Team Japan came through with an 8.5.
So Scotia green, locking into a great looking wave to start things off with. So much power, drives off the bottom.
It's been one of my favorite for sure. I love these events with all the team because everybody's doing all the adventures with you. So yeah, it's been really good.
Tune in tomorrow for day 8, the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Day 8 live of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Heat number 4 out there, boys U18, round 5. Getting to the nitty-gritty part of the event. Tiger Abubo from Hawaii in the red, Samuel Lowe out of Australia in the blue, and the local boy Adrian de Osma in the green out there. 3 people in the water in these round 5 heats. Seems like potentially a paddle right here. And they were looking for inside positioning. It's going to be the Peruvian de Osma. Seems like Tiger Abubo had a big interest in that wave, but Adrian right here, beautiful carve right there on the forehand for the local surfer. Another one. So this wave already paying off for him. Sharp eye looks good underneath his feet. A lot of flow. Perhaps a bit repetitive right there at the end, but well done. 18 minutes on the clock. Mitchell Salazar here with one of the all-time greats, Sofia Mulanovic. Sofia, great heat out there. Competition changes, having 3 people in comparison to 4 out there at the same time in a 20-minute heat as well. Good morning.
Good morning, Mitch. Super happy to be here. The waves look super fun today. That first wave by Adrian de Osma was such an amazing wave. Beautiful surfing by the Peruvian. And we see more waves at the back.
So de Osma, he is originally from Lima. 17, he's been surfing since he was 8. He's from the same town that you're from in Punta Hermosa, about 10 to 15 minutes from the north of here. Obviously a standout surfer to be able to get to this point of the event. Outside of that too, somebody who knows how to compete. He really wanted that opening wave and especially setting the scale for things to come. Let's go downstairs where we have a break in the action to Chris.
Yeah, thanks team. Laird, great job out there. I want to know, does time stand still and go in slow motion when you're paddling for a needed wave with a minute left in the heat? What's that like when you're getting into that wave? What's going through your mind?
There's definitely a lot of nerves going through my head, and I tend to get a little nervous sometimes, and that was one of those nervy moments, but I don't know, I just kind of stuck to myself and figured it out and ended up getting the score. So
now let's talk a little bit about surfboards. See, you got this beautiful looking Cordell board under your feet. This is a San Clemente connection, 2 lowers guys supporting each other. So tell me about this batch of boards you got for this event.
I was in a real struggle getting boards, and I had to kind of figure something out really quick, and I saw Cordell in the water at lowers, and I was like, dude, I was complaining to him about boards. I'm like, I can't get any more boards from this and whatever, and like, I need boards. You think you can help me? He's like, yeah, of course, I got you. I'm like, no way, are you kidding me? He's like, I leave in 5 days. Like, you got me? He's like, yeah, I'll crank these out. Got them to me the day before I got here. Got to test them out here, and they just feel really good. So, yeah, I'm happy to get on them.
Shout out Cordell. All right, so we're kind of in a historic situation here. I think we have the tightest top 5 in the history of ISA junior surfing as far as the teams go. So you just got a heat victory. Team is hyped right now. What are you going to do to try to just get this momentum for the overall team title?
Yeah, we just can't have anyone lose. I think that's what it is. Everyone's got to keep winning, and if we just keep doing that, I think we'll get the gold this year.
Keep winning, keep pushing. Good job out there, Laird.
Have a good one, guys.
I mean, Sophia, sounds simple if you think of it. Just keep winning your heats. But at this level, at this point of the event too, winning is extremely difficult. De Osma drops a 6.33, but to Laird's point right there, a great board, you automatically know if it's going to work or not.
I love Cordell boards too. Shout out to Cordy. I know him for a while now. I used to actually ride his board when I was first starting my career, and wow, he does some amazing boards. Beautiful person too, one of the best out at lowers. So shout out Cordy. Great job with that board you did for Lit.
Easy to surf with Cordell over at lowers too. You know he's only going left. You can go right anytime you see him on the peak out there. 14:30 on the clock. Tiger Abubo out there in the red. He is from Kauai, Pine Trees local, 17 years old. He is the second oldest of 5 children, but 2 of his aunties are professional. Well, one is a professional snowboarder, Elena, and Megan, somebody that you competed against for a number of years, former runner-up to the World Championship. He is also a two-time national champion, Tiger Obubo, out there in the red. So a lot of history in his lineage, of course. Samuel Lowe, his father, one of the all-time greats when it comes to goofy footers on the back end. See Mare Balon right there in the green coming up with the great Indonesian chant. So that'll be heat 5 once this one is over. But for Sam Lowe, father Mick, first goofy footer to win the event over at Snapper Rocks as a goofy footer, and that is a major accomplishment. This kid waited a year after qualifying for the team, winning the national championship in the U18s, and overall right now being the team captain in his very first year. He's passing all these tests with flying colors, Sophie. Team points right there. Brazil in the lead. United States as of yesterday afternoon. Australia, once again, Sam Lowe, the team captain. You've been in that position yourself. What kind of privilege does it feel like, Sophie?
Yeah, I mean, it's so good to be the team captain. And I think Samuel Lowe is doing an amazing job. He's been ripping all contests, so on point in every wave. Like, such a powerful surfer, just like that, just like Mick. Mick's been talking to me a little bit on social media. He's so pumped and just so happy to see his kid surfing so good here. Shout out to Mick. Good day, Mick. And yeah, so good to watch. So good to watch Sammy ripping those waves. Such an amazing surfer. I think he's gonna show us more of his surfing in this heat.
And a genuine human being, too. You talk to him, the kid is extremely nice. He carries himself a certain way. That obviously is something super important in the world of professional sports, too. Got to be able to conduct yourself both inside and outside of the water. 633, the only wave ridden so far, and that is for the Peruvian out there in the green. He's in third priority. And going to use it right here. Better positioning than the other two surfers. De Olsma just the one and done with the carve. 12 minutes. Obubo now on the back end. Deep bottom turn. Well done right there for the first strike. Keeps it going. Great flow. Really the major impactful turn was right at the beginning. So priority is established. It'll go to the surfer in blue at the moment. Low on the outside by himself. And as we've touched on already this morning, Sophie, 4 people out there. Every heat before this round in this division. So perhaps, especially with the increase in size, once again, positioning is something that is a bit more difficult. There's less people to identify out there in the water when it comes to where the peaks are at the moment.
Yes, for sure. But I think positioning has been the most important ingredient in this contest. I feel there's a specific kind of wave that kind of gives you the score. So you have to be ready for it in the right spot to catch it. So let's see that replay for that first wave of green. Beautiful wave by Adrián de Osma, ripping in this wave. Beautiful first turn. Second, beautiful turn, showing a lot of patience in all his moves. Third, beautiful carve. Another turn. Kind of gets a little bit stuck in that turn, but still beautiful surfing from the Peruvian. Showing lots of confidence. He knows, like, you cannot really hold your surfing back in these hits. You have to go for it. This last wave of red was amazing surfing. That first turn was beautiful backside turn, so much power. Is another angle of that last wave of red. Wow. How's that turn, Mitch?
Love the deep bottom turn, too. Almost grabbed his rail on the first bottom turn. This one comes in 583. In the opener of green 633, the backup of green 267. So at this moment, it's De Osma with the lead. A decent one. Obubo has something close to a 6, though, and Sam Lowe out there in the blue. Halfway through the heat, hasn't caught a wave yet. High-level surfing out there. High-level competing, I'd say, more than anything, Sophia, on a day like today. Still slow. The swell's building throughout the day. Patience is obviously something that you need. But in moments like this, if you're low, now you have to convert on the right wave at the right time.
Yeah, for sure. Plus, we're like closer to the finals. I think like your scoring has to be higher in these rounds. You know, like just the surfing and the talent is so much higher in this round. So you have to start thinking that you're gonna make hits at least with a couple 6s. You know, below that it's gonna be harder because there's so much talent.
Here goes Low on the backhand. Gets the setup turn. Much better on the second one. A little hung up, though. And good energy and form through to the inside. Love the way he's able to whip that board around. This wave doubling up on the inside right here, and he's going to be able to kick out with authority. So one thing I noticed right there, a lot of spray, and that is something judges love. Of course, timing on point. Second one did get a little hung up, but well served, and especially at this point of heat, he was needing a wave, Sophia.
Beautiful surfing by Sammy Lowe. Such a powerful surfer. Beautiful backside. Always throwing lots of water. He got stuck in that second turn, but still I think he managed really well to regain control of that wave.
And Abubo might be looking at a left over here. Has to duck dive that one. Green's going to let it go. Wow, and I think at this point of the event, of course, once you make it to the final, as you said, your expectations for large scores have to be higher every time, right? 6s, 7s at the very least. But these heats, they're chess matches, Sophia. Everybody's great. Everybody knows how to compete. And one good wave could make an absolute difference in whether advancing or losing in a wave like this.
For sure. I think wave selection is going to be critical.
Waiting on the score for blue. Low. Riding a Mayhem F1. Loves to golf. Also plays a lot of touch footy. Mav Wilson, Miller Brown, Low, Isla Huppitz, Mitchell Peterson, and Ziggy Aloha McKenzie, the 6 members for the U18s, both on the boys and girls side. 5.1, the opener of blue. I think it fits in, given, you know, the context of the heat. The 5 of Tiger, bigger opening turn. Got a flow by Low, just a smaller one. And then, of course, you have the outstanding surfing at the beginning of the heat by Green. So I think all in all, everybody's in the match right here, Sophia. Priority could potentially be something huge. But the one thing we haven't seen from any of these 3 so far is an air. I feel like it could potentially be a next factor out there right now.
Yeah, I think I saw an air this morning by a Hawaiian.
Jacob Turner.
It looked so good. This is a replay of Sammy Lowe. Beautiful first turn. In that second section. Unfortunately, he gets a little bit stuck on that second turn, but still beautiful surfing by the Australian. So on point. You can just tell if he gets like one wave with like a good wall on it and with opportunity, he's just going to do an excellent score. He's just that kind of surfer that doesn't have that much mistakes in his surfing. Well, this is Abubo on that first turn. That was such a good turn. And it was so impressive how he fitted that second turn. There was not that much wall on that wave. This is Adrian's first wave. This is a 6.33. In that first section, beautiful turn up the top. This is, I think, the better quality wave we've seen till now. Second, beautiful turn. Third, nice turn. Wrap around, back to the power source. Gets a little bit stuck on that turn. But really smooth, fluid surfing by the Peruvian.
Forced the issue, too. I mean, Red wanted that wave, too, and beginning of the heat, there is a left available. They tend to, you know, score the right a lot more, but if somebody were to get up and you put yourself in that situation, could you potentially get a double interference, maybe just an interference on one? I think it's very smart that Abubo didn't go and try to play that game either. It's almost like you want to just see fair play right here, Sophia, at this point of the event. Let the surfing do the talking.
Yeah, for sure. I think they just both saw the potential in that wave. They both wanted it. But the local was like, okay, this is my wave. Let me go.
I must imagine, too, right here, for the local surfers, there's a lot of pride on the line. You've made it deep into the event, competing at home, especially with the weekend now. It is Saturday. This event's been going on for a week now. A lot more people on the beach, on the cliff supporting you, so take that into effect, and especially when it comes to your performances, typically elevated by things like that, Sophia. I know yourself, you like to be an entertainer. Show off a little bit, make sure that you're getting that vibe on your side. And the Ozma seems like he was able to do it at the beginning, but Abubo right here, He's going to go 4 minutes on the clock. This wave might have some potential down the line. Beautiful second blow to right there from Tiger. Nice snap right there. Kind of a carved a snap for young Abubo. He'll be taking the lead right here. Needs just a 3.18. Little under 4 minutes. Seems like a smart decision given that it's been one of the slower heats out of the morning so far. So,
yeah, for sure. I think it's gonna give him confidence to have that second wave under his belt, and that was a nice wave. Lots of variety in that wave. That first turn was really nice, and he was able to get a couple wraparound turns.
Low on the outside. Having a look at this. He's got to give way because green has higher priority. And the Osma not trying to improve a whole lot. Just on the 267. Well surfed. Might have been an even better sell though by Low right there, because that wave was a complicated one to surf, but he should be improving on the low score right here, Sophia.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's gonna improve on his backup, and that's gonna also make him feel like confident, you know. It just make things a little bit harder for Tiger and Samuel to go into that first position. With 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes and a half to go, we have priority number 1 with the Australian.
There's the U18 team. Sandai, Bernales, Pierce, Urpi Torres, Adrian out there right now. And the 13-year-old that did very well yesterday. Respectable event for Valentina Escudero. Older brother Luis, one of the best coaches out there out of the country. So 2 minutes 20, waiting on scores. Abubo owed one. De Osma owed another one. It's a 5-5 for red. Tiger. He moves up into first. Now waiting on the last one for De Osma. Needs a straight 5 to retake the lead. But if he does improve on the 267, Sam Lowe out there in the blue is going to be needing a bit more. He gets a 4-1. So Lowe now needs his best, a 5-3-4. A minute 45. He does have priority. Tense moments here.
This heat is coming to the wire.
As most of them have. Low on the outside. He's going to use his priority on this one. Goes right. Deep bottom turn, a little stuck. And that was his chance. And look at green and red. They are playing the hunting game now, Sophia. You've been here before. These are how you win world championships. And unfortunately for Sam, a mistake. A minute to go.
That wave looked like a good wave too from here. Unfortunately, he falls off in that first turn.
Well, gotta watch out with priority right here. Both on the defensive and offensive side. And you feel for him. He waited a long time for that wave, but red and green have played a perfect strategy in this heat so far. So Tiger, he's going on the left. Looking to improve on a 5-5, 25 seconds. Some good surfing so far. The wave pretty flat. Setup turn right there for Tiger. And this wave just running along the reef. And a great finish for Abubo. And it doesn't seem like Sam Lowe is going to get another chance. So it's going to be Tiger Abubo from Hawaii. And the local surfer Adrian de Osma knocking out the team captain from Australia. A great effort though. First year competing at the ISAs. He earned his spot. He's got to be proud of his performance. But both Abubo and de Osma, they played a perfect heat out there, Sophia. They're through to round 6.
Yeah, that was a really nice heat to watch. Unfortunately, Sammy Lowe was not able to really capitalize on that last chance he had, but wow, what an amazing surfer he is. And congrats to Red and Green for that beautiful performance.
5.2 the last for Abubo, so it doesn't go into his top 2, but we're going to hear from him with Chris Cote in just a few more minutes. Heat 5 coming up. Mateus Neves, Lucas Skinner, Mare Balona when we return to Punta Rocas, Peru.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Heat 4 was exciting. Heat 5 should be the exact same thing. Brazil, Indonesia, England out there. At the moment, Mateus Neves, Mare Balon, and Lucas Skinner. The two-time ISA silver medalist in the boys U16 looking for his first gold. Mencho Salazar here with one of the all-time greats, Sofia Mulanovic. Another fun one, Sofia. Brazil, England, Indonesia, three powerhouses out there at the moment in the boys U18.
Heats are so stacked. This is such a beautiful heat, too.
So all heats 20 minutes. And it seems like we have a couple of waves already being ridden during the break. Waiting for this one to be scored yet, Sofia. Neves from Brazil.
Beautiful first turn by Red. Just a couple of turns, but that first turn was really nice. This is the last wave of Lucas Skinner. Fortunately, he kind of catches rail on that second bottom turn.
So Lucas riding a 510. It's his own motto, LKS, by his father, Ben Skinner, one of the greatest longboarders in the world. Mare Balon on the left, in the green. He is 17. Bali, Indonesia local at a Legion. Riding a Studi surfboard, and he's been an Indonesian champion in the past. Obviously very impressive what he's been able to do so far this week. Last score comes through. He had a couple of throwaways before that. It's a 3-1-3 this last one. Neves drops a 3.67 and Skinner just a 2.5. You know, you said, as Larry Lavick was pointing out, that he got a couple of brand new boards from Cordell Miller, one of the great shapers out of Southern California. Lucas working with his father. Mare out there riding the Studi surfboards. What kind of relationship do you necessarily need when you're in development, especially somebody like these three youths out there, Sofia, that are still growing as men? You know, they're large kids already, but more than anything, they are still in the process of developing everything. Let's get back to that as we're going to go down to Chris first with Tiger Abubo.
Tiger style, that's how you do it. Now you're going up against the elite here in junior competition. Do you see faces and no names, or are you just going up against the jersey?
Yeah, I like to know my names before, or the guys I'm competing against before my heat, for sure, just to give some strategy going. But yeah, I try to just focus on myself too. That helps.
Now, of course, you guys are highly ranked in the overall team standings. Do you watch your teammates in their heats before you and kind of take some mental notes and put things together?
Definitely. I watched Jacob's heat this morning, killed it. It just got me that much more fired up to win.
Now, what are the breakdowns like at the end of the day? Do you guys hang out, eat dinner, talk about surfing, or do you kind of try to chill and talk about other things?
There's a little bit of both, but we like to play cards at the end of the day, just detox, just relax, and have a good time.
Right on, Tiger, great job moving through. What are your goals for the rest of this event?
Try to take gold.
Try to take gold. Here we go. Let's go, Tiger.
Congratulations to Kauai's own Tiger Abubo. A lot of action out there in the water right now. 15 minutes to go. We saw a wave from Neves, saw a wave from Skinner, and now potentially Balon having a look at that one on the outside. A few more lines coming through. Great breakdown right there from Tiger. Know your opponents, their weaknesses, and their strengths. Prepare for the given moment, Sophia.
Exactly. And those two last waves, beautiful lefts for both Lucas and Mateus.
Balon right here out of Indonesia in the green, a quick one. Swell direction seems favorable for the lefts today, Sophia. Typically a better right-hander here at Punta Rocas, but a lot of lefts so far today.
Yeah, I've seen some really nice lefts. Look at this one from red. This last wave, beautiful first turn. Second vertical turn up the top. Third nice turn, and he really likes this wave. Beautiful surfing, really smooth surfing, and this is Skinner's last wave. Beautiful hack. Second turn, kind of gets a little bit stuck on that second turn, but this finish was super nice. That wave was a little bit more white. It was not as clean as the Red's wave, but still it had potential.
In your opinion, does that make a difference when it comes to scoring the wave?
I think, yes, it just looks cleaner when the wall doesn't really have white on it. And it's just easier to navigate. It looks smoother, you know. When there's some white on it, it looks like it's just a little bit more bumpy. The lines are not as clean.
Harder for your fins to hold the entire time too, right?
Exactly.
13:30 on the clock. Last of Neves.
Oh, wow.
667. Judges really enjoying that one, though. Skinner, 8 points for the surfer at a new key in Cornwall. That is one of the highest scores of the day so far. And Lucas out there with a lead at the moment, 2.5, his second best. He just got awarded the wild card to the WSL Pro Junior event, the World Championships in the Philippines next month. Winner of that goes into the Challenger automatically. Another angle right here, Sophia. Deep bottom turns on all three.
Beautiful surfing by Lucas Skinner, getting an excellent score. Wow, throwing lots of water in that first turn. Second, beautiful drone turn. And this is a money turn. Beautiful turn. Totally changing directions in that last turn.
12:30 to go. And Mare Balon out of Indonesia, he needs to get going now. You already have an 8 and a 667 that you're going up against. And we're talking about two top of the food chain type surfers out there in blue and the red at the moment. Skinner, kid is one of the most talented surfers on the planet. Has an air game that we haven't seen much of either in the event so far, Sophia.
He's so good. I've watched him surf, and every time I see him standing on his board, I'm like, I just get so excited. I just know he's gonna do something huge.
He won the Ripco Ground Search Global Edition back in 2023. Loves to golf and spends a lot of time in the water, as you can obviously point out. Went for the air, and exactly what we were talking about right there, Sophia. You give him the section, he is gonna try to take advantage of it, and just wait till he pulls one of those. We'd probably be seeing something go north of the 8-point ride.
For sure, and after that 8-2, I think he's just gonna feel so much more confident. He's gonna try and do more progressive moves. He already has that 8 under his back, so just make things so much easier for him.
So first year in the U18s, has back-to-back silvers in the U16s, both in Brazil and El Salvador. Obviously everybody here wants to win. There's, no doubt about that, but for him especially, the 2 silvers, the one that he lost to Hans was on the last wave that Odriozola got literally on the buzzer in the final. But he's gone through multiple injuries already in his youth. As you know, as an athlete, you start to doubt yourself. There's things that come into your mind where perhaps at times you even want to quit. And Lucas has persevered. He's determined. He's worked with his father, with the rest of the English team, and gone over the Red Bull headquarters. They're awesome facilities in Europe. Look at where he is right now, on the verge of potentially being called not only one of the only world champions in the sport of surfing for England, outside of that, one of the few Europeans too. And when you consider how big that continent is, how many good surfers they have, that would be massive for him.
For sure. He's just such an amazing surfer. He has so much talent. As soon as he stands up on his board, you just know he's going to do something massive. And of course, after having 2 silvers in ISA juniors, I'm sure he knows he's capable of getting that gold, and he's going to go for it.
Same thing could be said for Balon out of Indonesia. Saw Bronson Mady win the World Pro Juniors in the Philippines last year. So far, it's been the biggest win for Indonesia in the history of surfing for them. Skinner, potentially double up on the inside, looking to back up and improve on the 2.5. Beautiful surfing right there, engages the rails well. Little kind of chop hop reverse. And that should score well for him. 9:20 to go. How about the spontaneity right there from the English surfer?
Wow, that was so entertaining. That was a beautiful wave by Lucas Skinner. It just makes it look so easy, doesn't he? I can't believe he did like that, like kind of like chop up in that like section, you know? It was like a ball coming at him, and he just like totally managed it. This is the replay. How's that second turn?
Yeah, world class.
That was incredible surfing. Just that's like a little air in that section. Wow. This
Another
is a replay.
angle.
This is a good drone bottom turn, good first turn, and look at this second turn, Mitch. Oh my God, that wraparound was just world class. How do you say it? And this beautiful turn too, just more progressive, risking a lot too on that third turn.
It was really fun to watch.
Yeah.
Those are the waves that, as a viewer, as a fan, they get you motivated to want to go surf. 6.5.
And there's still 8 minutes to go. He already has an 8 and a 6.5. I will not be impressed if he gets another excellent score. He just seems so confident, and he just knows he has a really solid lead, so I think he's going to do some more magic.
Well, there's been heats where he's kind of had to tone it down a little bit, so this one he seems free. Balon, deep bottom turn. That is an extremely impressive carve right there. Another one right in the pocket for the young surfer out of Indonesia. 7:50 on the clock. And we have a heat on our hands right here, ladies and gents. Impressive stuff. Needs a 7.21. Could be it. The heat leer outside in blue up and running again. Fades back. First setup carve. Well done. One more. This is where it gets interesting. Hits the lip. Nearly loses it. Seems like he's definitely trying to improve on the 6.5. Intelligent surfing right here. And ticking all the boxes so far. The Englishman. 7 minutes to go, Sophia.
What a hit. That last wave of Made Balon was so impressive. Not one ounce of water out of place. Just beautiful surfing by the Indonesian. This is it. This is the replay. Look at this first turn. Oh my God, just throwing so much water in that carve. Second, beautiful carve. Just perfect surfing. Going back to the power source. Unfortunately, the wave kind of, it's a little bit like slower for him there. But wow, beautiful surfing by Made Balon. It's going to be interesting how much he gets for that. And this is Lucas' last wave. Looking so smooth. Beautiful surfing by Blue. I think he's going to probably get that score to have a better second wave, or it's going to be close.
There's definitely a better moment on the second wave, the 6.5, that second carve. But
yeah,
here
that is true.
I mean, he goes top to bottom the entire wave, though.
Yeah, he just does so many turns in this wave. Just beautiful, smooth surfing down the line.
He's not a small kid either, Sophia. Riding a 5'10" right now. But you can definitely see that he uses every single inch of his height into his advantage. Scores in for green. 7.23, it's enough. Look at how tight it is between second and third at the moment. 10.36 to 10.34. Neves down to third, needs a 3.7. And still waiting on the last of blue, but he is in the lead. Wow, and this battle for second place is tight, Sophia. 3-1-3 the backup at the moment for the young Indonesian.
What a hit, Mitch. Beautiful surfing from all of these competitors. That last wave by Green. That second turn that first turn he did was just mind-blowing.
And as you always say, you start with a maneuver like that, there is so much risk involved, especially with the wave that is that good. You might not get that chance again in a heat like this.
For sure. That was great work by the Indonesian, getting a 7.23 for his last effort and going straight to that second place. And now the Brazilian needs a 3.7.
And he has first priority. Neves out of Maresias, same town that has seen the great Gabriel Medina do so well. Plays soccer, Brazilian champion, has a couple of waves too coming through for him. Seems like he's gonna commit to the first one. That's a deep paddle, he's gonna miss it. So he's gonna go down in the priority order, and Balón on the outside. Oh, he's not gonna be able to get that. So Neves with the chance. And this one, he ain't missing at all. He needs a 3.7. Little stuck on the first one. Nearly loses it on the second one too, and even questionable if he gets the score on that last wave. Skinner now. Beautiful throw tail reverse right there. His last score did come in as his best, 8.27. So he is way out in front in this heat. The battle's gonna be for second place, 3 minutes 30.
I knew he was going to get another excellent score, Lucas Skinner. He just seemed so free in his surfing, having so much fun. And here comes Green. He needs to improve on a 3.
Balón. Neves did get the score, just barely, 3.77. That means that Made needs a 3.21. Surfing this wave well. A lot of flow. Looking into his coaching staff, 3 minutes to go. Non-stop this heat, Sophia. Non-stop. Everybody involved. Skinner with a massive heat total, one of the best of the event. Both Neves and Balón making things interesting for second right here. 2 minutes 50.
What a heat. Let's see what Green gets for that last wave. See if it's enough for him. This is the replay of last wave of Lucas. He's just having a blast. Look at that first turn, throwing so much water. That second turn, he's just feeling so confident. He has already like 2 excellent scores on his campaign. Look at this first turn he does, like throwing so much water, eyeing that section. Beautiful drone bottom turn. He's just so fast too.
This one doesn't even go into his top 2. It's a 7.33.
Wow, that second turn, so progressive. So much control too.
And right in front of Neves as well. So adding a little bit of salt to the wound. 1 minute 50. Balón gets the score, 3.77. Neves down to third, needing a 4.34. He does recover first priority, and in a moment like this, priority is not only important, it might be the only way to survive this heat, Sophia.
Yeah, for sure. With 1 minute and a half to go, things start to get really interesting in these last minutes of the heat. With the Brazilian needing a low score of a 4.34 and with priority.
This might be it. Might be his last chance. Balón adding pressure. He's gonna force him to go. He's going left. Has a good wall on it. Setup carve. Another one, nothing committed yet. It's all been setup work. Wave goes flat. That's much better. He likes it. 4.34, the requirement isn't huge. I would say there is doubt, though, with the Brazilian team, whether he gets the score or not.
That's going to be so close. Oh, there's some waves at the back.
He gets it, 4.83. Balón now needs a 4.27. 25 seconds, here he goes. And faded right, eventually went left, and loses a chance to even surf a wave. And that is gonna be it. 10 seconds. Skinner on the outside. And a heartbreaker for Malone. He was having a chance right there at the end of that one. He's gonna end up bowing out of the event here in round 5. Neves in second, but a major moment right here for Team England. Sophia Lucas Skinner delivers more than 16 points in round 5.
Wow.
Spectacular surfing. He is no doubt one of the favorites to win gold.
What a hit by Lucas Skinner. I think he showed us what he's capable of in that hit. Beautiful surfing, so entertaining, so good to watch. Congratulations.
8.27, 8 points. Throwing away a 6.5 and a 7.33. World-class stuff by the Englishman Lucas Skinner. Mateus Neves sneaks by in second. And congratulations to Indonesia's Mari Balon. Excellent performances all week. He's going to have to settle with a round 5 finish. Heat 5, done and dusted. Skinner, Neves moving through. We got Heat 6 coming up. Timpani, Chavez, and Anglani when we return to Punta Rocas, Peru.
After yet another incredible day of competition here on day 6, let's take a look at your top performers. High speed, big score. Aisha Rato with an 8.50. Bailey Turner from Team USA shreds her way to an 8.43.
Range and unleashes on the biggest turn, the biggest 2 turns that we've seen in the heat.
Really happy to have got in that last wave because I had 2 good ones, but I really wanted to show how I surf.
Tiger Abubo from Team Hawaii came through with an 8.50.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, representing Hawaii is sick. All the boys are so cool, and it's a fun trip. And we're here, we're surfing, we're having fun.
Tune in tomorrow at 7 a.m. We will be live from Punta Rocas here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
2 days left, including this one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. More than likely going to crown some new gold medalists, but there are returning gold medalists that are still in the draw. Mitchell Salazar here with the powerful Sofia Milanovic. A powerful heat this one. Eli Timpani from Finland in the red. Romeo Chavez from Colombia in the blue. And representing Italy, Francisco Anglani. He already has a 3.67 on the board during the break. Looking at Chavez. He was able to win his heat yesterday. Moved through into round 5. Really smooth style from surfer that represents Colombia, lives in Ecuador, over in Montañita. And Anglani out there in the green, 3.67. So big wave surfer, loves to surf Nazaré. I have been very impressed with what he's done so far. He was born in the Dominican Republic in Puerto Plata. Favorite surf break, Super Tubos. European champion last year and his second time competing here at the ISA Juniors. Italy definitely has not only one of the best teams I've ever seen, some of the best surfers in the event. Of course, Anglani at this point in the event for a reason.
Of course, Italy is always a force. Great surfers.
Timpani on the outside. Gonna let that wave go. He does have priority. The opener of Blue Chavez, 2.6. The opener of Anglani, 3.67.
Waves are so much better today. So good to watch.
You gotta make it through those grindy ones, don't you, to get
Yeah.
the stuff at the end, Sophia. The good stuff right here. Quality waves. Anglani up and riding. This is his second ride. Powerful roundhouse right there. The wave just flat though. He's gonna kick out. Potentially his best. Eli Timperi out there representing Finland. It's his last year here at the juniors. 18, born in Finland, raised in Encinitas, California. Wants to end the ISA juniors career that he's had so far with a bang. He's had an excellent season so far in the regional QS in North America. This is his 6th ISA event. And I remember where it was just him, Lucas McMahon, at times competing for Finland. They've got 8 surfers this year. Nice to see them building momentum too.
For sure, and he's such an amazing surfer, Eli. I've seen him surf a few times in heats, and it's always impressive to watch.
Seaside Reef local, loves to surf lowers. Lowers-esque out there at the moment, Sophia. Really fun. Consistent waves when they come through, but rights and lefts available today.
Yes, this kind of has like a little bit of a lowers look,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Yeah.
I definitely feel that way. Maybe the purists out there say lowers, it's untouchable, but it's really fun. So our schedule today, boys U18, boys U16, then both girls divisions, the U18 and the 16s afterwards. And the boys gonna have to surf twice today, Sophia, if they advance. A long one for them. Eli in red, first wave of the heat for him. Good flow so far. Much better right there. Actually gets the lip. And he's looking to get much more done on the inside. He does. Spectacular turn right there in the pocket. Another one. Stoked on it, and he should be. That was a wave that had a lot of damage done on it. A long one too, Sophia, and super close to the rocks.
Lots of opportunity in that left, and he surfed it to perfection. Great surfing by Red from Finland, Eli Timperi. Here's a replay, that last wave. It's beautiful first setup turn, and this second turn is just beautiful, throwing lots of water. This third turn, this is it. That's such a good turn up the top. So much flow in his surfing, taking advantage of every section that comes to him. Going vertical in almost every move. And he gets a 6.5 for that last effort.
So at the moment, the best score of the heat. 13:40 on the clock. Priority with Chavez, needs a 3.7. Romeo loves to not only surf, great spear fisherman, loves to try different foods. He's a 3-time South American junior champion. Spends a lot of time in Brazil. And I think if you look at the history books, especially during the last 20 years, spending time in Brazil, if you're a surfer, is good, Sophia. There's a lot of world champions from that place.
Yeah, for sure. I think the surfing and the industry is so big there now, and Peruvians do that a lot too. They spend a lot of time in Brazil training and kind of surfing with all those amazing surfers that are always surfing there and like getting their surfing better also in beach breaks.
A lot of the South American QSs and Pro Juniors too take place there, so one way or another, you're eventually going to have to go through Brazil if you're from this part of the world.
For sure, and there's some great coaches there too.
Yep. Yeah, Leandro da Silva, actually, Iago's coach, our current men's world champion on the WSL side. He works with Matilda and Izzy Boulton. He was actually just here working with them a few weeks before this event started. So you obviously have different levels, people that work, you know, at the higher levels, time management, different strategies, but imagine getting that level of attention when you're this young.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Timperi on the backhand. Kind of a down the line snap. Foam climb, covers a lot of distance with that second one. This is going to be his backup. And a little hung up right there at the end, but he'll improve his heat total. Has the 6.5 as his opener.
Yeah, that was not the best wave, but still I think it's a good idea to get something on his campaign, just to put a little bit of extra pressure on the rest of the competitors.
11:30.
He Yeah, it's a 3.23 for that last effort.
And as you said, smart. There's been some heats that have been a bit slow, so at least now you have a backup. Chavez using first priority here. Had a quick look back to the open ocean, and that typically shows hesitation on the wave that you're on. Meanwhile, Anglani catching up with him. He's looking to improve on a 2.63. What kind of advice would you give kids about committing to their waves, regardless if it looks good or not?
This is the replay of green, this last wave. This is a right. Beautiful first setup turn. Nice second turn. Third turn, and then he kicks out. I think you just, you know, like have to commit to the wave, but if that wave is not really looking good, just kick out. Don't, like, he already, just by looking back, it's just the judges are just gonna see that he's not really liking it, so they're not gonna like it either. So still he kicked out straight after that, but yeah, it's important to show commitment, to show that you like the wave that you just caught.
Indecision almost right there. Timpani in the lead. Let's go down to Chris with Lucas Skinner.
Thanks, team. Lucas, it looked like you just went through a portal straight into the flow state in that heat. I could tell you were feeling it out there.
Yeah, I've just been enjoying myself this whole week. It was nice to get a heat with no chop and wind on it this morning. And yeah, no, I woke up this morning feeling really good, and I'm excited for the heat later on, and yeah, just keep pushing.
What's it feel like emotionally when you put together a campaign like that? I mean, you two 8s, and you're throwing away big scores. What's that feel like inside?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I've had some good heats so far. That was my best one, and I feel like we've got so much more in the tank, so just going to keep going. And yeah, I'm feeling amazing. My board feels insane, and yeah, I'm stoked.
Does it feel like you're going through the gears? Started off, you know, 4th gear, 5th gear. When do you click it into 6th?
Yeah, for sure. I've been doing that all week. Yesterday I had a close one. I didn't really even get to go into a gear, but no, I'm super happy. I feel like I've got 6th and 7th gear to go, so no, I'm really happy. Had some mad support that heat, and yeah, we just got to keep it going.
Yeah, you had Team South Africa join you guys for the chant.
Yeah, I mean, I think the English and the Saffers have always got along, and their team's super cool, and we're helping supporting them, just getting the vibe up. And yeah, I think everyone's super happy, and I mean, we're just going to keep having fun and be the loudest on the beach.
Having fun, surfing with a lot of joy, brother. Good luck moving forward.
If that kid still has a few more gears to go, I'd be scared if I were his opponent. 8 minutes 30 to go. Timpani got another wave, drops a 5.83. He extends his lead. Saw a great air by Romeo Chavez, a closeout that he took full advantage of, Sophia. That should score well.
Yeah, that was a risky move by Blue, and he was able to pull it perfectly, perfect timing, lots of control. So let's see what the judges think for that. And that last wave of Red was such a beautiful ride too. He gets a 5.83 and he extends his lead.
Looking at the replay here, this is the last of Ellie, 5.83.
This is the replay of Elliot. Beautiful wrap around on that first turn. This second turn, throwing the tail a little bit. Third beautiful turn. Nice wave by Blue. This is that air from Romeo.
That's pretty gnarly.
Beautiful. Beautiful air.
Anglani now. A lot of strength and power in that first turn right there. Love the approach. It's a little stuck on the second one. It's a tall surfer, Francisco. Love the momentum that he's just carried throughout this wave so far. Never a dull moment on a wave when Anglani's up and riding. Chavez now on the outside. Couple of turns on this left. Potential double up here for Romeo. And the Colombian adding some variation right there with the layback. That's going to be at 7 minutes to go. Another extremely competitive heat, this one, Sophia. The previous one to Chavez, 6.7. And Anglani right here looking for at least a 5.81, although Chavez is going to have another chance to potentially improve on his backup of the 3.1, and he more than likely will. Looking at Anglani's last.
This is Green's last wave. Beautiful ride. Wow, that first turn, throwing buckets of water. Going through a section for that second turn. Nice second turn. Trying to find another section, and the wave offered him a lot of opportunity. Nice wave by Green. He keeps going. Trying to fit one more turn. And he does.
I like his style. So this is the 6.7. Oh, excuse me. This is Chavez's last one. Probably going to improve on the 3.1.
Beautiful surfing by Romeo. Keeps going in this wave. Kind of doubles up on the inside section. He gets a layback. Lots of variety on that wave for Romeo. And that 6.7 from that air before puts him in a really good position. This is it. This is the air. Beautiful surfing. Lots of risk.
Critical
Full control.
section.
Yeah.
Timpani, the heat leader now. Down the line snap, deep bottom turn. That is just beautiful surfing right there. And some critical sections the entire time by the Finnish surfer.
Wow.
Lays it on rail. You know, he's not very tall.
Wow.
But he has a ton of power, Sophia. 5 minutes to go.
I think that's going to be his best wave. I really like how he attacked on that wave. Beautiful surfing, lots of different maneuvers on it. Just looked in total control, deep bottom turns, just amazing surfing by Red.
Another look at it.
This is the replay of Red. This first turn, lots of control. This second turn, how was the bottom turn for that, going into that second turn? Such a beautiful bottom turn. Third wraparound. Surfing this wave to perfection, lots of water too.
Shades of Morgan Sibilik right there by Ellie
Yeah.
Timpani. Very quick, very fast.
He does look like Morgan.
Somebody from your day too, perhaps Danny Wills. Small in stature, but real quick. 4 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. Chavez having a look. He's going to end up going right on this one. His previous one, 4.73. The last of Anglani, 5.77. So an unforced error there from Chavez. He won't be improving his low score. Anglani now needs a 5.67. And the last of Timpani, 7.6. He's on one in this heat. 4 minutes. Chavez, rebate wave on the inside. Slides the tail, carves it back. Doing well on this wave. A lot of momentum down the line. He likes it too. I mean, we say it every day, every round, but the talent level nowadays is just incredible. Everybody surfs so good. No heat is easy. It's as simple as that.
Such good surfing we're seeing this morning. Everybody's going for it. They know they have to go for it to being able to make these hits. So much talent.
Last Chavez, 4.37. It doesn't improve. And, you know, when did you realize, a lot of accolades, you're world champion, 2-time ISA gold medalist, and Olympian. When did you realize, at what point, maybe in success in competition or in free surf, that you are one of the best in the world? When did you truly tell yourself, I know how talented I am, I know I can call myself one of the best there is?
I don't know. I think when I won my first world title,
2004.
maybe, yeah, and I woke up next morning and I had the trophy by my side. That's when, like, okay, like, I think I'm okay. I don't know. Like, I just was never like, I was just trying to focus in each wave, in each contest. I never went too ahead, you know. Like, I knew I had to do the work, and yeah.
Because at a certain point, I mean, these kids, they have to tell themselves that, right?
Yeah.
You're at a World Junior Surfing Championship. It's not like you're just here randomly. You either earned your spot or got selected because of how good you are or how much potential people saw in you. And, I mean, just look at the nations out there. Finland, Colombia, Italy. There haven't been many people that have been successful in competition from these three respective countries.
Yeah, you're totally right. And look at the scores they're doing too. Such good surfers. I think you also know what you're best at, you know? So there's some waves where you feel more confident, other waves where you know you have to work a little bit harder. And there's some surfers that they just feel confident in every condition, you know?
Now, there's some surfers that also know that they're that great. It almost comes off a little too much sometimes, and it seems like they're excessively doing it, but that's just how they are. That's their persona.
Exactly.
And sometimes people perceive it the wrong way, but in the end, they can say that I'm like this for a reason because I know.
Of course. And those are the surfers that it's scary to surf against them because they have just so much confidence.
Anglani, a minute to go. He needs a 5.67. This could be his last chance. The first turn very strong. Wave with potential down the line. Well done in the pocket. One more section. He cracks it. 45 seconds. Chavez in danger. 5.67. Well surfed wave. He already has a score that is comparable to it. To Sofia. Might be seeing a situation change right here by the Italian.
Beautiful surfing by Green. Those last two turns were the money turns. He just released so much power.
And judges quick with it. Situation change. 6.57 on this one. He's up into second place now.
This is the replay of Green. Beautiful first setup turn, kind of. Another setup turn. And then the wave gives him so much opportunity. These last two turns, wow, so much water. And this last turn was just magical. Beautiful surfing by Green.
5 seconds. Chavez on the inside. Can he get to his feet before the buzzer sounds? He cannot. And a tough one right there for Chavez, who surfed great. But props to Ellie Timpany taking away the W. This one after the buzzer, just a victory lap. And he is surfing like there is no tomorrow at the moment. With the victory, Anglani. Wow, what a heat from him too, in second place and advancing into round number 6. Once again, surfers who advance from this round will be surfing again later today as well. Timpany, Anglani moving through. Tough one for Romeo Chavez, who surfed great. But boys U16 action coming up after this one. It's going to be another banger of heat when we return to South America for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
The main objective of the Women's Leadership and Coaching Program is a focus on gender equality, as well as women empowerment. So the purpose of this program is to be able to uplift female surfers within the Latin Americas, to see them become leaders within their sport and see them be able to become decision makers within their federations, and really just playing a positive role in creating even more change for the sport of surfing. It's not just the technical aspect of surfing, it was also focused on leadership, and so kind of teaching the ladies different styles of leadership, being able to educate them on how to be decision makers, to be change makers, to be problem solvers. And then we really elevated it a bit with the fundamental side of coaching, but what it means to lead a national team. There was also a massive empowerment as a community. We were able to include the local community here in Dominical. We were able to have these ladies work with both males and females, young, old, locals who have never competed, to some surfers that have competed on the international stage. But what kind of meant the most to me was to see these women come together. And I know it sounds a little cliche, but there was a lot of girl power. There really was an incredible energy from these women, and I think they're all going to walk away with more confidence. So for me, I'm very grateful for the ISA and for how they are striving to be able to play a beneficial role in the equality of the sport. And I think we're going to see some incredible stories come out of this, and we're also going to see women that are going to be a part of decision making for their country and hopefully globally for the sport one day.
Well, welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Punta Rocas has been on fire for the entire week. We've gotten to see all of its faces, from big and solid size sets at our opening weekend of competition, where things got kind of gnarly out there with how big the conditions really were, and now into kind of playful, almost beach break-like conditions here on day 8 of competition. Out in the lineup, heat number 1 for our under 16 boys, round number 4 in the water. We've just finished out our under 18 boys round, and we're now into the under 16 boys. We've got 6 heats in total in this round. Top 2 surfers advancing through into round 5, which is the quarterfinals for this division. And out in the lineup right now, South Africa, Spain, and Peru with surfers. 2 Spanish surfers on the draw with Alejo Valido and Alvaro Casanova out in blue and white. And then in the red jersey from South Africa, Ben Esterhaus. And from Peru, the local surfer, Paul Huguet, who has been getting some incredible waves up until now. 16 minutes on the clock, no waves ridden yet. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside ISA gold medalist and multiple world champion in Rachel Tilley for the call. And Rachel, it's nice to see some glassy conditions here, and there's been plenty of opportunity in the water.
Yeah, there sure has been. We just saw some excellent scores already dropped in the boys under 18 division, specifically with Lucas Skinner getting multiple 8s in his heat. So the conditions just providing some amazing canvases for our surfers, especially now into round 4. For the under 16, this is kind of essentially their quarterfinals. And I know that was something that in those post heats yesterday with these boys under 16, those ones that advanced through, those were conversations I was having with them going, oh, I'm so relieved I'm now in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, exciting to see surfers make it this far in the draw. Valuable points, not just for themselves, but specifically in that team's conversation, really helping their different nations. And right now we've really got, nations from each different region of the planet represented, still with that opportunity to try and land in the medal rounds. And it's just, it's a big week of surfing here. We can see some repositioning out in the lineup right now. Again, no waves ridden for the start of this heat, down to 5 minutes with those first 5 minutes as we see this next set approaching. Priority will go to whoever has the inside position on what is deemed a left or a right in the eyes of the judges. And unfortunately, I was thinking with that little set coming through, we were going to see the first waves being ridden, but everyone's really waiting it out.
Yeah, time is ticking down, and these surfers are now equally into a 15-minute heat rather than that 20-minute heat, not being able to take advantage of the first 5 minutes. So while we are seeing great waves, it is maybe a little bit slower, some time in between. So those athletes that have been able to maybe have a busier start or get their campaign or just stay after they open up their account, getting a few waves under priority, those have generally been those athletes that we see advancing through heats.
2 Spanish surfers in the water, 15 and 16 years old. The younger surfer, Alvaro, in the water, taking out the European Rip Curl Grom Search Final, which is a great opportunity for kids from the region to take place in. Of course, once you make it through with those qualifications in your regional finals for the Rip Curl Grom Search, you have that opportunity to fight for that that winning position on the world final stage. He's able to get himself into that conversation early in his career here for Alvaro and his teammate, the 2025 Spanish champion for the under 16s, the 16-year-old in Alejo. So these two finding some great rhythm in competition outside of ISA events in this season to qualify themselves for Team Spain. And we'll see if they're able to walk away in that 1 and 2 position. That's always the dream when you've got 2 surfers in the lineup for the same country. Of course, South Africa and Peru are going to do their best to keep them off. As Alvaro is now up and riding, the younger of the 2 Spanish competitors, on his backhand, gets hung up on the second turn. That's unfortunate.
It was a split peak situation, so we'll see if our surfer on the left was able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, just that 2-point ride for the start of Alvaro. And now it's going to be the surfer in red with the inside position potentially for this wave. Has a look, decides not to go. Alejo also having a paddle, not able to get into it.
So it looks like it didn't end up turning into that split peak as we see right.
Alvaro now up and riding. The only surfer now to have 2 waves on the board and gets that completed second maneuver. Has a really nice look down the line to see if there was any more potential in the redirect, and he'll kick out clean. So he's going to have the first proper score on the board. Still waiting for Ben, Alejo, and Pole to get their opening rides, as we're going to see at least 1, maybe 2 more scores dropping for this wave. And it's Pole, the local Peruvian, into a huge opening turn on his backhand. Locks it up into the section, just barely hangs on as he continues down the line. This wave now starting to slope out and just kind of lose that critical section for a moment, but he'll just wrap it around. As it stands up here on the inside section, it's going to give him this playful finish, and he's feeling stoked after having that nice critical section to start off with.
Well, we didn't even get to really start talking about the great run that Pole has had so far, and that I was going to say expect excellence from Pole, because he has been demonstrating that, and there he just demonstrated that before we even could say it. I'm excited to see the replay of that one. That was a great opening ride.
Yeah, incredible performance for the surfer out of Lima. Loves surfing here at Punta Rocas. Spends as much time in this lineup as possible, so he knows what he's waiting for, and he waited for a great looking wave, as Alvaro's just staying busy now under priority, and you know, getting that first opportunity to get his feet in the wax is freeing him up as he looks down the line. This wave offering a little more potential as he takes a stumble. His 2 scores so far, a 2 and a 4.33. That 4 is the high wave of the heat so far, though we're waiting for that opening ride of Pole to drop in. And for Ben and Alejo, still unable to get into an opening ride as we have another look here.
Yeah, beautiful opening turn. This wave overhead on our under 16-year-old surfer, wrapping it around again and showing such good technical and precise surfing. His surfing looking really sharp this morning. Looks like he's just surfing with no nerves at this point, round 4 of the competition, and you can see that he felt good about that one. Just looking back, wasn't so much a claim as it was looking back at his team and going, woohoo!
Yeah, that's right. To be able to just kind of, you know, celebrate with him in that moment, knowing he still has a whole heat underway, but getting some great wave selection for his first opportunity, waiting for half the heat as well to take off on this. It has lined up very good for him. Now we're waiting for that score to drop through, and we did see, like you said, some excellent scores dropping in the last heat. We could see excellent scores from this set on the way, Rachel, because it's looking like just an absolute pleasure to be in the lineup this morning. As Ben for Team South Africa out of Cape Town is up and riding, drives through those first couple of turns, sets the rail, has that bright green board just flaring off the surface of the water. And he's getting a lot of work done here for the goofy foot. Lining it up, squares off for that last turn and gets the clean exit. So a first score to drop now for Ben. Alejo also has a 1.93 on the board for an in and out with a fall in the first section. And that's gonna, you know, put a big requirement on the table for him, as his teammate in Alvaro Casanova has dropped in an 8 as we take a look at the replay here for the last of red.
Yeah, looking really nice on that second turn, wrapping it around again. Like you said, love how bright that green board is looking on today. You can, your eyes just follow it and track it really well. and he is pumped up, paddling really hard back out.
That's right. So Alvaro's sitting on that 816 as his heat total, out in that leading position off the strength of a 4.33 and a 3.83. Pole for Team Peru in the green jersey has dropped in a 6.33 on the board for that opening ride. Sets him up with the win of the first exchange.
Yeah, and like we said, we've seen him go excellent before, as we see Red looking for a paddle on his way back out.
And his last score just dropped in a 7.33 for the opener of Ben, and he throws the tail out for that first turn. He would just now probably be hearing that he's actually taken out that winning of the opening exchange with a 7 on the board.
Yeah, a really great score for our surfer from South Africa. He'd be feeling great with that. Shannon, we've talked about a ton winning that opening exchange. I don't think it's as important as ever as it is in this heat, because they got such a slow start that with 6.5 minutes to go, if you're a surfer that needs to replace both of those scores, kind of like our two Spaniards right now, you're feeling like you're on an uphill battle.
That's right. Well, at the moment, winning the uphill battle is Ben Esterhausen from Cape Town. Goes to Camps Bay High School and learned to surf at Elands Bay, which is a great left-hand point break on the west coast. We've both been there. We both had some great waves in the past, Rachel.
Love it.
We'll get back to that in a moment, because with 6 minutes on the clock, we've got Chris Cote down on the sideline.
The heat, the better the surfing that you're doing. You've really amplified things all the way from the jump. Do you feel like the later in these rounds that it just pumps you up even that much more?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you just gotta, these contests are so long, you just gotta take it one heat at a time, and I'm stoked I found a couple in that one, so yeah, stoked to be moving through.
Now on the beach, we got this festive environment. I mean, you got Team South Africa, Team England up here just going off. You got super loud teams. I would say Team Finland, probably the quietest team, but we want to try to grow that team. So do you have a message out there for any Finnish surfers around the world that maybe you could try to recruit?
Yeah, we're always looking for people to come surf. We got a pretty small team always over at these ISA events, so we're looking for anybody to come surf for us. Yeah, we'd love you guys.
Well, your team is small but mighty. All right, as you move through, you got another heat this afternoon. How do you mentally prepare to go out there and do what you do?
Yeah, I'm stoked, but just got to take it one heat at a time. Just 2 more waves for today. Just keep the nerves calm, keep it steady. Yeah, got to move on to tomorrow. Yeah.
Well, it's getting loud right now, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go out here. I'm going to recruit some loud people to cheer for Team Finland, all right?
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Chris.
Let's do it.
Thanks so much. Ellie looking very powerful on his way to a gold medal campaign here. And it is a small team for Team Finland, but they're a tight unit, and it's been great to see them continue to make those appearances year after year. If you're out there and you have Finnish background, or you're born and raised in Finland and you want to learn how to surf, start learning now, because there's going to be some future opportunities for you here.
Yeah, let's take a look at this replay of this score. We're still waiting to drop for the South African on his backhand. Not lining up as much as that 7.33, but he opened it up really strong, and he's looking for a second opportunity here on the inside. I love how busy he stayed on that, and he's feeling so good knowing that that's going to back up that 7.33. But this is what we heard all the cheering about during that interview, Shannon. Releasing the fins there. Love that style, throwing both hands over his head while he completed that maneuver. Showing just really great technical surfing and fantastic wave selection. You can tell that he knows this wave, and at that point, Team Peru was so loud, you could see him just looking back at them and feeling so good.
All right, so he opened up with a 6.33 for pole. He only needs a 1.83 right now to take the advancing position. And it's Alvaro up and riding with something to say about it. Connects into the opening lip line, sets it up on rail for that second opening carve, and just looking down the line, so smooth as he links together wrap after wrap. This wave has so much more to give as he comes down the line, and he'll kick out clean with multiple turns connected together. Alejo up and riding on the inside section. We're not sure what he was able to get up to, but at the moment it's the two Spanish surfers with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, and with that score to drop, we know those requirements are going to skyrocket for those surfers. So let's see what he did on the outside. Just a little bit under the lip, Shannon, not quite able to get up to the top. So I'd say a little bit mistimed there. It was a nice turn. He finished it out strong, but it won't be that bigger score that he's looking to minimize that requirement.
Just a 2.37 on the board. And up and riding again. This is nice to see. Just locking into the next wave that came through the lineup. This is going to help his campaign a lot as he drifts the tail around and finding, you know, a lot of opportunity to put that board on rail. Linking turn after turn as we're down to 2 minutes on the clock. An important moment because Alejo is chasing down that 5.80. And he drops into 3.83 for that last wave, so he's slowly chipping away at the requirements, getting smaller, although there are scores to drop, and specifically the score for last of Ben Esterhaus for Team South Africa. He's looking to just improve on a 0.83, and he's certainly going to do that to give himself the opportunity to really, you know, either steal away that leading position, chasing down a 5.83, or at least to put a much bigger requirement on the board for our bottom two surfers because Ben was able to open up with that 7.33.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where the judges go with that. It was a really strongly surfed wave, so the Spaniards really just, their backs are up against the wall right now. And with only 1 minute remaining, they're going to need to put it all into one wave at this point. There's not that opportunity, obviously, with that time remaining to get multiple. Will we see an opportunity with these lines coming through?
45 seconds on the clock. That last wave of pole was that 6.83. So sitting on a couple of sixes, he's holding on to the lead. A 5.10 comes through for last of Ben, which holds him in second and now puts an excellent requirement on the board for both Spanish surfers, as Alvaro is going to have to go huge on this finishing section. And he does. That turn was awesome. Pole now answering back. He's looking to better his sixes on the board in front of this hometown crowd, as you can hear their cheers with each turn as he drives down the line. And he's in that leading position already with sixes. We're down to 5 seconds on the clock. Surfer in red would have first priority and blue with second priority. We're not sure if either of them are going to be able to get another ride. For white, we just saw the finish of his last wave with that great turn on the in section. But he's chasing down an 8.10 rate. It would have to be an excellent score to take him to an advancing position.
Yeah, it was excellent surfing, but I don't know if it was an excellent enough wave as a whole to get that requirement. That's the wave that he was looking for earlier on in this heat, so that could get him a little bit more in that race. I liked how he started this wave with a bit of a fade, and this was kind of the only major maneuver, and although it looked fantastic, that's kind of what the judges are going to be reviewing. And this, at this point, a victory run for Pole, looking so good. This wave, we've seen surfers kind of struggle on their timing of this wave, Shannon, and you can tell that Pole has that local knowledge because his timing, at every time he goes up to the lip, just matches that pace of the wave perfectly.
That's right. From Lima, loves coming down to surf here at Punta Rocas. Score to drop now. The important one we're waiting on specifically is for Alvaro Casanova. And it's a big requirement on the board. He dropped a 4.9 for his previous wave, and that does chip away, now chasing a 7.53 on the board. So just outside of that excellent requirement now.
There's a big difference between needing an 8.1 and a 7.53, to be honest, because we do break apart. Anything above an 8 is called an excellent score. It needs to be one of those top waves of the day, essentially. A 7.53, we've seen 7.53s awarded on single wave maneuvers. I still don't know if it will be that requirement, but that's what I mean, like trying to get into that heat a little bit earlier gives you an idea of what you're looking for and what you need to do at that end situation.
That's right. You know, if he was already sitting with a 6-point ride on the board, This last wave could easily take him into that advancing position, but at this stage, it's going to be tricky to chip away that large just due to that wave quality. Scores are locked in. It's a 5.20. The great thing for Alvaro is that he built on his campaign in those last 2 waves. Unfortunately, just not strong enough to take away the advancing position from Ben Esterhaus out of South Africa, who advances through in second. Paul Huguet out of Peru, taking away the leading position. We've got more action to come when we return.
Welcome to day 1 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip during tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too.
The Olympian Yang Su-chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come great.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Welcome back to the lineup here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're in Punta Rocas, Peru, where a lot of surfers still have that opportunity to take away the gold medal. And they've done well to battle through some large fields on their way to this stage. We're now in round number 4 for the under 16 boys out in the water here at Punta Rocas. Heat number 2 of the round with Japan, Tahiti, Argentina, and USA. Taro Matsuno, Liam Sham Kua, Facundo Ruggiero, and Brody Price in the lineup. No waves ridden for the majority of our heat so far, aside from our surfer in the red jersey out of Japan, Taro. He's got a score coming from the judges panel in these first couple of minutes. Aside from that, we're now looking for the first paddle of our surfer in blue, potentially. Decides not to go on that wave, just having a little look at it on the inside section. And big day of surfing ahead of us. Conditions looking nice and glassy out there right now, Rachel. And some of those waves have a whole lot of scoring potential to them, as we've seen the last couple heats.
Yeah, we've seen surfers go up into those 6, 7s, and even 8 ranges today. 2 of our surfers that are out there right now, Taro Matsuno and Facundo, both have 8s in their score line from previous heats. They have some of the top event scoring waves so far. Taro getting an 8.5 in his last heat, and our surfer from Argentina getting an 8.17 earlier in this event. So they know how to put it on the line.
Amazing. As we take a look now, first sight here on the opener from Taro. We're still waiting for this score to drop through.
Yeah, a beautiful opening turn. Gets a little bit stuck on this second turn while he's really patient to see if the wave's going to allow a final opportunity, and it does, and he rides out of it clean, starting off so strong, building upon that energy that he had in that last heat, getting excellent scores and wanting to do that again. And then another quick 1-2. So he's had a really quick start. That's what we've been saying, Shannon. He's been listening to us, I think. Getting a quick start has been so important to winning these heats out there this morning.
Yeah, to just setting yourself up with rhythm moving forward. It's a 7.17 on the board, Rachel. Like you've been saying, you know, those statistics for him along the way for Taro have already been excellent, and he nearly scratches at it with that 7.17 for his opening ride.
Yeah, and we'll still have a score to come through for that second ride. I don't think that'll be as big as that 7.17. It was kind of a quick attempt, but we'll build upon that And what a confidence booster to already have 2 waves ridden before anyone else has stood up on a wave, and to have them be great scores.
Oh, waves of consequence, without a doubt. Easily could be sitting on those, you know, that 717 will stay in his high score line, unless he goes on to have, you know, one of those incredible heats of the event where you're dropping multiple excellent scores along the lines.
Which we saw from Lucas Skinner
That's right.
earlier today in our under 18 division. He dropped multiple 8s in his heat, and Team England was stoked, and Team South Africa was down there for their team chant as well. I went down there to see all the action. Everyone was super excited, and Team South Africa joined in on their Augie 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 Oi 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 chant, and that was really fun to see. I was like, South Africa, what are you doing down here?
Well, they've joined forces to create like the ultimate super support group between both teams, so that is so awesome to see. Chris Cote down on the beach literally just sent up the word that that was like the official thing that's now going to be happening for the rest of competition.
That's awesome.
For England and South Africa together.
Well, we've been talking about who has the best team chant. The team making the most noise, I'd say, has been Team Peru. They've had a pan and spoon out. They've been yelling. And
well, they've got the local kitchen staff that's here cooking lunch for us every day, literally out there with the utensils to add to the cheers that are already coming down from their team, which has been epic.
It's awesome.
14 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Chris Cote.
Thanks, team. Paul, did everything go according to plan out there today?
Yes. Yes, it was amazing. Waves are pretty good. Conditions are excellent. And yeah, epic.
That's why we do it, right? What made you fall in love with surfing in the first place?
I don't know, it's like it's the best sport ever. You're connected with nature, you ride the waves, no, that's all.
And a lot of people out there watching, this might be the first time that they're seeing the waves in Peru and the surfers from Peru. What do you want to say to the international people watching out them about your beautiful country?
No, that Peru is amazing. We have incredible waves, incredible food with ceviche. Yeah, it's amazing.
Peru is amazing, and this is an amazing surfer right here. Good luck moving third into the next round, Paul.
Well, thanks so much. Some great ceviche and some great waves on the coastline here in Peru. We're just outside of Lima, and at the moment, Taro's having a real fun time on this trip across the world, representing his country with the other pack of grommets out of Japan, and he's opened up with that 717 and continuing to tear up the lineup with no one else in the water, Rachel, having caught a wave yet.
Yeah, it's keeping really busy. I've been loving to see that. Speaking of food, Team Japan has been making their own little like rice balls and snacks and stuff, bringing it down in coolers. It's been it looks really delicious as we see this backup wave for Taro, wrapping it all the way around. Love how extended that second turn was, going wide out on the face and really driving on that rail all the way back with speed. That will surely go into that top 2, Shan.
We've got a 517 for his last wave of the 4 that he's caught. A 717 and a 517 have him sitting in the lead. And I've got to say, that little insight on their lunch plan, that would be the ultimate team to have, you know, sliding luncheon here on a contest site. Thinking of an event day, you're on the beach all day long. You need some carbs, you need some protein, you need that extra energy boost from some minerals. If you've got some little sushi wraps coming down, I mean, the best possible thing to have for a long day on the beach is probably that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been looking delicious as I've been doing post-heats and like seeing them pass it around between their team. I kind of try and look like a sad puppy and, you know, that I'm like, yeah, I'm looking pretty hungry, aren't I?
Any extras going around?
Yeah, I haven't gotten any. There's no extras there. It's too delicious for them. And the surfers are the ones actually needing the fuel.
They actually need the fuel out there, and it's paying off so far for Taro. But Liam is finally going to open up his account in this heat. He has been absolutely, you know, locking together some incredible waves so far. That's going to be just a quick wash off for him as he takes that fall right after the boil, but has still plenty of time on the clock to get this campaign really rolling.
And Liam is a hilarious kid. I think it was during every time I do a post-heat interview that's not with him but another surfer from Team Tahiti, he's always standing right behind the camera and just trying to make the athlete laugh. I was with Rapoe yesterday in her interview, and she cannot stop giggling because Liam's right behind the cameraman, just like sticking his tongue out and waving, and Team Tahiti, a really young team as a whole, and they just look like they're having the time of their lives.
That's so awesome. I mean, I feel like that's what happens when you have 11 and 12-year-olds
exactly
on the team, you know? That the whole dynamic there is like having fun, making faces, and they're just kids. But they also absolutely rip like full-grown adults and could be taking on championship tour surfers in some of these heats.
Yeah, we've been seeing excellent surfing, and our surfer from Tahiti, Liam, although hasn't really opened his account yet, he's someone that I expect we're going to see have a long, long career. The fundamentals that we're seeing from him at such a young age, just as he continues to grow and gain power in his surfing, I think then he's going to be pretty unstoppable.
Well, 10 minutes remaining on the clock. We have yet to see Argentina or USA get into their opening rides. Staying really patient at this stage and just that reset to knowing, all right, they've got a 10-minute heat in front of them.
Yeah, and this is why it is such an advantage to get that quick start out there. I mean, interesting first priority not even established between green and white because neither of them have taken off. So they're actually even still just jockeying for who has the better positioning for a wave that comes through.
And it's going to be Brody Price deciding to take off on this smaller wave on the inside. It's got a nice wall to it as it begins to grow for the left. And he's able to just throw those fins free out the back on that last turn and has so much more opportunity. It's a smaller wave as it tapers off here. It's giving him that chance to literally just do the rock hop on the inside, try and keep those fins intact.
Yeah, he got a lot of work done on that. His flow was broken up a bit by needing to build up that speed, but Liam
on the way down the line looks to boost through the section. And answering straight back now, Facundo will get his campaign underway for Argentina. And hooks it up into the lip. Nice and square for that last turn as he drives back into the section. And that wave goes a little bit weaker through that middle section of it, but he's going to be able to tag the finish. That second turn, vertical into the lip.
Wow,
was
that
really
was
nice.
Yeah, that was a huge turn. So that will see him now sitting up there too. I think he's going to get that slight nod between that exchange of him and Brody, who also got that long wave as well. Liam just having the quick in and out flyaway. It's time for him to get busy. He can't be going for, I mean, great if he lands that, but would have loved to see him just do a massive turn, at least maybe get a 4 on the board, and then start building up that account, start having fun and going for maneuvers that you know you can land just from a strategy perspective. I know he can land those when we've seen him free surfing, we've seen those clips, and we know he can go big, but who actually went big was our surfer in green, wrapping it around, really extending that upper body and brought it up for that second turn. That was that big one of the wave. A little bit slower through that third turn, really drawing his lines out, making that second turn, Shan, that he really went up and tight into the lip, came down under the whitewash, disappeared for a second, really extending the critical nature of that portion of the wave.
Yeah, really solid performance. We're waiting for that score to drop now for first of green. And we've got a 5.73 now that's dropped in for that first wave of Brody Price. We saw him get his campaign opened up just before Facundo. Now as Liam takes off deep on this wave. And starting off with that opening turn, setting that board on rail. And unfortunately just takes a stumble there. So this heat not going according to plan for the young 12-year-old out of Team Tahiti. Score still to drop for last of Facundo, the 14-year-old from Mar del Plata. But let's take a look here at this first wave of Brody Price dropping into that 5-point range.
Yeah, nice second turn. A little bit smaller than Facundo's, but he's surfing it really clean and nice. Looking really free on it and maintaining that speed from maneuver to maneuver, getting that little rock hop at the end there. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go with that in comparison to Facundo's.
Brody now up and riding again. So opening with that 5 has set him up now with a great place to build from. And little foam climb for that second maneuver after an opening wrap that looked really clean and drawn out. He's only looking, you know, to put an improvement on for a backup score now. Would need a 6.62 for Brody to take away that leading position from Taro, who started off very strong. And scores are in for that first of Facundo. Brody will stay in second as Facundo drops a 5.43 and now is going to need a decent requirement with that last score of Brody to drop.
Yeah, Brody really smart to get that second wave in right away. Sometimes that's really nice just for the nerve, smart heat IQ that he is surfing at the moment. So we'll see where that one drops in at. It's not going to make a huge difference, but at least has him sitting in that second position with that 2 waves in his scoreline.
That's right. It's just a 3.5, but like you said, it's got a second score on the board, and now it puts the requirement into the high 3s for Facundo and into the 7s now for Liam down in 4th place position. Down to 5 minutes on the clock, and it was just Taro who was able to get those opening scores in the first half of the heat. For everyone else, it's been the last 5 minutes that these scores have dropped through. Only 5 minutes remaining.
So basically, Taro also surfed a 5-minute heat. He just did it in those first 5 minutes because he was so quick to the start. Now everyone else having that time pressure and crunch of surfing a 5-minute heat, but having it be in those last 5 minutes. I know which situation I'd rather be in.
I could not agree more. Taro's in a great position holding priority and the highest scores, as Liam now has a great opportunity in front of him. He's just got to kind of stick to the basics here, get some decent work done, and he does that with the 2-turn combination. Chasing down that 7.16 as the big requirement. Facundo up and riding on his forehand. That opening turn was nice and dynamic, setting him up as he works his way down the line here, throwing a lot of spray off the tail.
Yeah, so something we talked about, I thought Facundo was going to get that slight nod from Brody's, although those waves were pretty similar. They gave that nod to Brody, and although it's just like, you know, under 0.5 difference between each other, I think they're really rewarding Brody's flair, and Brody looks a lot lighter on his feet, so they're liking his surfing. So if I was Brody, I'd go, okay, I know what I need to do. I know they really like my surfing. But Facundo getting that backup score now just with a slight more opportunity changes his situation.
It's so close between those heat totals, both sitting in the 9-point range, but Facundo's in the lead with that 4.5 that's dropped in as his backup score now. Liam chips away at his requirement to a 4.23. He's got, you know, still time on the clock to chase down that high 5 at this stage to take the advancing position, as both Facundo and Brody have been trying to put something bigger on the board, but so far their backup scores are feeling weak in the context of securing that second place position.
Yeah, really interesting. Like you said, their heat total's really similar. Both of their waves, their higher waves, super close. Their backup waves just a point apart. And so we're really splitting hairs here, and the judges are being really specific on what they're looking for. And I think from Brody, getting that 3.5, that was just a couple wave turn. He knew it wasn't everything that he wanted it to be, but to get a 3.5 for that turn that he did, sometimes I can still walk back out, or paddle back out with confidence because of that.
Brody up and riding again, chasing down a 4.2 to take the advancing position. That red board just flaring off the surface of the water, and he falls on the finishing maneuver. That's frustrating. And he's going to have a minute 40 seconds to get out the back once again. Facundo's going to have a chance to build on his scoreline and increase the requirement. And then Liam, he's in second priority. Of course, Taro's right next to him. But I feel like there's plenty of time still for those two to just be separated. And there we can see Liam having a paddle. This could be it for the young Tahitian, chasing down a 5.70, sticking to that opening turn, and then the wave flattens out. He decides to exit.
Yeah, so it really comes down to the score that we're waiting to drop for Brody. I think it would have been the score for sure had he not fallen, and I think he knows that too. So his frustration, we could see that visibly. He still has time to make it back out potentially if the wave comes straight to him. But that was his chance, Shannon, and his surfing was looking really good. But we'll see where the judges go with that. He did complete two great turns prior to that.
Wow, well, a score to drop now for Liam as we take a look at Brody up and riding again. His last wave, a 3.83. Still chasing out a 4.2 as this wave is going to have to be his last opportunity. Completes that finishing maneuver. Gives that kind of shake of the head, you know, noting that he got some work done on it. There was nothing really like super exciting on that wave.
But he only needs a 4.2. You know, if it was up in the 5s, I'd say we need at least one big major maneuver like this surfer.
Well, the opportunity for a major maneuver now in front of Liam, and he's getting some work done as he travels down the line. The grommet. The 12-year-old out of Tahiti who just kind of went too big on his opening waves, you know, was like, okay, are the jitters getting to him now as the youngest in the water? Just dropped an absolute hammer on the finish, chasing out a 5.70 rate. Now we're waiting for a score for Brody, chasing that 4.2. We're waiting for a score for Liam, chasing a 5.7. Facundo was not able to get a final wave before the buzzer went, and neither was Taro.
Yeah, as we're looking, what is this wave have in store? Nice hit there. A bigger wave, Shannon. Nice second hit again. Wrapping it around. So it's just those 3 turns. Will that be enough to go into that 5.7? You could see that he just felt so good about that. It's so nice to at least even have an opportunity in those last 10 seconds to stand up.
That's so true. Okay, now the requirement has changed on Liam. Liam now needs a 6.5 because Brody dropped a 5-point ride for his last wave. So officially, Brody's jumped into second for the moment. Facundo down into third for Argentina. So Facundo, unfortunately, will not be advancing through. And now the question from the panel, was Liam's wave a 6.5? The requirement he now requires to move from 4th up into the lead. Can he string it together in about a 3-minute heat before the buzzer?
I'm not sure. Let's take another look at this one. He makes it around the whitewash. First turn a little bit flatter, a little bit closer to the pocket. This is where that work really starts to get done. Nice second turn. Even better third turn. And great last turn. Doesn't really time it. Maybe it was one more opportunity to finish it off with that oncoming wave. And I love that climb. Maybe the best climb we've seen so far. Just that passion.
Yeah. That was so good. Arms high, and the score drops. It's a 6.17. He needed a 6.5, and officially, the surfer for Team USA, Brody Price, holds on to the advancing position. Keeps USA's hopes alive to take away that gold medal at the end of this week.
Wow.
Wow.
What a crazy heat.
What a crazy heat. Taro Matsuono, just absolutely clinical. The guy hardly blinked and took out the win in this one. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Welcome to day 3 of competition at Punta Rocas for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Montero out of Italy with a huge backhand attack. Already incredible performance, and he tags the end. And he's got some power to his surfing. Driving hard off the bottom into that next turn, setting himself up just turn after turn, throwing so much spray. And Bastian Arevalo for Peru is already up and riding. The local surfer, you can see within every ounce of his surfing that he knows this break like the back of his hand.
The waves are absolutely pumping today. Like, couldn't really ask for better waves. Yeah, there was a lot of build up to the first heat, a lot of nerves, so really happy to get that one out of the way.
Australia's Mila Coco Brown with a 6.67.
That's it for day 3. Tune in for day 4 tomorrow, starting at 7 a.m. at ISAsurf.org.
Well, we're back, and once again, heat's turning on their head in the final seconds. Team USA was able to sneak through in second for that last heat behind Japan's Taro in that leading position. We'll be hearing from him shortly. As we take a look now at USA, Indonesia, New Zealand, and Brazil with Mackay, Castle, Philip Duke, Vitor Guerman, and Anwar Chia out in the lineup. No waves ridden yet for the start of this heat. We've got just over 17 minutes remaining on the clock as we continue through day 8 of competition here for the World Junior Surfing Championships. And we've already seen a lot of impressive performances, and this was one of those, taking out the lead. Dropped a 7.17 for his first wave, 2 small scores in between, then to bookend it with a 5. And for Taro, stitching that heat up in the first few minutes, then just sat quiet for the rest of the heat, Rach.
Yeah, that was a textbook heat win, in my opinion, getting started quick, and especially before any of the other surfers even had one ride. He already had 2 rides that had him sitting healthily in the lead.
Ichiba, Team Japan, sorry, with a great victory there on that last heat. And Taro just looking so sharp moving forward. As we can see the pack on the outside, just paddling to get themselves into position. Little set starting to come through the lineup here. And no priority established for the beginning of this heat. So we can see the 4 surfers just sticking together like glue at the moment.
Yeah, positioning is everything here before that priority gets established. And with these smaller days, as opposed to, it's bigger than yesterday, I'd say, Shannon, but compared to where we started the event at the start of, what was it, 8 days ago, we saw some really big surf. Here, now that it's smaller, it's a little bit more like a beach break. There are those multiple peaks that you can find opportunities on away from other surfers, as we see a sprint over to what could be a left and a right.
Yeah, it's pretty shifty out there with these smaller conditions, those little lumps kind of popping up and disappearing again and then reforming when they hit that shallow spot in the rocks. So there's a lot of kind of bobbing and weaving for the surfers out in the lineup. As we're gonna see an opportunity here, 2 surfers very close together. Anwar for Brazil just dominates that opening paddle, sets himself up with the inside position, gets 2 huge turns, and throws the thanks up high as he finishes off on the inside with a decent start.
Yeah, a great start. Fighting hard against his competitors for that one will benefit him in the end. So you can see him hold off Blue there, because he had the inside of Blue, meant that he had that priority, and it's a 1-2 punch. Looking really flary and relaxed. I really like the takeaway from his timing on that wave.
Paddle now for Mackay. Really digging in to have speed on the takeoff for this wave as he wraps around in that top third. Connects with that lip line for the second maneuver and has a little bit more to work with here as he races towards the finish. He'll kick out. And with 14 minutes on the clock, Chris Cote is standing by with Team Japan.
Thank you. Taro, you look like you're feeling really good, really happy, and that means you're surfing really well.
Inspired?
Yeah, so I saw you. That performance was great. Who inspires you to surf like that?
My favorite surfer is called Hashiman.
And I know you were raised in Chiba, Japan, right? What are the waves like in Chiba?
Chiba is Tsurigasaki Beach. Beach break.
Yeah, a very famous beach break. I know. Okay, so now, What are you going to do to try to get the gold medal in the next couple of days?
Very happy. Yeah.
You're going to try your best. Last question. When you guys put your hands in, what do you say? What does the team cheer say?
Say Nippon. Yeah.
All right. Hey, good job out there, Taro. Let's keep it going, all right?
All right, well, listen up. From Taro, the surfing does the talking. And he comes from the Olympic venue at Shirigasaki Beach there in Chiba. Has had some incredible opportunities to learn to surf at one of those world-class breaks in Japan that has really bred some of the world's best coming out of that region. As we take a look now at Vitor on his forehand, driving through those first couple of turns, representing New Zealand, and has a big section to end with here as he connects through that lip line, and he'll wrap it around to finish. Great surfing from the Kiwi. As we see Philip on his backhand now, answering back for Indonesia.
Whoa!
Flares the tail on that final turn.
That always feels good too, to do it right in front of your competitor. Like he just nearly missed him by an inch. Oh.
Little footy on the inside.
That's fun to see. It's also a great way to stay relaxed before your heats, and doing something active like that, keeping up your your hand-eye coordination. Your high coordination.
Yeah, I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
Hand-eye coordination. Keeping those little muscles moving. But also a nice distraction. It is a great idea when it comes to, like, you know, if you're kind of nervous, just get your mind off of things.
Well, that's just it. I mean, at this point, the main thing separating these athletes from advancing through, we know all of them can get those 6, 7s, even 8s. We've seen already an 8.5 from Mackay earlier in this event, but it's who can keep that sound mental game now and keep those high performances coming heat after heat. We're on day 8 of the competition. It's been a long marathon to the finish. And so being able to keep that level up, that all comes to that mental game. And sometimes you need that distraction before the heats so that you can just let your instinct play out once you are competing.
That's right, Rach. Well, let's take a look at replays and we'll get back to that conversation as Mackay has dropped in a 4.5 for his opening ride.
Yeah, a nice start. Great second turn, coming out with lots of speed. That one not going all the way around as much as he would have hoped, but that one wraps around to that whitewash. And this is a replay of our New Zealand surfer, a 5.43. Judges really liking his variety in his maneuvers, releasing the fins there earlier and finishing this wave off really strong. That's what the judges want to see.
Dropping in a 5.43 for Vitor on that last ride. And a paddle here for Anwar, who's already sitting in the lead. He opened up with a strong 7-point ride on the board. Now looking to improve that 2.5. This wave's kind of pushing against him, actually preventing him up until the finishing turn, which looked great. Finds that little foam climb as well to end off with. And that wave shaped up to provide a lot of potential through the inside section.
Yeah, trying to build upon a 7-point ride. You could see he's feeling really good. He was pumped after that wave. As we have Mackay in first priority, all 3 surfers seeing if that wave was going to materialize, and it doesn't. So we're waiting for scores right now of white to build upon that score line. We're just over halfway finished. 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, still plenty of time on the clock. And small requirements at this stage. It's pretty open-ended for that second place position. And War's going to build on his leading position, though, to improve that 7-point ride. And Rachel, back to your run to win your very first world title. You were a junior. You were 17 years old. And I remember in between your heats that you were playing with the daughter of Taylor and Nava Jensen.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Taylor Jensen, 4-time now world longboard champion, and his wife Nava. you had Jagger down on the beach in between a lot of your heats, and it provided you, it seemed like at that stage, the perfect distraction to then be able to just paddle out in your heats and
you know what, I think
walk away with the world title.
I think Jagger maybe is my lucky person, because for these last 2 world titles, we were staying at the same hotel again.
Really?
And in between heats, I was hanging out with her and now her younger sister, Zion. I love those girls, but that's funny. I forgot about that. You're right.
And she was tiny. She was like
She was just a little baby.
a little baby.
Like your baby, Shannon,
Like my little
who's been
baby.
all around the event site, and everyone loves her. She's my goddaughter, so she's part mine too.
And she's been, kind of representing for a couple of teams down on the beach, getting passed around, like past the parcel, but it's the baby. As we take a look at the Indonesian now with Philip on a great sharp surfing combination on the outside section. He's got a 3.93 on the board right now, and he's looking for just that 1.5. We're still waiting, Rach, for that last score of Anwar to drop in across the board.
Yeah, so only needing a 1.51, like you said, but that would take him into second place off the strength of 2 scores, where Vitor right now is sitting in that second position off the strength of his single wave score. So still plenty of time for him to build upon that, even if that situation does change, which it most likely will. That was a great wave for Philippe. It's Vitor who still has that advantage, I'd say.
Currently sitting with first priority is red. Green has second priority. Both surfers kind of trying to sprint paddle to see if they could have gotten a piece of that wave. They're just out of the question for it, but this next one's going to have some opportunity. Red with first priority. He's unable to get into it, and green's going to have a look now for our Kiwi surfer on the backhand. And he's chasing away to just build on the 5.43 he already dropped. Unfortunately, that fall won't help his situation very much. Chasing a 2.2 now to move from third into second, as a 3.70 has landed for last of the Indonesian.
Yeah, so now he's not in that advancing position anymore. Both our Kiwi and our American requiring scores going into these last 5 minutes. Shannon, we saw the American Brody Price get the score in the final 15 seconds of that last heat in order to get what was required and get into that advancing position. So that might have pumped him up. However, Mackay probably would have paddled out going, okay, I'm really happy for Brody. I'm going to try and not do that, though, because I don't want to leave it up to the last few seconds. So hopefully he can utilize a bit more of these last 5.5 minutes so that it doesn't come down to the wire.
That's right. I mean, we've seen so many of these heats today coming down to the wire. Even, if it hadn't been Brody that had gotten that last wave to improve his situation, Liam, the young Tahitian, he would have taken a buzzer beater finish because his last wave was the best, one of the best of the heat. Unfortunately, just didn't have the strength and of a backup score to carry him through. So it was a kind of tense, tough moments down to the finish of that heat. We'll see if this one ends up being the same, or if we're able to see those top 2 positions kind of stitched up a little bit earlier on. At the moment, it's Anwar for Brazil, who's done a fantastic job with that 7 and that 5.9 that he dropped for his last wave. Mackay now with the chance to chase down a small requirement as he's got his sights set on advancing forward. And this wave's giving him a little bit more opportunity as he comes through to the inside section now, just wrapping it around. Was hoping for that big closeout finish as we see Duke up and riding out the back, and he will wrap it around after that first climb. Throws a lot of spray right in front of Mackay on the paddle back out for the young surfer out of Indonesia.
So Mackay had first priority, chose to go on the first wave. We didn't see what happened on the outside for Blue, but maybe a slight wave decision mistake there. However, that opening turn I really liked from Mackay, releasing the fins, wrapping it around. The only thing that was a bummer about this wave is this downtime here. He surfed it well, kept it busy. I appreciated that, but this is now our Indonesian on the wave right behind it. Not really getting to fully wrap around that one. does on that second turn, gets a nice release of the fin, spraying, trying to spray Mackay, or at least doing that right in front of him. I think the little bog of maybe that first turn is going to hinder that score from going as high as it potentially could have. However, he's looking for a 4.7. We've seen the situation change off the strength of Mackay's last wave, Shannon.
Yeah, Mackay now into the advancing position with a 4.13 behind the surfer out of Huntington Beach, California. And with that last score, though, of Philip Duke for Indonesia, that situation has changed once again. Duke dropping in a 4.97 for the surfer out of Kuta in Bali, and he jumps up into that advancing position. You would now need a 7.93. At this stage, the requirement is near excellent for any surfer to take away the lead from Anwar out of Brazil.
Yeah, and needing small requirements, 4.41, only a 3.47 for Vitor because he has that 5.43 in his pocket. So having that near point advantage over his other competitors, and that can make a big difference, especially when time is winding down at all the wave selection that you have opened up to you. But Mackay really trying to stay busy. I appreciate this.
Mackay now with this chance to, like you said, just staying busy, you know, seeing if this wave will offer some growth opportunity. He's got a great in section to finish off with. Throws in that progression, and the wave offers another section just after that. And he is going to be dropping another score as we take a look now at the Indonesian pumping and driving down the line. He's setting up for an attempt at a big finish, and he'll take a fall. All that energy and excitement out in the lineup right now as we have scores to drop with just under 2 minutes on the clock. A decent set just reeling here at Punta Rocas.
And Vitor's only about halfway out, so that makes me think he either had another wave attempt and fell, as we are waiting for a score to drop for him, but only being halfway in makes me think it probably isn't going to be as substantial as he was hoping.
Mackay drops a 5.70 for his last wave. That has him in second for Team USA. A score to drop now for last, a blue for Philip Duke in Indonesia. And it's just a 1.6 because he took that fall. The 4.97 will hold on as his high score. And then for Vitor, a surfer born in Los Angeles to Brazilian parents, having grown up then in New Zealand with a whole traveling kind of background and history to him. He's spent so much time surfing in great locations around the world, has had a lot of Indonesian influence in his upbringing and his surfing career specifically as well, but calls Mount Maunganui home now for the Kiwi representative. He's chasing down a 4.78. And like you said, you know, the paddle back from halfway, we're not sure what happened on that wave. Potentially a shorter wave, and may or may not have had a couple of turns connected together as we're down to 20 seconds on the clock. It's just a 2.17, so just an early fall on that last wave. Unfortunate for Vitor, as he's going to use his priority for this wave with one last dig, and we'll check in down the line with the Indonesian, and he lands a big maneuver. Vitor now with an opportunity here to chase down that 4.78 for this finishing section. And now noting too, as he will be finishing out that last wave for green, that blue had the opportunity. We saw that he landed in air on the finish. We're not sure what happened before that, Rachel. And yet another heat for the World Junior Championships where the Groms are keeping us on our toes all the way till the buzzer.
Yeah, let's see this outside. Goes for the wrap, so it really was just that one maneuver. Shannon, I don't know if that will go all the way up to a 5.24, and this last attempt from the Kiwi, getting a nice opening turn, a second smaller one, keeping himself in the mix, but I don't think that will be that requirement to back up that 5. We'll leave it to the judges because he really kept milking that and working hard for that score.
And we've got a score also coming in from the judges panel. I can see here for last of Anwar. It would have been just on the buzzer, Rach.
Wow, this is a beautiful wave. This is, wow. Oh my gosh, this could potentially go into that highest single wave score of the heat. Just surfing with so much freedom, knowing that he locked in that first place position, and you could see he was having a lot of fun there.
Well, at the moment, it's Anwar Chia for Brazil in that leading position, looking to even just increase the heat total, potentially with that last wave, if he can chase down something bigger than the 5.9. Scores are in for last of the Indonesian. It's just a 2.8 for that single maneuver on the outside, and he won't get the 5-point requirement that he would have needed to take away second. And then that last wave of Vitor, it needs to be a 4.78. He surfed it well, Rachel, but did the wave offer the potential for him to take away that advancing position from Mackay Castle?
Yeah, judges really making a separation between those 2s, 3s, and 4s. And it looks like, Shannon, it's not enough. USA is pretty happy.
Well, 3.5 for last of Vitor out of New Zealand is not enough to move up into the advancing position. Mackay Castle holds on to it. And in the leading position, Anwar Chia for Brazil will be victorious here on day 8 of competition. And it's getting tough to take away those gold medal positions or opportunities across the board. Coming into these last couple of heats, Rachel, it's Brazil, USA, Peru, Australia, and Spain as the only teams left in the draw with a chance to go for gold. So we'll see how it continues on. But with the advancement specifically of Brazil and USA out of this heat, it's going to be tough for them not to walk away 1 and 2 at this event. We've got more action to come when we return. Sofia Milanovic on the call.
It was an impactful day here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Here are your top scores.
Yang Suu Chi on the outside. Sharpeye looks great underneath her feet. Oh, how's that turn? That combo on the inside.
I'm just really glad to keep making heats. That's all I can do right now. So yeah, I just want to keep going.
Haro Matsuno from Team Japan came through with an 8.5.
So Osha Green locking into a great looking wave to start things off with. So much power, drives off the bottom.
It's been one of my favorite for sure. I love these events with all the team because everybody's doing all the adventures with you. So yeah, it's been really good.
Tune in tomorrow for day 8, the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome back to Punta Rocas, Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Heat 4 of round 4 out there right now of the boys U16. Taking a look at the High Performance Center here at one of the iconic waves in El Peru. Mitchell Salazar with one of the greatest living surfing legends on the planet, Sofia Milanovic. So, an awesome day, an awesome event so far. We have improving out there in the red, Bastian Arevalo in the red, Thiago Guerra from Portugal in the blue, Kid and Francis out of Australia in the green, and Carden Jogger from Costa Rica is in the white. Fully international once again here in the boys U16 round 4.
Yeah, what a beautiful heat we have in our hands, Mitch. And there's some amazing waves today.
Yep.
I've seen a couple sets that I'm like, oh, I just want to be out there. Looks so much fun. Both rights and lefts in offer.
Jogger, potentially a wave here on the inside. Carden, growing up in Costa Rica, 14 years of age from Playa Grande. He loves to skate, has a couple of dogs and cats too. Meanwhile, the Portuguese, this is Thiago from Costa de Caparica, just outside of Lisboa, 16 years old, so his last year in the 16 and under. Decent wave to start things off, a little stuck right there on the 2 carves that he had up the open face. Meanwhile, you have Kid and Francis out there from Coolangatta, Australia. Favorite wave, Snapper Rocks. It is also his home break. Talking about somebody that has a lot of hype around him. He's been called an international threat by both people in Australia and outside of it too. 16 years old. Fan of basketball, riding the HT2, Holy Toledo 2 by Sharp Eye Surfboards. And it seems like he is waiting for his opening ride. 17:30 on the clock. Meanwhile, let's go downstairs to Chris.
Yeah, thanks, team. Okay, so a 20-minute heat. That was a battle all the way through. What did you learn from that heat?
I talked with my training, my coach, and he talked for stay in the lineup, going just in the good wave, and I stayed there and catch the good one. And I'm so happy for advance to the quarterfinals. And yeah, let's go hit by hit. Yeah.
Yeah, and I see on your board Surfland, so that's a wave pool in Brazil. You're of a generation that gets to practice and train in wave pools, and no one ever got to do that before. Does surfing and training in that wave pool actually help you in heats and help you in the ocean?
Yeah, so much. The wave pool is so good for training, have a lot of waves, and you go catching a lot of waves, and yeah, it's so good surfland, and yeah.
Well, your team has so much spirit. You can hear everybody yelling and screaming as you're riding waves. What does that do for you in your heart out there when you're surfing?
Team Brazil is a huge team, and he supported a lot. And can I talk a little bit in Portuguese?
Please.
Estou muito feliz de ter avançado para as quartas de final. Estou muito feliz, estou me sentindo muito bem nesse evento. Bora bateria por bateria. Estou muito feliz de ter avançado. Quero mandar um beijo para minha mãe e para meu pai que estão lá no Brasil. E é isso, vamos com tudo. Bora, Brasil!
There you go.
16-year-old with the victory right there. That is Anuar Chia out of Matinhos, Paraná. So in his last year competing here in the boys 16 and under. Chris is absolutely right, though. A generation of surfers that are growing up with wave pools and extremely good wave pools available to them too. One of them being Surfland down in Brazil. This is Bastian Arevalo. So this kid has an interesting story. He hails from Lima. He started surfing during COVID. So about 5 or 6 years now, and you can just see that in those 5 or 6 years, he has become extremely talented. It's crazy not only that he was able to qualify for the team, how deep in the event he is. Outstanding from Arevalo in the red. Jogger now, he dropped a 4.67 on his opener. He's gonna back it up. Got a heat right here, Sofia, 15 minutes on the clock. Tiago drops a 3.33, still waiting on the opening ride of Bastian.
Yeah, Bastian is an amazing surfer. I've surfed with him a couple times, and he's just so talented. Just super powerful surfer. Rocket, like, you know, like a pocket rocket,
yeah,
I would say.
He's fast, isn't he?
Yeah, he like really take advantage of all the sections that come to him. That last left was a really good wave for him. Good start for the Peruvian. And that last wave of wide was a 4.67.
So Arevalo, born and raised in Lima. He's been surfing for about 5 or 6 years now. Once again, crazy story considering that you have people here that have been surfing maybe since they were 2 or 3 years old. So during the COVID pandemic, rides for your shaper as well, Milano Surfboards. Great boards underneath his feet right there from Punta Hermosa where he resides. 14 minutes to go. Seems like Blue Guerra might be having a look. He's got a paddle but not able to catch it. And Francis now with the chance. The Coolie kid, how's that carve? A lot of speed right there on the open face. This wave is fizzling out though. Doing very well just to keep his speed up. And Caden, perhaps one more section available. He's gonna slide the fins and actually fits in 2. Incomplete at the end though, but a lot of great surfing before the fall. Sofia, 13:20 to go. He might be getting the best wave of the heat considering the small scores out there at the moment.
Beautiful surfing by Green, light and fast surfer from Snapper Rocks. You can just tell in his style. You know, he's just so confident on his forehand.
It's hard
Good
not
job.
to be a good surfer when you're from that
Exactly.
Coolie area.
Exactly.
And as you said, lightning fast, pretty much like his idol, the great Mick Fanning. This is Arevalo now. So he is dangerous going left, going right. Has great technique. Long drawn out bottom turns and very smart right here just to get a second wave on the board. How's this flow too? Right on the rocks. He's gonna kick out with already 2 waves underneath his belt. 12:30 to go. Jogger in the lead at the moment, 4.67.393, waiting on 2 scores for Bastian Arevalo out of Peru in the red. Opener for blue, Gueja, was a 3.33, and waiting on the first score of Caden Francis in the green out of Australia. So the first score of Arevalo, the left, comes in as a 5.83. This is going to be his backup.
This is the replay of that last wave. Beautiful wrap. Second good turn for Bastian. Third good turn, and then he's eyeing that last section. I think it's going to double up for him. And he attacks that section, goes for another turn. So many turns on that wave for Bastian Arevalo. Wow, great surfing from the Peruvian. And that first wave is a great score for him. It's a 5.83 for that left. Let's see how much he gets for that second wave.
This is Tiago now. He started surfing when he was 2 years old. Riding Cemente surfboards. Loves to travel, skate, listen to music. Well, the surfing part of it is working out so far. He's been blasting this wave a couple of sections now. 3.33 on his opener going left. This one already substantially better going right. Good flow. 16 years old, one of the taller surfers, I'd say, in this division. Jogger on the outside. Father Hines on the beach. Cardin's just 14. Well, still has a couple more years in this division if he chooses to continue to compete. Kind of seems like he will. He's a pocket rocket, as you've said, of Arevalo. This kid has a lot of energy too, Sophia. He finishes and nearly dry docks his board on the rocks. Just under 11 minutes on the clock right here.
Good surfing from White, taking advantage of every section to the beach. Here comes Bastian.
This has potential to be a good double up on the inside. Brings it back much better right there. Love the explosion of the 3 maneuvers in a row. He's got a heart of gold, this kid, but when it comes to competing, kid puts everything on the line all the time, and a very simple yet efficient claim right there. He's like, it's good. I know I have more, but I like that one. 10 minutes to go.
Such aggressive surfing by Bastian Arevalo, throwing so much water in every turn. Beautiful, explosive surfing by the Peruvian. I think that could be his best wave. Let's see what the judges think, but that was really committed, beautiful surfing all the way to the inside. This is the replay of that last wave. Beautiful setup turn. This first turn, wow, throwing so much water. Wow, that third turn was just mind-blowing. Beautiful turns all the way to the beach. Taking advantage of every section that came to him. And finished well. He's really happy about that wave, Bastian. Good job.
And this was White's last jogger. His previous one was a 3.93, Sophia.
Wow, beautiful surfing by White. That wave was like kind of like a bigger wave. Had really good sections on it. He went nuts on it. A couple really good backside turns for White from Costa Rica.
Definitely a smaller surfer though, but gotta love the enthusiasm right here at the end. Went literally to where the rocks are.
Yeah, he went all the way in. I think he's gonna probably get the score for those first 2 major turns at the back. Beautiful first turn, and this second turn was the money turn of this wave. Oh, wow, that was a great turn for White. Then he just kept going on that wave.
Very explosive on the outside from Jogger.
Yeah, that second turn was such a good turn.
I like the word that you mentioned a while ago. Both him and Bastian, I felt like they truly were more aggressive on these waves. Had a couple at the beginning. They knew what was on the line on this one. Francis, he dropped a 5 on his opener. He's on another one. Quality second turn right there. Completely slid the fins. And you can just notice there's a lot of flow, but his speed is an element that is surpassing that of pretty much everybody else in the heat. 8 minutes on the clock right here. I like this wave.
Wow, what a wave for green. That was beautiful surfing. Just so fast and just amazing. So much precision in his surfing. He reminds me a bit of like a mixture between Mick and Joel Parkinson. Just beautiful style.
And a couple of guys from that area that have just really stood out when it comes to the world stage. Of course, you just mentioned 2 of the all-time greats from Coolangatta. But there's people that never make the team from the area, that work normal jobs, that you see them paddle out and they could still be on a world-class team like Australia too.
Oh yeah, so many good surfers in Australia.
So Francis has the opportunity of a lifetime right here. 7 minutes on the clock, waiting on a second score, also waiting on a number for both Jogger in the white and Arevalo in the red. This is Tiago now, the Portuguese. His previous ride 5.67, that is his best at the moment. Gets a little hung up on the second one, and that's going to be it for him. Just based off of what we've seen so far, he's surfing good, but he might need something a bit better right now, considering that we're still owed a couple of scores. It just seems like the speed factor of Francis, a major one right here, but also Bastian, got to consider the combination of major maneuvers in a moment like this, Sophia. It's crazy. Round 4, every heat's competitive. Everybody's got talent. Can you do it in 20 minutes, though? And can you do it a couple times during the day as well? There's a couple of our members of the beach cleanup that we have here at Punta Rocas this morning. Great initiative.
So we're seeing that judges are taking their time with that last wave of red and that last wave of green. I think they've been the best waves of the heat till now.
5.77, the last of Jogger, his best. So as Sophia mentioned, waiting on 2 very important scores in this heat. At the moment, they'd actually be the 2 most important of the heat, I'd say. Could be determining the outcome of this heat right here. Just over 5 minutes, priority with Jogger. Second priority with Arevalo, he might be using it. Was that a paddle or not? It's close. Francis is up. Deep bottom turn, drawn out. Open face carve once again. Wraps it back. Into the lip, a lot of spray on that maneuver right there, and this froth on the inside section, not making things easy for him. But he surfed that wave as well as he could have. Score before for Francis, 8.33. It's the best of the heat. Score in for Red on his last. It's an 8. So now both Tiago and Carden, they're needing something in the mid-7, Sophia.
Wow, that's amazing for both red and green, not holding back at all, getting some excellent scores. They're going to feel really confident about those waves, and they're going to try to improve on that backup to make things way harder for both blue and white.
And big potential of Francis doing it with this last wave, too. Wouldn't be surprised that he actually takes the lead on this last one. Just over 4 minutes. The requirements, though, are substantially higher, though, for both Jogger and Tiago. Especially if you consider with 4 minutes, there's still a major possibility that both Bastian and Francis do improve their situation as well, Sophia.
For sure. Also, Bastian has priority number 2, so I'm sure he's gonna wait and take off in a wave that is gonna have the potential to improve on that 5.83. This is the replay of Green's last wave. Beautiful surfing by Green, just beautiful cutback. Another beautiful cutback, kind of like a setup turn to find this section right here. Beautiful turn up the top, throwing lots of water. He just makes it look so easy, doesn't he? So smooth, he's surfing, beautiful style. Just so confident on his forehand.
And I just say once again, the quickness of his surfing. It's an element out there that is necessary. Now, a day like today, that is a major maneuver right there from Tiago Guerra. 8.16 what he needs now, though. So the first turn was big on the outside. If he gets something more on the inside, he is going to be in a good position in these last 3 minutes. He does. It's incomplete, though.
He's ripping on his backside, the Portuguese Tiago Guerra. Unfortunately, he fell off on that last turn, but that was a good wave for him.
Seems like he finally pushed enough, though, on the outside on this one. He was kind of holding back a little on the previous ones.
I'm sure he heard those scores, and he's like, okay, I have to really go for it if I want to make this heat.
There's Team Costa Rica, Father Hines the white beanie. Rest of the team pretty nervous because Carden gets dropped down to 4th. And he still surfed a good heat. He is the youngest surfer out of the 4 out there at the moment, though, in this heat. 14 years old from Playa Grande. 2 minutes. Last of Francis, 6.7. So in first. Arevalo down to 2nd place. And he's not going to wait around. Smart surfer here is Bastian. An awkward turn right there. Tried to push it as hard as he could. Nearly lost control of his fins. Into the lip once more. Carves it back. And goes for the rotation, so a cool reverse right there. Let's see if that potentially improves on the 5.83 or not. 90 seconds to go, and even if he doesn't, he was still on a wave, added some pressure to both blue and white here, as blue does get his best on his last, a 6.5. Now needing a 7.34, and Jogger, at least before the last of red, needing an excellent score, an 8.06, Sophia.
Yeah, that was a nice wave by red. Unfortunately, the wave kind of like, it didn't really have that wall the whole time. It kind of slowed down for a few sections, but still he surfed it really well. Bastian, it's going to be close to see if he can improve on that backup.
Gotta give him credit at least for going out there and still, you know, I like it when I see surfers that are in advancing positions surf like they were in 3rd and 4th still.
Exactly.
So
he knows he's not safe with the talent. This is the replay of Bastian's last wave. First good hack. Loses a little bit of control there, but still really good. He was able to manage to regain control. Second good turn up the top. This is where the wave kind of loses speed, but still he does a beautiful carve. And he's eyeing that last section. He knows it's important. He does a beautiful reverse, Bastian Arevalo from Peru.
And we're down to the final countdown. Heat leader Francis, he's gonna play some defense. Throws the tail, that's incomplete. Jogger on the outside of the whites. Had a paddle out of wave. Doesn't seem like he was able to get up in time. And both him and Tiago out of Portugal are gonna be eliminated. The last of red doesn't go into his top 2, it's a 4.77, but he is in 2nd place. He'll be advancing and surfing one more time this afternoon here in Punta Hermosa. And Caden Francis with a major victory, more than 15 points. Drops an 8.33 in the process. Another great heat. Heat 5 coming up after the break in South America. We're crowning world champions tomorrow here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves in Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Day 8 of competition out there in the water at the moment of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. It's round 4 of the boys U16, heat number 5 out there in the water at the moment. Live from Punta Rocas, Peru. Pablo Gabriel from Brazil in the red, Ocean Lancaster out of Australia in the blue, Luca Chipoco from Peru in the green, and Cash Suter is out there in the white jersey. Mitchell Salazar here with the always talented Sofia Milanovic. Another great heat, Brazil, Oz, Peru, and the US. So when you look at it on paper, this heat, easily when it comes to teams, all looking for the gold medal at the end of the event.
Yeah, what a heat we have in our hands. It's a super heat, really international field.
So Pablo Gabriel out there in the red, representing Brazil. He is from Cabo Frio in the state of Rio de Janeiro. Loves to surf, skate, play the drums. Won the Rip Curl Grom Search National Championship as well. And it seems like, at least what we're seeing on our scores monitor, there has already been a penalty. I would think it's a non-priority interference on green, and wonder how it happened. Live action though, Pablo Gabriel, Brazilian in red. A lot of flow, good surfing right there, very fast surfing as well from the surfer out of Rio. Here's the East Coaster out of the US, Cash Suter, representing Cape Hatteras in North Carolina. So there's been 2 surfers out of North Carolina that have been ISA gold medalists in the past. Ben Bourgeois, Stevie Pittman. This is Ocean Lancaster. Throwing a couple big swings on this one. Out of Merriweather, Newcastle in Australia, home of the great Mark Richards. You got a paddle battle between red and white at the moment. Seems like white with the clear inside and potentially going to be able to recover priority during this paddle battle right here. Although red gaining some ground, we shall see what our priority judge determines. So unfortunate, Sophia, we do see a penalty. And at the beginning of the heat, typically you only see non-priority interferences. That means your second best wave will be cut in half. And it's unfortunate, but Chipoco is going to have to surf with a different kind of mentality right here in the last 16 minutes of the heat.
Exactly, that's a bummer that happened in the first minute of the heat. We don't really know what happened, but I'm sure maybe they're gonna show us the replay soon. But still, everything is possible. He's an amazing surfer, Luca. He just needs to know what he needs to do, right? He has to get pretty much 2 excellent scores.
Here goes Cash Suter. Ooh. An incomplete maneuver right there on what seemed to be a wave with potential on the inside. This is the interference right here.
This is the replay. Oh.
Well, it's clearly a better right.
Yeah.
And blue had deeper positioning, and it's not only the interference, the surfing won't count either. So the wave that you get penalized on, Sophia, it does not count in your scoreline.
Oh, it does not. So you don't have a second wave.
So what happens if you interfere on somebody, that wave is a 0.
Okay.
You could surf it up to a 10, but it just doesn't count. So right here, that wave adding no value to his scoreline, and also signifying that his second best wave at the end of the heat will be cut in half. 14:30 on the clock. Let's go downstairs to Chris Cote with the young Caden Francis.
Yeah, we got a Snapper Rocks ripper here. Caden, you went out there and did your job, but I want to ask you, Team Australia has I guess what they're calling the tunnel of love, and you guys run through there and it just shoots you straight out of the heat. How does that set you up to get out there?
Yeah, it sets us up amazing. I mean, the Australian support this year is through the roof. We've got families, and then obviously the whole team, and just, yeah, I guess for today, like, emotions been running pretty high. A couple people have lost, and we just were like, need to bring something new, bring some new intensity, and we were like, let's do a little tunnel out to the water, get everyone fired up, and then a ring of fire when you come back in. So just makes it so much easier, go out there, surf your heat, just know everyone's backing you no matter what. So, yeah, it's been real good.
Now, what was your first thought when you got the call up to compete down here in Peru on your Australian national team?
I was just kind of blown away, honestly. Like, I didn't end up qualifying for it, and then there's obviously a couple wildcard spots. So to get the nod, to be able to represent your country, it's the biggest honour we have. And I just love my country and love the pride that we have for it, and yeah, it means a lot to be here, so I'm stoked.
Well, you definitely have a team with a lot of spirit. All right, overall team goals. I know you guys have been up and down on the current leaderboard. I think you're right there in that top 3, top 4 conversation. So what do you do from here to fire up your team, to get everybody going through?
I think we just continue that support. You know, we are defending champions, and we know that we know our surfers are capable of getting the medals and golds that we want, but there's a lot of competition this year, so we just got to just keep it going individually and then just bring the support for everyone, and hopefully we can bring it home.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
There we go. Good luck.
Wise words from the kid out of Coolangatta, Australia. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, I'm really bummed.
A few waves being ridden right there during the interview, and it seems like Lancaster dropping a 7.5 as his best in the process. Cash shooter at the moment, 35073. We saw a great wave by the local surfer in the green, Luca Chipoco. And Pablo Gabriel already has a 4. He's going to be improving on that 4 with another wave too. Great heat right here, Sofia. And as he pointed out, heat's not over yet for Chipoco. Dropped what seems to be a great wave right here. And of course, with a non-priority interference, it's only half of your second best wave. There's still time.
Yeah, for sure. There's still plenty of time. He just needs to, you know, get his mind into that thinking that he has to get 2 excellent scores. I think it's totally possible to make it through the heat. We only see 1 great score. That's from Ocean Lancaster. Then it's kind of open for that second place. That wave by Blue was so beautiful. Just that first turn he did was just so much power in it.
He has great lines, and that's kind of typical from the Australian surfers. Even if he's, you know, from primarily a beach break, he knows how to read a point break extremely well. Speaking of a great read, Chipoco on his last, he dropped a 6. Don't think this wave will really be a factor into his top 2 at the end of the heat. 11:20 on the clock. Waiting on a score for red, which is going to change the outcome of the standings at the moment. But you pointed out the Lancaster, just obviously great technique. He comes from a place with a lot of surfing heritage too, Sophia. Ryan Callanan, you have the great Mark Richards, Luke Egan, of course, one of my favorites, the powerhouse Matt Hoy, also from Newcastle, the home of Ocean Lancaster.
That turn was kind of like a Matt Hoy turn, right?
It had some esque to it, yeah. And he's not that big of a kid either, so he uses every single ounce of his weight and puts it into it. Last of red, Pablo Gabriel, 5.4. He takes the lead at the moment. Waiting on the last of green, Chipoco. 3.61 is what he at least needs to move up into second. Fisherman here, Sophia, looking for our lunch this afternoon. I had a great ceviche yesterday, by the way. Las Olas in San Bartolo. Big fan. Love a bit of everything. Some octopus, some fish. Of course, langostino is what you call shrimp here.
Yeah, great seafood here in Peru.
Any other dishes that we should try in the next 48 hours? We got 2 days left here at the event.
There is so many.
Too many sometimes.
Too many. Peru has amazing food.
So just under 10 minutes, it's not enough for Chipoco in the green to move up into second. So that second score is going to be cut in half. It's a 1.75 at the end. So White Suitor out there with second priority. He needs a 4.31. Ocean Lancaster in second. Low score is a 0.3. He needs less than a 2 to retake the lead. And he's going to use his first priority, going right again. Little stuck right there on that opening carve. Down the line snap. Roundhouse cutback. Nice open arm extension right there with that fully committed roundhouse. He's going to kick out, so should be seeing him improve drastically on the 0-3 as the backup. Meanwhile, the Brazilian Gabriel catching up with him at the tail end of his ride. Team Australia on screen. They're looking for back-to-back advancements in heats. Saw Caden Francis win his last heat, and Ocean Lancaster out there right now.
With 8 minutes and a half left, you have Brazilian Paulo Gabriel in that first place. Second place, Ocean Lancaster. But I think this last wave of him is going to put him into the lead. I think Luca just needs to focus on being really selective with his wave choice.
Well, an 8 might be something that he's needing at this point of the heat too. Suter on the backhand, looking for that big blow tail on the left. 8 minutes. There's the US team. Very quiet at the moment. We got Cash out there right now in the white. So North Carolina, they have great waves. Not the most consistent of places on the East Coast, but when it gets good, Sophia, especially where he's from in the Outer Banks, you could get the best wave of your life right there. Brett Barley from the area, Fisher, Hunter Heverly, a couple of great standouts from North Carolina as well, but 2 ISA gold medalists in the past at the junior level. The great Ben Bourgeois, one of the best styles, I'd say, to ever come out of the East Coast of the United States. And Stevie Pittman won gold in the U16s back in 2015. That was in Oceanside. There's the Brazilian team. And the gentleman to the left, head coach Paulo Moura. He's from your timeline too.
Great goofy footer, Paulo Moura.
He goes out there with the kids and still shows them who's boss every now and then
Yeah,
too.
he rips. Beautiful style too.
And I don't know what he's done too, but he is in fantastic shape. He surfs better than about 80% of the world population and catches just as many waves as the kids do. Lancaster drops a 5.93. He takes the lead, quick in and out right there for blue. Cash catching up with him. He needs a 5.9 in the white, 6.5 on the clock. And Chipoco, well, he has the 6. Right now he's needing a 6.4 for second place at the very least. And it seems like having a look right here at this left. Goofy footer at a Punta Hermosa. Long extended bottom turn. Good wrap right there in the pocket from Chipoco. Another one. Fully committed to the rail surfing right here for Luca. Wave. Shouldering off. He's forced to kick out. Now catching up with Suter once again. On the right-hander. On the inside. I caught this wave paddling back out. 5.5 on the clock. Now the Brazilian Gabriel. Into the lip. Big blowtail right there. Powerful surfing by the surfer out of Rio de Janeiro. Kick stall. Maybe one more section on the inside. And something wrapped around his neck. Not sure what it is, but he's got something hanging off of the jersey right there. 5 minutes on the clock. And Lancaster with a strong lead here, Sophia. 7.5, 5.93. And back to your point about Chipoco, now he needs to surf something excellent, really, to make it out of this heat.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to pick his waves right and really take advantage of those sections. I would even think he needs to do some progressive things. He's great doing progressive surfing, so I think he's going to have to risk to get that score. With just 4 minutes and a half to go, he needs to go for it. He can do it. He's a really talented surfer, so let's see what happens. We have Ocean Lancaster from Australia, solid in that first place, showing some amazing surfing. And the Brazilian Paulo Gabriel with a 5.8 and 5.4, surfing really well too. Beautiful surfing, really aggressive style. And then we have the Peruvian in that third place, needing an 8.20. And Cash Suter from America, needing a 7.70.
Well, and Chipoco has proven in the past that he has what it takes to become South American champion. 15, loves Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and working out. Up again, nice flow. Needs something crazy though, that'll help. Slid the fins in the pocket, he's gonna kick out with some authority. So, you know, the 8.2 on one wave is the goal, but if he improves on the 6, the requirement keeps going down.
Exactly.
It's so hard in the moment though, isn't it, Sophia? Telling yourself that I still can improve on the one score that I have. I don't necessarily need to go just straight for the 8 afterwards, but perhaps with the time limit that he has right now, 3 minutes 20, that might be the only case that he truly does have at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I think he just needs to risk a little bit. I think that's what the judges want to see. Push it through those turns.
Waiting on a score for Chipoco. His previous one, 4.87. That's counting as his backup at the moment. The last one of Gabriel, it doesn't go into his top 2. It's a 4.73, so the requirements are still the exact same for both Suter and Chipoco. Here goes the Brazilian in red, though. 7.63 would give him the lead. You see the reaction right there. A bit bummed that he went on that wave and gave up priority and positioning. And the Aussies, well, they're quiet at the moment. They got their surfer in the lead by a large margin, Sophia, and both Caden Francis, Ocean Lancaster, they are proving why they're world-class surfers at the moment. Lancaster out there, it's his 2nd year in a row representing Australia as well. Some last year in El Salvador. Now in his last year as a competitor right here in the U16s. Loves to skate, video games, trying different food. Catching up with Gabriel. This kid is 16 and he throws water like if he were 30.
Yeah, he's super powerful.
He's got excellent timing too. And just like yourself, you can be a smaller surfer, but if it comes down to the placement of the turn, the board on the right section, especially at the right time, you can get a lot of spray. Suter right here, he might be needing something larger than the 6.5 now. This is good surfing, but needs really a steep section. Much better here on the inside. And Cash, it's a good wave. But before the last of red, he was needing a 6.5.
Good surfing by White. I feel that's his best wave, for sure.
A little over a minute. Waiting on scores for both red and white at the moment. Lancaster, 5.93 is backup. He hasn't moved in a while. He is content with just waiting this heat out. Smart decision. Nobody's really touching you when it comes to the lead at the moment. Why even risk anything? We already saw an interference in this heat. And the last of Gabriel, it doesn't improve. It's a 4.77. Last of Green, 4.97. Still not enough. Now waiting on the last of White. And as you said, his best, but is it a 6.5 or better? 25 seconds.
Not much time left, 20 seconds. We see Green paddling really hard for that wave.
Oh, this is going to be his last chance. And he needs to get up before the buzzer sounds. Lancaster does have priority in the blue, though. And he wasn't able to get it. So this wave does count. Chipoco needs an 8.2 or better. Couple of good turns so far. Nice flow. Wants to get on rail. And that was impressive surfing. But I don't think it's excellent surfing, Sophia. He's going to fall short of the 8.2. And it's going to be Lancaster and Gabriel moving through right here in heat number 5. An impressive performance. A dominant performance, that one too, from Ocean Lancaster from Australia. And it's back-to-back heat wins for the Aussies. The Brazilian advancing in 2nd place. Cash Shooter's last of 4.97. It wasn't enough for 2nd place. And the last of Green Chipoco, 4.27. Back-to-back bangers of heats. We got the last one of the boys U16 round. Don't miss it. Fireworks after the break.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago.
but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Four of the most highly touted prospects out there in the boys U16 out there at the moment. Artur Vilar, Aditya Somia, Jaime Veselko, and Thiago Passetti, the four members of our last heat of round 4 of the boys U16. That's Artur Vilar from Brazil in the red. Mitchell Salazar here with the great Peruvian legend, Sofia Milanovic. Soph, I'm telling you, every heat is great. I think we get a bit repetitive in saying it, but this heat right here is outstanding.
Yeah, we have an amazing heat right here with Brazil, Indonesia, Portugal, and Argentina. Super international heat. Great surfers, and we have great waves, so
yep,
that's really good.
Consistent, real fun. There's been an increase as well right here. Vilar out of Brazil. He is from the same place that Italo Ferreira comes from, in the northeast. Bahia Formosa. Aditya Somia, he's been absolutely impressive so far this week. Jaime Veselko out of Portugal. Father Joe from Huntington Beach, California. Got to surf with his dad quite often, and Jaime has actually spent a good amount of time both competing in the U.S. and spending a lot of time in Southern California. And Thiago Passetti, he needs no introduction. He was a finalist last year in the boys U16, so already has a medal. And he is one of these surfers out of Argentina, one of the 57 national teams, 427 athletes across 4 divisions. 10 former medalists returning at this year's event, and a couple of gold medalists also here at the World Juniors once again. So Vilar, just a quick opener, 0-5. Somia from Indonesia waiting on his opener. Same thing for Veselko and Passetti. His dad, Martin, an international superstar when it came to Latin American surfing in the 90s and 2000s. Now, of course, the team coach for Argentina right here at the juniors.
Yeah, Martin Passetti is a legend of Latin surfing. So much respect for him and his family. And wow, Thiago is surfing so good. He just came from winning 2 back-to-back contests from the Alas Global Tour.
Yep.
In the open division. So he's carrying a lot of good energy. You know, like he's carrying some really good momentum. You can just tell, I think he got like a 9-point ride at the beginning of the contest, and he was just ripping.
It's one thing when you impress, you know, the audience. When you impress your peers, and especially winning open events, he's 16. That's just not anybody out there right now. The kid works for it. He's obviously extremely talented, but at this point of his career, it's either going way up or you can eventually go down too. He does not want to do that at the moment. He's got an outstanding cast of surfers out there at the moment though. So Mia, he's no slouch, great competitor. Veselko, as you saw right there, they're playing cat and mouse. I like to see that. Hustling for positioning. And Vilar, young surfer out of Brazil. Everybody's seen the clips that he has posted with his corrupt flips and whatnot. With a break in the action, let's go down to Chris with Ocean Lancaster.
Yeah, thanks, team. You know, Newcastle, Australia has produced some of the world's best surfers. Here's one of them right here. Ocean, you're looking really calm, confident, feeling good after that heat. You said getting an early start is paramount to success today.
Yeah, well, I had my second round heat out here, and I didn't catch a wave for majority of the heat, and then the nerves were definitely right there at the end of the heat. So I kind of wanted to just get a quick start and just build my way into the heat. And I had like that little paddle with green, and I thought it could have gone an inno either way. But I just kind of try to be confident and make it look like I was taking that wave, and I felt like that's why I didn't get an inno. So I was pretty happy with how the start of the heat played out, and then I just felt like, all right, time to get a wave. And I've been doing those, they're my trademark hacks, and I've been really working on them while I've been here. So yeah, it felt good to get one of them at the start of the heat, and yeah, definitely eased the nerves.
I'd like to learn how to do hacks like that. You know, there's a festive atmosphere here in the contest site. It's getting very loud. Do you feel like we're sensing a momentum shift? There's something happening right now for Team Australia.
Yeah, I feel like we're just all bonded like crazy now. Like everyone is just a big, massive family. There's like 30 of us. We got all the parents, we got all the groms, we got all our coaches, we got everyone over here. So it's sick to just have such a big family, and you can definitely feel the energy when you're sitting out of the water after each wave. It fires you up. So yeah, I'm frothing to get that one out of the way and on to the next.
Feel your energy, bro. Hey, good luck moving forward. Ocean.
From the Steel City, Newcastle well represented here at the ISA World Junior Championship. Chris ain't the only one. I also want to know how to do a carve like the ones that Ocean does. 13:30 to go. Villar with the 05. Did see a wave ridden by Somia. Very good stuff. Quality. And very quick surfing by Aditya. Seems like a wave broke right there, but both white and green deciding not to go. Veselko on the outside with better positioning. They're going to let that go as well. And red on the corner, he's going to have to duck dive too. So 7 minutes gone by, Sophia. Really the only score of magnitude is the one of blue that we're still waiting on the score.
Yeah, that was a really good wave by the Indonesian. I'm also impressed by the Indonesian team. Such good surfing from all the competitors.
I'd say their best year by a mile too. 5 points by Somia. Kid was able to compete at the Ribco Gromsearch International Final. Also won the Padang Cup, Sophia.
Great surfing by Blue. That first turn, totally attacking that lip. Second, beautiful turn. Third turn, he kicks out, but that was the best wave of the heat till now. That first turn, some really nice. Second turn, throwing some water.
Love how much flow he has right there too. Sharp eye looks good. And then, as you said, they've always been qualified, obviously, the waves, the surfers, but did they really need to go out and pursue proving that they were the best surfers in the world, though? And I think now we're seeing that a lot more. You know, people go there to surf. They were staying at home the entire time. Now they're leaving to go prove that they do have some of the best surfers in the world competitively.
Of course.
I mean, yourself too, you come from an area that has a large amount of waves, different waves. This kid, same thing. Getting to surf Ulus and Karamas on a daily basis, it doesn't sound too bad to me. But he's out here in Peru, looking to get a gold medal. Major combo on the outside. Somehow pulls that last turn off. And just a ridiculous combination right there from Somia. Villar on the outside, he's surfing a smart heat too, has the 05. Everybody else on the outside, well, they're hustling for positioning. Artur said, you guys can keep doing that between the two of you. I'll go out there and surf. 11 minutes to go.
I really like that last wave of Blue. I think it showed like different lines. You know, it was more like a raw surfing. I think that judges are gonna like that. It was really spontaneous, powerful surfing, and it's good to see different lines too, right?
It presents something different. It's not repetitive.
Exactly.
For the judges, it can get a little stale, you know, and you reserve those big numbers for something sporadic, spontaneous, as you said. Already has a 5. Definitely going to be extending his lead right here. Rizal Tanjung, Marlon Gerber, Garut Widiarta, TB Jabrik, the head coach and the manager for the team.
This is a replay of Blue.
Old
this
pros
first
from
turn.
Indo.
Wow, beautiful turn by Blue. And he does this other turn. Wow, throwing so much water. Beautiful laybacks up the top.
That last one, though, was awkward, but at the same time, because it was awkward, it was cool.
Yeah, it was cool looking, for sure.
Veselko, he's up. His first wave. just under 10 minutes. Big turn right there on the outside. Nice timing. Brings it back. He's riding silver surfboards by Tico and Teco. They're from Brazil. He's been spending a lot of time down there too, preparing for big events like this. A lot in the wave pool, Sophia. So another product of how good those wave pools have been to these surfers. 717, the last of Somia extends his lead. Last of Red, Vilar, 3.5. Seems like Passetti now with priority, having a look at this. And he's up. Kind of a double clutch on the bottom turn. Critical first maneuver, wraps it back all the way. Wave going fat. And he's gonna kick out, so solid combo. And it's gonna be matching at least one of the mid-range scores in this heat, Sophia. 8:50 to go.
Yeah, he waited a long time for that first wave, Thiago Passetti. It was a nice wave. You could just see like how powerful he is in his surfing. So I think he's just gonna paddle hard and go for that second one. This is the replay of Thiago. His first move, he really pushes the tail on that first move. Second, beautiful wraparound. That's one last turn. Lots of power to finish that wave. Good start for Thiago. And this is that last wave of blue. Wow, I really like that turn. Beautiful layback. Look at that bottom turn, how deep it is. Looking for that second section.
It's so weird. The border was going one way, his body was going the other.
Yeah, that was that. Actually, that was the third turn on that wave, right? That the one that he got the 7.17. Yeah, that was. I mean, it looked like he lost control, but he really didn't. Right?
It was
just
planned.
Yeah, it was a different turn, but it looked so cool.
So 5-5 for Veselko in green, the Portuguese. Vilar now, he goes major on the outside. It's incomplete though. So missed chance right there from Artur. Waiting on the opener of Passetti in the white. Here's blue, the heat leader, Somia. Backup score at the moment of 5. Once again, goes full Hail Mary on the outside. Slides the fins. Whoa! And just a bit too hard right there on the third one, but he'll get credit for the first two.
Yeah.
Still
He's
impactful.
like a layback specialist.
Yeah. He's got it on lock. So waiting on a score for white Passetti, it'll kind of get or give us an understanding of where he sits in the heat at the moment. Somia, though, I love how he either goes 0 or 100. There's no in between, Sophia, for him.
Some waves at the back. Priority number 1 is with green, the Portuguese, and priority number 2 is with the Argentinian, Thiago Passetti. It's going to be interesting how much Thiago got for that last wave.
And a big set, too. This might be one of the biggest ones we've seen all day. So the opener of Passetti, 6-5. Seems like judges really appreciating the first turn on that wave. Veselko gets a 5-5. That means it's a tight race for second place at the moment. Fade from Veselko is going to end up going left, though. Major first turn. Larger size set wave. Into the lip for the second one. Great pace on this for Jaime. Once again, setup maneuver in the pocket. This wave just offering up a ton of sections. A lot of great energy on this one for Veselko. And that's how he's going to close out this wave. Passetti now. Cut into him on the right. Slopier one. Good engagement of the rails in the pocket. Great pace too. He loves it. We did not see what happened on the outside for white, but he is super excited. 5 minutes 20. And I think even Somia, who's had a great heat in the blue, he's got to be careful in the lead. 5 minutes here.
For sure, that was a great exchange for both surfers. That wave for Jaime Veselko, it just like kept showing up for him, right? Like section after section all the way in. That was a beautiful left by green, and that wave by Thiago Passetti. We just saw the last part of it. I'm sure they're going to show us the replay, but he just looked really happy with that wave.
Down to 5 minutes. Vilar the prospect out of Brazil. He's going to need 2 new scores to potentially advance out of this heat right here. As advertised, fireworks. He's going to let that one go. So Mia says, I'll take it if you don't want it. He's up, the current heat leader. Wow. Lot of spray. How's the timing on the first one? A great roundhouse cutback. But unfortunately, that wave goes flat afterwards. Previous one, 417, it doesn't change anything for him. But we have seen judges take into account one major turn on the outside could get you a mid-range score.
Yeah, I think that's going to be close to improve on that 5. That first turn was just so powerful, right on the place, so precise.
Quality moment, right, Soph?
I really liked that turn. Let's see what the judges think.
More waves outside. They got to get to work because these surfers are probably going to be up in the next few minutes too. 3 minutes 40. So waiting on scores, substantial ones for both green and white. Potentially an improvement for blue too.
What a heat, Mitch.
That's the thing about this round, at this event. You come to the pointy end, everybody's close to qualifying for the finals. It's now or never, Sophia. You either keep advancing or you have to always pose the question, what if? Red has priority, decides to let those first 2 go by. Veselko, he's close to recovering positioning over by the left. And it seems like Red, Artur, he's up, using priority. Got to be thinking of seeing 2 major scores now. First crack is good. Second turn is incredible, but it's incomplete. 2 minutes 40. Green Veselko, no go. All right, judges got a lot of playing up right, or a lot of catching up to do. 4-5, the last of blue, it doesn't improve. Now waiting for the scores for both Passetti and Veselko right here.
That's going to be some really important scores for both green and white to see how the situation is.
And Passetti in the white does recover priority. 817 for green. Giant Veselko drops the high mark of the heat so far. An excellent score, 2 minutes to go. Waiting on one for white. Needs a 5-6-8 or better. Would not be surprised to see blue go down to 3rd right here, Sophia. And the kid, you know, he has surfed not only an incredible heat. Majority of the heats out there in this event, he'd be advancing with the total that he currently has. Not in this one though. 90 seconds. Vilar hunting on the inside for anything. And we caught up with Thiago on the inside. Seems like he did do something substantial on the outside. Only needs a mid-range score.
And if he's happy, he's such a talented surfer.
Right.
If he likes the wave, it was probably a good wave.
He knows, right?
Exactly.
He has priority as well here. And Veselko's interested. He's going to go. Probably smart not to wait around. Ends up going right. Vilar's going to go left. He's now in a combination situation. Nice floater. Needs at least a 3-6-7 to break combo. 40 seconds though. Has to go huge. Incomplete blowtail. Veselko right there. Caught up with him right at the end. Trying to improve on a 5-5. And the last of Passetti, a 7-8-3, 30 seconds. That means that Somia down to 3rd. Needs a 6-5-1 or better now. There's a wave coming through. And this is gonna break. 15 seconds. Can he get up to his feet? He can. He needs a 6-5-1 or better. That is without considering the last of Veselko in green.
Hey, for sure. Oh.
And either way, it ain't gonna be enough. What a change of directions at the end of the heat. Basseri, Veselko, regardless if they end up 1 and 2 or 2 and 1 in this heat, they're both advancing. And a heavyweight clash right here is going to end up with the Argentinian and the Portuguese moving through. Thiago right here just going to town at the end. Don't know if that wave counted or not. What a crazy heat.
What a heat. Amazing waves by all competitors. Great surfing. Lots of changes too in the heat. That keeps it really interesting.
And this is what we didn't see on the outside from Veselko, Sofia.
Wow. Unleashing. Veselko surfing so good. Wow. That was really good surfing by the Portuguese.
So waiting on this score right here, but regardless of it changing the situation, he will be advancing in either first or second place. Veselko, Basseri moving through. More action coming back after the break in Peru for the ISA World Juniors.
After yet another incredible day of competition here on day 6, let's take a look at your top performers. High speed, big score. Aisha Rato with an 850. Bailey Turner from Team USA shreds her way to an 843.
Range and unleashes on the biggest turn, the biggest 2 turns that we've seen in the heat.
I'm really happy to have gotten that last wave because like I had 2 good ones, but I really wanted to show how I surf.
Tiger Abubo from Team Hawaii came through with an 850.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, representing Hawaii is sick. All the boys are so cool, and it's a fun trip. And we're here, we're surfing, we're having fun.
Tune in tomorrow at 7 a.m. We will be live from Punta Rocas here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
We're back for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships here at Punta Rocas in Peru. And we're 1 day away from finals as we head into a new division out in the lineup right now. We've just wrapped up the under 16 boys with Jamie Veselko taking out the win for Team Portugal. We'll be hearing from him shortly. As we head now into our girls under 18s division. This is their round number 5, which is their quarterfinals. Advancing through to this sets them up into the top 6 surfers for the semifinals coming up tomorrow.
That is a huge feat, but it starts, you know, the nerves can really start gaining as well because it's 4 of those top 6 that will be walking away with a medal around their neck.
That's right. We've got 12 surfers in the lineup, or sorry, 12 surfers in the draw for this round. That would be a huge heat. 12 surfers out there right now with how slow it is. And the great thing now, the perspective has changed. There's only 4 people in the water right now, and there are some great opportunities ahead of us. We haven't seen the countdown for that next heat start just yet, as you can even just check the, you know, the scores of the top right, left hand of the screen there. Just waiting for that to reset from the judging panel upstairs, as we have yet to get this heat underway. That's why no one had a look at that opening ride.
Yeah, Jamie Veselko getting an incredible heat, an 817 and a 7.7 in that heat prior to round out the boys. You 16. So that surely pumped up these girls, knowing that there is incredible surfing to be had.
Well, even that, there was a 7.83 from Tiago Passeri for Argentina, who was able to sneak away with second, and Aditya Somia from Indonesia dropped a 7.17, but didn't have a strong enough backup score to keep himself advancing. So in that heat, there were 3 sevens and an 8-point ride, a 6 in the draw, and multiple 5s. So, you know, tons and tons of scoring opportunity out there.
The cheers are getting louder. That tension and excitement from the teams on the beach is continuing to increase as well.
As we see the countdown begin now for heat number 1, round 5 of the under-18 girls. This is the quarterfinals set. And surfers out of this will advance through to the semifinals tomorrow. Out in the water right now, Tahiti, Puerto Rico, USA, and Brazil, as we see the Tahitian in Raipo Chapelier up and riding on her backhand into that smooth opening arc, drives through that second turn, just gets a little caught there, unfortunately, with a stumble. She's going to try and gain some momentum, won't be able to. But what we're seeing on the outside from Linnea Mons is going to set the standard here in the under-18 girls. Incredible rail work on her forehand for the surfer out of the USA. And this is going to be an exceptional way to kick off her campaign here in round 5. There's even more coming down the line.
Keep
is
it
she
going.
going to be able to tag a decent end section to just put the punctuation on the rest of that wave? What a way to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. Judges, we'll see where they go with that. I could see that starting off excellent, to be honest, Shannon.
Easily.
And even if it doesn't go excellent score-wise, that was excellent surfing. I'm so impressed by Linnea Mons and how she read that wave, how she timed that. She's looking in rhythm.
Wow, that was incredible. You know, swinging straight from that opening ride of Raipo, where we were hopeful she was going to find some rhythm, just kind of came stuck after that opening turn. Then to lock into Linnea down the line, it's now Laura Mendelli for Team Brazil who's up and riding. Eyeing off the lefts here as they're really shaping up at Punta Rocas this afternoon. We're approaching that high tide in a few hours. We're in that mid-tide space right now, and it just seems to be the absolute sweet spot for the conditions that we have as that tide is rising. And it's just giving that little push to the swell that's still out, lingering off the coastline here. These 3 surfers waiting for scores now up against Myanmar Soto Perez from Puerto Rico. She's got a 0.5 on the board, and that will set her into first priority now out the back, as she had a quick in and out for the start of her campaign.
Yeah, I like that we have a quick start for all of our surfers, opening up with still just 17 minutes remaining. I mean, that just shows, I think, that they were watching that heat before and chomping at the bit, especially the fact that they had to sit out there and let sets go underneath them. And you want to, the more you have to wait, the more tension that builds, and you just want to get surfing. That's what it's about, and then that's when you can feel your loosest.
Well, taking a look at those team points, we do already have some changes to them, but knowing coming in today that it was Brazil, USA, Australia, Peru holding on to those first 4 positions. Spain in that conversation as well at the start of the morning still had the chance to walk away as the team gold medalists if, you know, the rest of the teams ahead of Spain had shockers in these opening rounds this morning. That said, Team USA and Team Brazil have both had some strong performances, at least in the under 16 and under 18 boys, and we'll see how those points continue to shape up through the day. At the moment, it's our USA surfer, the silver medalist from 2023 in the under 16s division for the World Juniors, just dropped an 8.5 to kick off her campaign, and she's going for that gold medal this year.
Makes sense. We felt it was excellent from that first watch. Let's take a look at our Tahitian surfer opening ride. This one came through as at 317, so judges appreciating that first turn, but the wave not really offering anything else, and that's where you could see it. A really interesting takeoff though, Shannon. So
we missed that.
We did. Linnea crossing that front line of Myanmar.
Okay, so live action, we'll track with this now for Raipo, with a great looking backhand attack here. The young surfer was competing across both divisions for Tahiti, and she actually fell out of the under 16s in the same round that she won in the under 18s. As we take a look at her put on a nice clean touch to kick off her second ride, a 3.17. So that's going to be an important wave for her. And out in the water at the moment, it is our surfer in the blue jersey, Myanmar, who's sitting with first priority. So that 0.5 on the board came from a little crossover on the takeoff with Linnea Mons, who scored an 8.5. And we will see if there's anything that comes through from an interference perspective, a non-priority interference, as it was the start of the heat between blue and green. At this stage, we don't see anything on the scoreboard, but judges are catching up with scores as well.
That would be a real shame to see that happen. I'm not sure who it would be awarded to either, because we just got that tight look at it as we track back down on this 8.5. We saw that take off, a quick look at it, and Linnea just had a really nice read of this wave. Her timing was great, showing variety and clean surfing all the way through. Finishes it off, but then sees, wait, it's standing back up, and gets one more little hit here and cuts out cleanly. That is exactly how you want to start a heat. Comparing that to Laura's 3.57 on a left as well. A nice opening wrap. Second carve looking really strong, but then it just peters out. So clear difference, Shannon, between those waves that just offer those first two turn opportunities and then those waves that offer, you know, 5, 6, 7, or 8 maneuvers like we saw from Linnea.
Yeah, wow. I mean, incredible kickoff there for Linnea out of Atlantic Beach on the east coast of the U.S. The Florida surfer looking very sharp in the water right now. And a 5.17 drops in for the second wave of the Tahitian. And she is going to be sitting in the second position now with that 3.17 as her backup score. A 3.57 was the opener of Laura that we just had another look at. And that's going to give her second priority in the water just behind Myanmar, who's been holding on to that first priority since that kind of opening crossover. And so far, we haven't seen any interference come through from the board, you know, from the judges' tower upstairs.
If we had a surfer with established priority, I think we'd be talking through a very different situation. I'm surprised to see at the aggression from both girls. And what we haven't been able to really review that the judges would be reviewing is which was the predominant wave, which was the predominant way to go. Was it a right or a left? So let's say Linnea went and crossed in front of Myanmar's line, and then that wave just shut down. They'd go, well, that was predominantly a right-hand wave, and so Myanmar on that predominant looking side may have been awarded favorably in that situation. So maybe there wasn't really much opportunity on the right. We obviously saw the left had amazing opportunity, and so the fact that it didn't disrupt Linnea's line is making me think why we aren't seeing any movements from the judges in an interference way.
Or an interference then deemed on blue, who's now up and riding in Myanmar. Beautiful opening couple wraps as she continues down the line. Found that next section and just driving back as she sets it up down the line. And she's looking for a tight finish here. Just shaking off that opening scenario of, you know, wanting to get herself into a great looking wave. It's now taken her the first half of this heat really to find that first opportunity, and she capitalizes on it well. She'll chip away at that 7.84.
Yeah, so that requirement building up quick, especially because of that excellent ride from Linnea, but it's Rapoe who is getting those two wave opportunities right now, building up her scoreline. A 5.17 looking really strong, so she's now looking to utilize that third priority. Maybe we'll find her staying busy under priority. So we see a paddle and a peak approaching the surfers right now.
Currently it is white with first priority, green with second priority. White and green sitting on the kind of same peak on the left, and red just with a little space away from the other two. We may see a little paddle here if this wave starts to stand up, just not quite. And this wave just behind, though, will certainly offer some scoring potential to whoever decides to take a look. As we see that wind starting to just puff a little bit stronger, and it's going to be Laura using her first priority on this wave, chasing down a 4.78 right now to make a difference, and hooks into that second turn, dropping a lot of spray off of the third as well. As this wave continues to open up down the line, it seems to be a little flatter from the angle that we're looking at from here. And she does well, though, to capitalize on that in-section finish. Linnea up and riding now. She's got a lot of natural speed in her surfing, just easily carrying her through section after section. She'll back up the 8.5.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what she did on the outside there. Laura getting a really good ride to her name as well. So scores to drop.
Up and riding now, it's Myanmar. Soto Perez, just a quick little foam climb. She'll take a dive. And her last score dropped in as a 6.67. That's a fantastic way to kick off that last right. Had a lot of scoring potential to it, and the judges liked the look of it for the Puerto Rican.
Yeah, honestly, that kind of went under my recognition. I did not, I mean, it went up there. It was great surfing, but I was so distracted by those excellent scores that we've seen drop so far. That's really great, putting her in a strong position.
9 minutes on the clock, and that last heat saw excellence out of Jamie Vaselko for Portugal. He's on the glass with Chris.
But hey, incredible surfing. Oh, sorry, we were talking about his name, Jamie, Coco, Kiko. Now I'm getting confused. Anyway, excellent surfing out there. What was going on in your mind as you paddled out in that heat, knowing that you were going up against such amazing surfers?
I was pretty confident before I went in the water. I knew I could do really good. Didn't start as I wanted to. I got a really, really slow start. But I totally believed I could have turned the heat around and started with a 5.5 because kind of already needed to get a wave through. Then I saw the set coming and I saw it was going to be really good left. Surfed it all the way down solid, try not to push too much. And then it was already finishing the heat. I needed it to make maybe a little better backup to make sure I would win the heat. And yeah, ended up going my way, so stoked.
Well, you have a champion in your family, your older sister, a world champion. I know you were at the event, and you've seen her take huge wins in her early career. Does that inspire you to, make the family name proud, to try to catch up to your sister?
Yeah, totally. Having a sister that was a world champ, doing really good in the Challenger Series, makes me believe I can do the same and hopefully even better one day. I don't know. Hopefully we do the best career ever. So yeah, she gives me some confidence.
Well, surfing like that, there could be 2 Vaselko champs in the family. Congratulations, good luck moving through.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from another Vaselko. We have seen his sister Kika compete on this stage and the World Surfing Games stage for many years now. Of course, taking out that WSL junior title for a world title just a couple years ago, and it's going to be exciting to see if she's able to, solidify herself as one of those Portuguese surfers that gets up in the likes of a Yolanda Hopkins, of a Teresa Bombolo in that championship tour conversation. But Jamie looking very sharp out here with the chance to bring home another medal for the family and some positioning out in the water. It's going to be our priority leader in the red jersey up and riding on this wave. Already with a 5.17 and that 3.17 on the board. Wraps it around for that second turn and just looking to see if she can kind of transition through to that inside section as it doesn't offer much more.
Yeah, as we saw scores drop in over that interview, and our USA surfer has a commanding lead now on this heat.
Wow, well that 8.5 to open up with, backs it with a 6.17 from just her second ride. And now we'll track with Myanmar, who opened again with that 6.67. The power in her surfing is really, unmatched within what we've been seeing through surfing in this division. She just needs to really get herself into those waves that offer the opportunity to put that board on rail as we see her wrap through another smaller size wave on the inside.
Yeah, and only looking for 2.67 So I'm sure we will see a situation change, and the judges were quick for it.
Yeah, it's a 4.33 for Lasta Myanmar. No surprise as she moves into that second position.
Yeah, a really powerful surfer. So now the heat is set with 5.5 minutes remaining, just under. Laura needs a 5.24. Rapoe needs a 5.84. So those are kind of those requirements now that they're going to run with. They're going to keep those fives within their scoreline, healthy scores for them to have. But there is that requirement and that pressure on them into these next 5 minutes.
Yeah, only 5 minutes remaining. And it's been an impressive 15 minutes so far with the scores that we're seeing across the board. At least 5s on the board for each of our surfers, but then reaching into that 6 and 8 point range for our 2 in the leading positions. As it is White sitting with first priority next to her name for the Brazilian. She would chase down a 5.24 to take the advancing spot away from Myanmar. As we see this next wave approaching. Couple little ribs starting to come across the face of the waves from that wind that's just lightly picking up over the last hour or so. Still some glassy faces though when these surfers are able to luck into a wave that offers something like that 8.5 we saw of Linnea. And White now putting herself into position here. She's not going to take off, and so it's going to give Raipo down the line the opportunity to find herself another wave. Clean face, and it's going to start to bowl up here and give her a nice critical section to lay into. Full snap on her backhand. Gets a little caught up on the finish of that turn though, but makes the adjustment perfectly to tag the end section.
Okay, now we're talking. That I think could be in competition for that 5.84. We'll see if there's a situation change. And of course, Myanmar has that opportunity to try and build upon that 4.33 as well to take it back. But with that end maneuver, Shannon, as well, the way she really pushed on those fins, that kind of took that up another level for me from maybe that beginning of that 5s to potentially reaching that requirement of that high 5.
Score to drop now for last of Raipo in the 4th place position right now. Needing that 5.84. to take away the advancing position. And it's just so tight out. You know, at this stage of competition, everyone's starting to really push the boundaries, like you were saying, with that last turn for red, and needing to put everything else really on the line here as scores are just dropping in. The requirement was a 5.84, and it falls just shy of that as a 5.23. It does chip away slightly at her requirement, but that's unfortunate as, you know, she was just so close to being able to sneak into that advancing position. There is still 2.5 minutes on the clock, but it's now going to work in advantage of Myanmar, who will have the higher priority.
Yeah, that's always a painful one when you get so close and it comes up just half a point shy. You know, those are things that you look back on going, what, maybe could I have done more on the wave? But sometimes the wave just doesn't necessarily allow it. And maybe that had that kind of score potential of a mid 3 to 4, and she surfed it above the potential to it and got it up into those 5s, because I really appreciated the surfing that she did on it.
I think sometimes, Rachel, you should read my mind.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you just said exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, fantastic.
Surfed that wave up in potential, so that's a bonus. Unfortunately, it wasn't slightly bigger, had maybe one more section to it as well.
I think that's probably what her family was thinking
Yeah.
as well, watching at home. As we see, maybe she's going to keep busy. Sometimes it can be a blessing being in that less priority, try and separate from the pack and get busy, but she's deciding to remain with the pack. If I were Myanmar, I would be going and sitting on top of her and following her out. I don't know why she's letting Raipoe get away from the pack.
That's right. The 18-year-old Myanmar with that 3rd priority does have higher priority than the surfer just beneath her. And it scores in a similar range, in that mid-range 5 that it would take to get the advancing position. As we take a look now at Raipo, so she's going to redirect on the takeoff, eyeing up this next section. It's a small flat wave. It's not going to have that scoring potential in it regardless. As Laura is now up and riding, She had higher priority than Myanmar, so she was able to get into this ride, only chasing down that 5.24 for the Brazilian. Throws in that kind of stalled check on the inside, hoping this wave gives her more. That was a nice finishing turn. A 5.24 requirement.
So basically what we saw from Rapoe on her previous one, because it came through as a 5.23, we have to, the judges are going to compare, is it around that exact scale? We've already deemed what we think is that requirement or what that score looks like. And judges are quick to drop it. It's not enough.
Well, the score is in a 3.73. We did miss the outside section, so clearly not quite as much as what Raipo had on hers. But with that said, it's going to work in favor as this set is approaching, but it's just seconds too late for the surfers in the bottom half of the field. And it's going to be Linnea Mons, who surfed an incredibly good heat. Caught two waves, caught them early, got an 8.5 and a 6.17, and then we just forgot about her for the rest of the heat because she didn't take off on another wave.
I was just going to say we haven't spent nearly enough time talking about her, but that's because she surfed an absolute excellent heat, going excellent with her scores, but just having such mature utilization of her time, wave selection. She's looking really strong moving into this finals day tomorrow.
Incredible. Well, a former silver medalist from our under-16s a couple years ago has the chance to go for gold here in the under-18s. We got more action to come when we return. Linnea Mons will be on the glass.
After yet another incredible day of competition here on day 6, let's take a look at your top performers. High speed, big score. Aisha Rato with an 8.50. Bailey Turner from Team USA shreds her way to an 8.43.
Range and unleashes on the biggest turn, the biggest two turns that we've seen in the heat.
I'm really happy to have got in that last wave because I had two good ones, but I really wanted to surf to show how I can surf.
Tiger Abubo from Team Hawaii came through with an 8.50.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, representing Hawaii is sick. All the boys are so cool and it's a fun trip. And we're here, we're surfing, we're having fun.
Tune in tomorrow at 7 a.m. We will be live from Punta Rocas here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Well, welcome back to the action. We're continuing to see excellent surfing on our second to last day of competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We just saw the start of our main round 5 for our under 18 girls out in the lineup, with Linnea Mons taking out the win for Team USA. Myanmar Soto Perez for Puerto Rico walking through in second as well with some very sharp surfing, as we now head into our second of 3 heats for the round. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Rachel Tilley for the call.
Yeah, and that was an excellent heat we saw before. We saw our surfer from the USA go excellent, and we have USA out there again.
Well, taking a look at surfers in the lineup, New Zealand, Australia, USA, and Spain in the water, with Lola Grobe for New Zealand, Mila Coco Brown for Australia, Avery McDonald for the USA, and Sol Borelli for Spain out in the water. And up until this stage, each of these surfers has been absolutely on it, on their game to be advancing through into our quarterfinals for this side of the draw. And it's going to be exciting to see who has the upper hand. Avery McDonald for the USA, she's had the opportunity to take out multiple victories on her road to this heat specifically. Sol Borelli as well for Spain. She's had that chance to really solidify herself as a front runner coming into things. Lola Grobe out of Team New Zealand, also just continuing to fly that black and white flag very high as she's made it through into this gritty end of competition. And then Mila Coco Brown, a name that is really starting to be a standout in global surfing. She has had that shocker of an opening heat, had to battle back in the repechage rounds, but since then has really started to find her momentum here as the team captain for Australia, and we would be expecting big things across the field now.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see waves starting to approach, but that swell is building a bit, and so some of these sets taking these surfers like now out of position.
16 minutes on the clock, and unfortunately our surfers unable to get a piece of that starting wave. And we've got a paddle now for our surfer in green, Avery McDonald. Oh, just a quick in and out. That wave was really frothy on the face though, and you could see how quickly that shoulder tapered off to the flats.
And her teammate Linnea Mons was the surfer that got the 8.5 on the left as well. So I'm sure Avery and all four surfers out there would have put that on notice of going, okay, it's possible. Normally we've been seeing those excellent scores from the right, but the left's really starting to operate today as well.
Yeah, we've had that slight change to the swell direction, though it's been small swell. It's just continued to break here at Punta Rocas as we've got a big paddle for this next incoming set. And it does look like the left is just going to have that stand-up wall that's going to run with it. As we take a look now at Sol Borelli for Spain, driving through that opening turn, hooks it around in an easy manner as she drops a lot of spray for the second. Her style, her grace within her surfing is really great to be able to see as she has that kind of softer, slower approach to matching the pace of the wave.
Yeah, I love the way that she bends her knees. We see a lot of girls especially bend from their hips, but Sol has a really nice style, kind of keeping her body upright and really putting that pressure into her knees. So she's the first surfer out there in this heat to really open up her account in any proper way.
A score now to drop for first of Sol. And just that 0.5 for the in and out of Avery McDonald. For a quick look, as we can see just the kind of contest zone here, the environment. We're located at Punta Rocas. There's an amazing high performance center that's been built right on top of this break, and it offers an incredible platform for the local surfers and a great location for so many nations around the world, 57 in total this week, coming together for the World Junior Surfing Championships, and a great location to host an event to this magnitude with how many surfers there are and the facilities on the ground here.
Yeah, and speaking of facilities, it's a great cliff face that all these teams get to stand on and watch our athletes. We just got a nice drone angle of that, and you can see that green Irakanji's tent there. It has been there every single morning, bright and early. I wonder which team member, part of their team, is going down there and staking it up as early as they are, because they have had that #1 spot on the cliff to watch surfers like Mila Coco Brown.
Maybe someone's sleeping down there.
No way.
You never know.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy.
There's some groms, you know, there could be some rock, paper, scissors going on.
I know Ben Skinner, when we were at the at El Salvador last year for the World Juniors at La Bocana, there's just a few prime areas that you can really try and claim.
Yeah.
And Ben was waking up at 4 a.m. every morning to go claim that corner spot that they wanted every day.
Was he taking a pillow with him then to get a little catnap in?
I don't think he was. I think he's just sitting there. I can just imagine him sitting there, arms crossed, just staring at the waves all morning.
Just kind
waiting
of
for it to
steely,
become
like,
light. Yeah.
Wondering, imagining what waves are being unridden.
And it's the dark, you can't see them.
Yeah. Mila Coco Brown for Team Australia up and riding on her opening wave here for heat #2, round 5.
Wow.
Gets a lot of work done on those first 2 turns. You can feel the energy coming through from her.
Yeah, I love that energy from her. You can see she started that off, that body language, starting to paddle really quick back out. She is a medalist previously, was in the finals last year, but was sick all of that El Salvador event we were just talking about.
Oh.
And so she didn't really get to put everything on display. She was team captain last year too, but unfortunately, it was mostly her team taking care of her than the other way around. And this year, we've just seen an awesome presentation of her surfing all week.
Oh, she had a horrible stomach bug the entire week and was, you know, nearly so dehydrated she could hardly surf, but walked away with the final with that copper medal. Sorry if I can get the words out of my mouth. With that copper medal, which was incredible. As we take a look now at Solbrelli with a quick in and out. That copper from Milla last year helped Team Australia win the gold medal, and now she'll go one better. Her teammate, so unfortunate for Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie out of Team Australia, who took out the gold medal last year in the under-16s division. She was looking really strong coming into competition, but got a torn MCL on our second day maybe of competition, and unfortunately had to withdraw from the event, and that's so unfortunate as they're, you know, their top seed for that division coming into the event.
Yeah, it's been a shame to see her walking around on her crutches. She's an incredible surfer.
She's been doing a great job holding that tent down in position. Well, 11 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go down to check in with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, thank you. Here with Florida's Linnea Mons. Congratulations. An 8.5, a 6 as a backup. Just stellar stuff. At this event, you can not only be good, you have to be excellent. Congratulations on another great heat.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this event, like, there's so many heats you have to grind through and so many good competitors to serve against, but that's kind of like the beauty of it. And I'm just so grateful to be here. Like, it's kind of amazing because, like, waking up at like 5 a.m. every morning, coming down to the beach, and then getting to surf a heat. Like, if I had to live in a simulation, this would be a pretty good one to live in. But yeah, it's so awesome just getting to compete like every day, doing what I love. And yeah, I'm stoked I got some good lefts because, like, I was watching before and I saw some sick lefts in the heat before. Like, someone got an 8, I think, and, like, it's just, I've been going right a lot and I love going right, but when I saw some of those bully lefts, I was just super stoked to get some.
Talking about having to wake up every day at 5. It's a grind, right? 9 days in a row of having to wake up, not only be here for yourself, for the rest of your teammates too. Has there been any point in this event or in any other amateur event where you've just gone, I don't have it anymore in me?
I mean, no, not right now. Like, I'm honestly, like, you know, waking up, even the week before the comp started, I was waking up at 4 every morning just to be the first one out in the dark. But, like, I've kind of just gotten used to it, and I just love being able to wake up, and the first thing I do is I get to be at the beach watching the ocean or get to go surf, like, right away. It's just one of the most amazing things. So I'm not anywhere near that point. I, like, feel like even though they're really long, tiring days, like, I still have so much energy. I think just the adrenaline of this event just really keeps you going. So, yeah.
Finals day bound. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Great insights on another one of our USA surfers, the absolute Donnie Patrol captain there in Linnea Mons. I was never very good at that.
Well, Shannon, that is what separates you from Linnea Mons.
This is why I'm sitting in this chair right now.
However,
without world titles.
Yeah, however, we're having 5 a.m. wake-up calls too. You even earlier because now you're a mom.
This is true. I was up at 4 a.m. with my baby, but she slept 9 hours straight last night. She has honestly been the gold medal winner from sleeps this week. It's been really incredible. First time in her life sleeping through. We just need to take her to an event like this every week.
So now, Shannon, imagine you're waking up at 4 a.m. for your baby. Imagine if you acted like a world title could have been your baby when you were younger and you had that same dedication.
Could you imagine?
But
okay, my question to you, like Dawn Patrol, when you were a Grom, was it your dad getting you out of bed in the morning? Aside from when you were like 4 and wanted him to teach you how to surf, were you then up and running?
Yeah, I was pretty up and running. Okay. I was up early with my
I could have seen that going
alarm
the other
clock.
way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You could have?
Yeah. I know you pretty well.
Okay.
Maybe not well enough. Lola up and riding on her backhand, throws tons of spray for that first turn. This wave's got some bump to it though. Not just on the face, but that whole kind of like lumpiness coming through it. And she'll decide to kick out quickly. That's going to be our first wave for our surfer out of New Zealand with only 7.5 minutes remaining, Rach.
Yeah, a slow start for Lola. A 3-point ride awarded to that wave as we see Avery backing it up.
Wow, Avery into that first opening hook. And she's driving down the line, trying to find a little bit of speed here as she connects with the next section. This wave also struggling to really stand up for her, but she's putting a lot of power into it as she drives around, and she'll kick out. sporting the full green outfit out in the lineup.
I'm into the matching. I love the matching. When you have an opportunity, when you have a bikini that matches your jersey, I feel like you feel really good. And then one on, imagine if she had a green board, you know?
That would be pretty amazing.
That would be pretty amazing. She'd look like the green machine.
You could bring an entire quiver of boards, 4 different boards. To an event like this is, you know, pretty like standard, at least, in case boards snap. A blue, a white, a green, a red to match your jersey as we take a look at Lola now. Just trying to also continue to build that score line. She drops a 3-point ride for her last wave, and now Avery's maybe just gonna have that paddle on her with that 4-point ride for last McDonald. As we're down to 6 minutes on the clock, and you can sense that intensity starting to grow now for Lola with a quick paddle on. Surfs at Whangamata Bar back at home on the Coromandel Peninsula in New Zealand. She's from the North Island. And that's a really great sandbar with a left predominantly, where Ella Williams, New Zealand Olympic surfer, is from. As we take a look now at Sol Borelli, just chips up into the foam for that first turn.
Yeah, she started with that 4.67 really early on. She's been patient, but it's Milla sitting out there with that first priority. She didn't want that wave, so Sol took advantage of it. That takes her into the lead, but it's a really small score, and so Milla is the one sitting with command of this heat with that highest single wave score so far and that first priority going into these last 5 minutes.
It's a good position to be sitting in. 5.5 on the board as the single highest score of the heat for Milla Coco Brown. Sol sitting on that 4.67. Just needs to put a backup score on the board, really. And that 4 for Avery, even though she's in 4th place position, she's got just as much potential to take the win in this heat as anyone.
Yeah, she sure does. This is a really close heat coming down in these last 5 minutes. Everyone really having a chance at who's going to make finals day. This is for finals day, Shannon. Tomorrow we will see these athletes go into those semifinals, and then whoever advances out of that getting a medal put around their necks once you make the final. That is a huge honor. Whatever color it comes through, obviously gold is the goal, but it's just an honor to arrive at those closing ceremonies knowing that you've earned a medal after such a long week of competing.
Yeah, it's so exciting for each one of these surfers as we see Brown go up into that foam climb for the start. She's looking to back up that 5.5, and that wave will let her down for any more opportunity.
But what we're seeing from Milla is incredible board control, and we haven't even seen near the waves that she can really excel in. I mean, all you have to do is just go and search up her name and you'll see some incredible surfing done by her. And these waves have been pushing her a little bit more, but what I saw from that, although that will probably be a small score, that foam climb, she just had excellent board speed, board control, even through a frothier, foamy section.
And deservedly so, takes away the leading position at the moment now as Sol is up and riding. Pacing out this first turn. Wow, I like that 2-turn combination a lot. She only needs a 4.27 to regain the lead.
Yeah, backing up that 4.67, and however, Shannon, look at these lines coming through.
All right, there's going to be some opportunity. Green has first priority for Avery McDonald. She's sitting on that 4 as her only score really on the board right now. And then for Lola in second priority in the red jersey, she's got that 3-point ride to her name. Has the biggest kind of ask to take away a leading position right now. Still chasing something small to take an advancing spot. As we see her just struggle to get that pop up to her feet. It was an awkward takeoff for the surfer attending Whangamata High School. Surfs on their surf team and really loves just getting to paddle out with her schoolmates every day.
Yeah, you can see that frustration in her body language. That's not what she wanted to happen there. It's kind of sometimes when you miss time, that initial takeoff, and then you're trying to take off in the whitewash like she did, that's actually even harder. You've lost your speed. You have a lot of that froth behind you, and she just couldn't get that board speed back up to regain control. So right now, Avery is the one with this real chance at reclaiming advancement. And I'd say Milla needs to be busy in terms of backing up that 3.43.
Milla now on the paddle knows that she needs to get a little bit of work done here just to secure a position to advance. Sets herself up with 2 powerful wraps on the opening exchange, and driving down the line has even more opportunity and power and passion coming through in her surfing. And she is just looking so quick on her feet with each of those turns.
So her getting that wave, I think we will see that go into that 4s and 5s range at least. Beautiful surfing. Avery having that first priority. Milla was pretty lucky to get that opportunity underneath her because Avery wasn't either interested or felt like she couldn't quite get into it from her position. And I think she will hear that score, that wave come through as what could have been that requirement for her.
That's right. You know, she's chasing about a 5-point ride right now. She's booking it to get to this other peak as we see Sol, who's now in the leading position, her last score of 4.53, as she just takes off on another smooth looking wave here for the surfer out of Spain. And she goes to tag the in section but can't hold on to the finish as the board will slip out. Tight in the score lines across the board as Milla Coco Brown drops a 6 for her last wave. Sets her up into the leading position, Sol down into second with 4 seconds remaining. And it looks like Avery McDonald is not going to have the opportunity to improve on her 4-point ride as this buzzer sounds out in favor of Sol Borelli. You see that arm go up and a quick cheer on the inside from surfer in white. And it's just the timer that's worked in her favor. And some beautiful surfing to take her into that advancing position.
And that's what can be frustrating for someone like Avery, who was like not sure if that was going to be the 4.94 that she required, and then it turns into a 6 for Milla Coco Brown. A dominant heat by the end for Milla.
Yeah, impressive surfing from the Australian. We'll be hearing from her shortly. When we return, we've got one final heat in our main round 5 on the under 18 girls. After that, into the under 16s. We'll be right back.
The main objective of the Women's Leadership and Coaching Program is a focus on gender equality, as well as women empowerment. So the purpose of this program is to be able to uplift female surfers within the Latin Americas, to see them become leaders within their sport and see them be able to become decision makers within their federations, and really just playing a positive role in creating even more change for the sport of surfing. It's not just the technical aspect of surfing, it was also focused on leadership. And so kind of teaching the ladies different styles of leadership, being able to educate them on how to be decision makers, to be change makers, to be problem solvers. And then we really elevated it a bit with the fundamental side of coaching, but what it means to lead a national team. There was also a massive empowerment as a community. We were able to include the local community here in Dominical. We were able to have these ladies work with both males and females, young, old, locals who have never competed, to some surfers that have competed on the international stage. But what kind of meant the most to me was to see these women come together. And I know it sounds a little cliche, but there was a lot of girl power. There really was an incredible energy from these women, and I think they're all going to walk away with more confidence. So for me, I'm very grateful for the ISA and for how they are striving to be able to play a beneficial role in the equality of the sport. And I think we're going to see some incredible stories come out of this, and we're also going to see women that are going to be a part of decision making for their country, and hopefully globally for the sport one day.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Awesome to reflect back on the involvement from Olympic Solidarity and the ISA together to give more women around the world the opportunity to learn those more coaching skills, more judging skills behind the scenes, as well as just how to become great leaders in their surfing communities, Tash Mintasti being one herself. As we take a look now at Clements, up and riding for Team France on her backhand. And she's a two-time medalist here at the juniors. She's got that opportunity to go for gold, having previously picked up a copper and then a silver medal to improve on that original copper medal. And an exciting finish there for the Australians, as Mila Coco Brown was able to take out a victory on her last wave just in the last couple minutes there for the previous heat. Now out in the water, Rachel, we've got Leah Miller for New Zealand in that leading position off the strength of a 5.33 for the opening exchange. Clements drops a 3.17 for Team France in second, and then we got a 2-point ride on the board for Yang Soo Chi as we take a look at the 5-point ride.
Yeah, a quick start for our Kiwi. 2 nice wraps, looking for that third before this wave flattens out and seeing if she'll get another opportunity into the inside. She's sticking with it, and it doesn't look like she'll get that end maneuver. And our Chinese surfer, Si Jiang, a quick up and out, so only a 2-point ride for her. As we see the opening account for Clemence again, the judges awarded this at 3.17 Shannon, and a lot of faces on that wave that she had to deal with, and so really just taking advantage of that end section, giving it that a powerful turn.
Well, scores in for 3 of the 4 surfers. Aisha Rato for Brazil also looking for her opening ride, as she just may be able to put herself in position on this one. Could be a good looking right. The takeoff certainly looks beautiful as Aisha is now up and riding, drives through that first turn and just comes around the boil, locks that rail in for a 2-turn combination off the start. And now the priority rotation will be fully kicked into gear as surfer in green, our youngest surfing Olympian ever, who competed in Tahiti at the Paris 2024 Olympics as just a 15-year-old. Yang Soo Chi from Team China is out in the lineup with that priority next to her name. She already dropped a 9.17 in competition earlier this week. She was competing between the under-18s and the under-16s, but took an earlier loss in the under-16s division and now just surfing up. As we take a look at Clemence on her backhand with a great-looking snap for that first section, finds that second tag, times it really well with that little corner that popped up. And we'll see if this wave gives her the opportunity to tag just over the rocks as she finishes off, and she'll put a second score on the board.
Yeah, that wave just kept on giving opportunities beyond what we were expecting from that start. So excited to see her build upon that 3.17.
Well, the Australians continuing to hold that hope of becoming back-to-back gold medalists alive with the performance of Mila Coco Brown in that last heat. She's on the glass with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, thank you. Here with Mila, congratulations. A slow heat right there. You got your 2 scores pretty much right at the end. What was going through your mind, especially knowing that you needed a score, you have to surf that wave up on the inside?
Yeah, it was pretty stressful knowing all the girls in my heat surf so good and we're getting so close to the end of the event. So wanting to get into that final to give myself a shot at gold. But yeah, just had to back my strategy and just know that that wave will come and just back my surfing and know that on that wave my surfing will get it done. And yeah, it was pretty stressful though, heart rate's up pretty high.
In a 9-day event, it's pretty much impossible that you're not going to hit a couple of speed bumps. You've had a few so far in this one. How nice is it though to get that out of way, especially with the finals day berth once again?
Yeah, like even in round 1 I had the biggest shock, I ended up in the repo. But yeah, got my way out of the repos and now I'm here. But a couple of tears this morning with a few of the crew of our team getting knocked was definitely head in hands for a little bit, but it's good to fire up. Kato just got through as well on a few heats before, and so did Ocean, so they'll be on Lay the Savo. So just put my captain hat back on and cheer them on, and yeah, we're almost there. Let's go the Aussies.
Any advice for young women too, dealing with those issues, especially as a team captain right now? What kind of motivation, what advice would you give them, especially in your position?
Just because it's a Grom-Com and like it means a lot to everyone, but just at the end of the day, you're just a kid and you just got to keep having fun with your surfing. And it is just surfing, like it's just a fun event where you get to meet a bunch of new people from all over the world. So just as long as you're having fun, you're doing it right, and yeah, just keep having fun.
Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Thanks heaps.
Wise words from Milakoko Brown finishing off that last heat.
She's the best. I really like her, and I like she's one of the best surfers internationally and in international experience and success. And I love that she's coming here and she just cares. She cares so much, and she doesn't mind speaking to that and talking about working hard and talking about being disappointed with losses at the beginning and wanting to see more from herself, and as she progresses through and seeing her team progress through. And at the end of the day, having fun, you know, and that's what you want to hear your team captain saying.
Yeah, really wise words from a young surfer who's already lighting the world stage ablaze. Similar to that road that we saw from an Erin Brooks through years of competing here through the juniors and the World Surfing Games, finding herself there now to compete on the World Championship Tour, still is just a teenager. Milakoko Brown has that same opportunity to really kind of continue her grasp on global surfing. I'll be excited to see if she's able to take to the air as well in our finals day of competition tomorrow.
Yeah, that she's a competitor that we've seen in other events, the Stab High events, the Ladybird divisions, of her literally being in those air comps and being so successful in them.
Yang Suchi now up and riding on her third ride now, as she drives through into a great looking turn, connects with the section, continues down the line, throwing so much power with each turn, as this wave gives her that chance to just finish with control and continue to show us what Olympic surfing looks like.
Man, I have a big smile on my face after watching that incredible wave.
France now up and riding with a huge hook on her backhand. Links it together for a second. This wave giving her so much opportunity as she continues to just put it together. 3-4 turns. And this is going to be a really decent finish to this heat as we come into the back half. A 6.07 on the board now for the highest score, landing with Clemence from France.
And her looking to throw away that 317, that was a beautiful wave. That will absolutely do that. So she'll be sitting in a more comfortable lead after this. But I think we might see the best wave come for our Chinese surfer, the best score so far. That was a really powerful wave. That one turn there in the middle was very memorable.
Scores now to drop for 3 of the 4 surfers as we take a look at this last exchange, Rach.
All right, so waiting for this score, a nice opening turn. Great into a second turn, slightly under the lip for that one. That one's back up to the lip, almost catches that rail on her nose, but she doesn't bobble or wobble. We just see that spray come off and she rides out clean. Unfortunately, this wave not looking as clean for a start for our Kiwi surfer, but she does well to regain that composure. However, the wave just doesn't offer much more, but this wave offered a lot for Yang Suchi. Slower start as she's getting busy, and that was a big first hit. Shannon, this one is that memorable one. She just has so much power in her surfing, and even going there with that variety in her choice of maneuvers, her surfing's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, and she's still only 16 years old. Again, was surfing across both divisions coming into the event this year. And that's a tricky one to see surfers have to juggle. A lot of teams that don't have enough representatives will have their younger surfers, you know, fill through their older divisions. And in the case of both Yang Suchi for China in this heat, and also Raipoi Chapelier for Team Tahiti, we had her surfing between both divisions. Now for both of those young surfers, they actually only found their deepest advancing opportunities in the under 18s. And it kind of, you know, turns into that question mark on, is it too much to ask of them jumping back and forth between the two divisions, surfing so many times in a day?
For sure, they're asking themselves of a lot, but I think that just goes to show that it really is down to the heat, and that these surfers, the surfing that we see and the talent we see in the under 16 is so fantastic that it bleeds over into these rounds as well.
As we see France now with a quick in and out on that one. So current situation, we have an excellent score that has dropped on the board for last of Clement's score out of France, an 8.17 on the board. That wave looked so sharp on her backhand, and it's now set her up in the leading position with that 6.07 to back it up. Last of China, a 6.60 for Yang Suchi, and she is now sitting in that second place position. Still not massive requirements on the rest of the field, so she'll be looking to improve on the 2-point ride behind. And Leah Miller for Team New Zealand opened again with that 5.33, but that 2.83 for her last wave has her chasing a 3.28 to take the advancing position.
Clement's just surfing with power, flair. She's surfing light on her feet and having really nice timing to every single turn. Taking another look at this on her backhand. I mean, winding up, beautiful opening turn. That second turn, even nicer. And this third turn, looking at that spray, Shannon, that is an indication of how much power she put into those turns. So only 3 turns that got her into that excellent range is showing how dynamic and powerful those turns were.
She's a former medalist, took away the copper at the 2023 under-16s division, specifically for the World Juniors in Brazil. And then in El Salvador last year, she walked away with the silver medal for the under-16s. She's now, you know, aged out of that category, just competing here in the under-18s. And as a younger surfer in the group, she is proving that she is going to be one really with that fierce opportunity to go for medal rounds again.
Yeah, absolutely. That is some consistency we are seeing from our French surfer to make both finals 2 years in a row and to be on the verge of finals day now. I mean, it's looking pretty good for her. An 8.17 in her scoreline. She has a commanding lead going into these final 6 minutes.
A little bit of wind has come into play over the last couple of hours. It's making those waves a little bit more crumbly, shutting down slightly quicker. But still, when the right one comes through, especially if it's the second wave at least in the set, then those faces can be really clean and have that little kind of wobble to them get smoothed out by the wave that's broken just in front.
Well, the 8.17 that we saw of Clement's was a frothier wave that she was dealing with, so indicating that bigger set had already rolled through and this was one behind it.
Quick in and out there for Aisha. Yeah, that little froth on the face of the wave, but it still had that clean kind of overall wall to it instead of those ribs running through.
Well, that's what sometimes letting that first set go through is. Surfing through froth can sometimes be damaging to maintaining your speed, but it can really clean out that face.
Leia now just chasing down a small 3.28. Hooks it through that first turn and really pushes on the second. I like that she's trying to up that level of intensity within her surfing. However, unfortunate that she's taken a slip and gone down for the surfer out of Piha in New Zealand.
Yang Suchi really needing to back up that 6.6 with something higher so that requirement can increase for those surfers. However, we have seen Aisha Rato get an 8.5 a couple of rounds ago, and she got it right at the buzzer too, so don't count her out. Her requirement right now, only a 5.04.
Yeah, it's been a pretty quiet heat so far. She's taken off on 3 waves. That biggest score coming from her first wave that she paddled into for this round 5 heat. But now chasing down that 5.04, she's only in 3rd priority. So unfortunately at this stage, you know, 2 surfers in those leading positions have the ability to kind of play defense against her as we're into that 3-minute mark on the clock. And they would, you know that some decent scores have already dropped through for the surfer out of Brazil. As we see this next set starting to approach, Rato is in a great position as it comes through. However, not being in highest priority, we'll see if anyone else is able to sneak in close enough behind.
Yeah, Yang Suji being in a good position right now. However, this is nerve-wracking when you have that first priority and you're trying to decide which surfer do I hold off. And it looks like she's too wide, but it's Clemence who's going to hold her off.
She's going to hold her off, recognizing that she wants to secure herself with that advancing position. Smart surfing now as she comes through to the inside section. This won't necessarily matter to her score line just based on the quality of the wave, but she is able to keep Aisha from chasing down what could have had a 5-point ride within it.
Wow, that was a huge defensive move, and not even from our surfer that's defending that second place position. I bet Yang Suchi is really happy that Clemence did that for her, because then, now going into the last 2.5 minutes, our surfer from China is able to hold on to that first priority, and no waves on the horizon at the moment.
Yeah, that situation worked out perfectly for Suchi, as she's now in that leading priority position. And she's got a close eye specifically on Leah Miller, who does have the smaller requirement, chasing only a 3.28 to take the advancing position.
So at this point, with strategy-wise, Shannon, earlier in the heat, I would have said, or I was saying, our surfer from China in green needs to drop that 2.0. But at this point now, forget about improving that. Just play defensive. Just keep your surfer on red and white off of those waves, sorry, if you can. And that's where strategy comes into play and usage of time. And this is where it really becomes a chess game.
Well, 1 minute and 30 seconds of chess to be played instead of surfing out in the lineup. And we'll see if green can hold off a decent advancing score. She's gonna have to take a look at this wave, as our surfer in red is having a look down the line, and green's gonna let her have an opportunity here as Leia drives through that first turn, but she does get caught up on it. She's gonna need something good on the in section here, potentially to chase down that 3.28. We'll leave it in the hands of the judges, as Young is now up and riding on the wave just behind. From the opening turn, at least, that we just had a look at, it looks like it maybe had more scoring potential, so could have been a good decision. 45 seconds on the clock. We'll see what happens, and it's a 3.2.
And it looks like we have a score for Aisha coming in too, maybe thinking that she went on a left that we didn't get to see while we were following those other surfers. So a lot happening down to the wire yet again in this heat.
A 3.28 is the requirement for Leia. It's only a 2.3. So right now, it is our surfer in green up and riding, who's looking to continue improving the 2-point ride and increasing the score line, noting that there is a score to drop for our 4th place surfer. As Young is up and riding, she gets a little stuck on that last wave, but would be increasing the 2-point ride. Leia Miller now up and riding as well. She's got the opportunity to chase down bigger than that 3.28, as we'll expect the requirements to change, and she's not going to have that speed to hit a finishing section. And so there is opportunity across the board. We don't know what happened with the last wave of Aisha. All we know is that there is a red circle spinning on her scoreboard, so there will be a score to drop. We have absolutely no idea what happened on that wave, whether good or bad.
The only person I'd say I think was very safe in advancing is our French surfer. Let's take a look at what Aisha was able to do on her backhand. Big single hit. Does she get another opportunity? She doesn't, so it's just from that one turn. And now looking at this one for our Kiwi surfer, gets hung up. This was that 2.3 that didn't fulfill that requirement. And she was able to get back out there and get one more that we are still waiting for. And taking a look at this replay for our last wave for Suu Chi. A messier one, but she's just looking to build upon that too. She still has one to drop. Shannon, she improves on this one before this as a 2.1. So she's trying to see if this can even improve that a little bit more, because we know Leia also has a score to drop.
Wow. All right. Well, scores are in for last of white. Aisha Rato of Brazil, a 3.47. Unfortunately, That single turn was nice, but it needed to be backed up with a second turn at least to chase down that 5. She'll stay in that 4th place position, and scores have just locked in officially for last of Leah Miller. Out of Team New Zealand, it's a 2.57, and it's shy of the 3.38 she would have needed for the advancing position. As we're waiting for scores to drop now for last of our surfer in the lead, and it is surfer in green who locks in a 3.03 for her last wave. And here we go, official situation, Rachel. China holds on to an advancing position for Yang Suchi, and France, Clemence Scorch, holds on to that leading position. And we will be seeing the finish of our girls under 18s round number 5 with the finish of heat number 3 out in the lineup. So France holding on to that victory, and 8.17 was an incredible score. And she backs it up with a 6.07 on the board. We're gonna go to a quick commercial break. When we return, our girls under 16s division is hitting the lineup.
It was an impactful day here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Here are your top scorers.
Yang Suchi on the outside. Sharpeye looks great underneath her feet. Oh, how's that turn? That combo on the inside.
I'm just really glad to keep making heats. That's all I can do right now. So yeah, I just want to keep going.
Taro Matsuno from Team Japan came through with an 8.5.
So Osha Green locking into a great looking wave to start things off with. So much power, drives off the bottom.
It's been one of my favorite for sure. I love these events with all the team because everybody's doing all the adventures with you. So yeah, it's been really good.
Tune in tomorrow for day 8, the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. And we are back. This train is rolling. This is day 8 of competition here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship live from Punta Rocas. Let's get straight to the action. We got Amari Moore, Team Puerto Rico. Whew, she gives us a second to breathe. I'm Chris Cote, and with Sofia Milanovic. We're watching the world's best 16 and under female surfers. This is round 5, heat 1. Osha Green, Miliani Simon, Catalina Zadique, and Amari Moore. Are you kidding me? This has a real finals day feeling.
Yeah, everybody's ripping today. The waves are a little bit bigger than yesterday, and we've seen some amazing scores during the day. These kids are on fire.
And this is where you really have to keep the pace being set by the other surfers in the water. You've made it through 8 days of competition, an astounding 5 rounds of surfing, probably more in some cases if people had to go through the repechage round as well. So how do you keep up? I mean, how do you keep that energy going through all these heats?
I think you just have a big goal. You know, the motivation of winning a gold medal is what keeps you hungry, gives you that extra energy to keep going. Because for sure, yeah, they've surfed a lot of hits, but they just want it so much.
Yeah, and you know, they're obviously super fit. You know, these are young athletes that have been training. They've been focused, and they've been really putting everything they have into every wave they've surfed. We're going to see more of that here. This round, Osha Green from Team Canada starts off quickly with a 4-point ride. Miliani Simon comes through with a 2.67. And Sophia, when you hear a big score, an 8+ dropped right at the end of a heat, does that fire you up and tell you that there are really good waves out there?
Of course, there's really good waves. There's amazing surfers, so that's a great combination. This is Green. Wow, that second turn.
Osha Green from Team Canada. I mean, stylish, plenty of speed. She knows exactly when to put her board on these waves. And that was a really great wave choice. That one had a great wall on it all the way from the outside, tagged it appropriately, didn't do too much, did just enough. I think the judges really like to see you surf the same speed as the wave and stay right in the pocket. She did it expertly there.
Yeah, that was great timing to all her moves. Really good surfing from Osha. She's been getting some really high scores during this event. She seems really confident. Really good backside surfing. Good backside surfing.
Yeah, we've seen some rights and some lefts. I would say the majority of the biggest scores have come on the rights, but you do have a peak to work with here. No second podium today. So it's our podium 1, and I think that kind of opens the playing field a little bit as well. So the score comes through for Osha Green, 6-5, Peritha 4, still has 15 minutes left. That's exactly how you want to start a heat.
Exactly, great start for Osha. Here we see her in this last wave, just waiting for that section to stand up. Beautiful surfing by Osha, so smooth. Really showing a lot of patience too to all her moves. I think this is her first wave, and this is her last wave. This is like a wider wave with a lot of potential. This turn is beautiful turn up the top, throwing lots of water. Second good turn. She just has such good time into all her moves, taking really good advantage to everything that wave offered.
Catalina Zedeke trying to hang on through this white water. She saw something on the other side of it, but just couldn't get around. 14-15 to go. There's Osha Green paddling out the back. This is kind of a low-key conspiracy theory, but I feel like every heat that I can remember that Osha Green's been in, she's been in the green jersey. Surfers are superstitious. We do have lucky charms.
Yeah,
and it's almost like I don't want to bring it up too much because it's working so far so well for her. Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's true. Actually, now that you say it, every time I've seen her surf, I think she had a green jersey on.
Yeah, yesterday I did a post-heat interview with her, and I was talking to one of the coaches for Team Canada. I'm like, I don't want to like blow anything here, but is this kind of a lucky happening? You're not allowed, you can't choose the color of your jersey. Yeah. It just kind of keeps happening for Osha. And it's happening right now. I mean, she is way out into the lead in this heat.
You're a great observer, Chris.
We've seen thousands of waves ridden, it feels like, already this week. And, you know, give it up to Punta Rocas. You had that one small day, and it was like nobody was worried. You know, nobody from Peru was there. You know, they were going, look, this is as small as it's going to get for the whole window. We saw huge scores yesterday, so even when it's really small here, it's super rippable. But today, I feel like it's right there in that sweet spot. And there it is, the Tunnel of Love. Team Australia, the Irukandjis. I mean, I think there's I want to say, I mean, all the teams have good spirit. So we see Catalina Zedeke, but I think Team Peru, Team Australia, and Team USA right now, and Team Brazil, the loudest teams, and those are the top teams we see right now is Zedeke. High-speed surfing, throwing tons of spray. She's so steady, solid on her feet. She makes her way all the way through to the inside, so solid fundamentals there for Catalina Zedeke. Do you feel like that's something that the Peruvian team really tries to get in with their young surfers?
Yeah, for sure. That was a beautiful wave by Red Catalina Zedeke. She had really good timing in every move. She had a bit of variety too. There was one move that she threw so much water, and she just looked so confident and good on her board. So that's going to be a really good score for her, Catalina Zedeke from Peru. She's fired up. She wants to go into that final and fight for that gold medal.
I mean, you're so close. If you make it to today, it's like you can almost feel it. Osha Green, you know, she's definitely feeling it. Another nice wave. First two turns. Nails the third. Osha Green, you can tell just building momentum. Maybe just a little overdone in the last turn, but she's going to get some credit for those first three turns. I think the third one was probably the best.
Yeah, what great surfing by Green. That's going to be a really good backup for her. That was beautiful surfing. Unfortunately, she fell on that last turn, but still, I think that the damage was done in the first few turns.
And what do you think of this hustle from both of these surfers? I mean, Osha Green was way on the inside. She looked out, she saw red, Catalina Zedeke, and she goes, okay, let's do this. I'm a fan of a paddle battle. Yes.
The girls are going for it.
Kicking your feet. Do you have any secret tips to paddling faster?
Not really. Do you?
You know, I'm going to tell you right after this wave. Miliani Simon bashes a section. This wave's a little bit messy, but it looks like it could have an inside reward for Miliani. That's the section she wanted. Quick, vertical snap, keeps going down the line on the left. Amari Moore up and down real quick. I was watching Gabriel Medina paddling from a drone angle.
Wow.
And it was almost like he was doing an army crawl, you know, like using his body to get his arms in there. So it wasn't that kind of like stiff, just using arms. He was really using his whole body.
Yeah,
And
I'm sure there's like, you know, tips for it, right? Like strategies to have a better paddle. This is a replay of White's last wave. She's looking at that section. Oh, unfortunately, she falls in that second turn.
That looked like one of those falls that we all do when you feel like you're getting momentum down the line and you're halfway through one turn and you're kind of thinking about the next turn already. Call it in baseball, taking your eye off the ball, but it happens to everyone. Now we see Catalina Zarate quickly trying to get a backup score. Opener was a 6.43. So a real strong start from this Peruvian. Bashes through the inside. Another good section, leaning on the tail on her last two turns. That is going to be a huge score, and you hear the beach get loud.
Wow, that was just unbelievable surfing by the Peruvian. Catalina Zarate absolutely attacking every section that came to her. Showing so much commitment, flow, power. What do you think about that wave, Chris?
Commitment and comfort. You could
Exactly.
tell she was just so confidently going into every turn. You know, she fit in a lot of maneuvers. She switched them up down the line, knowing that the judges want to see you, you know, mix up the turns that you're doing. I really liked the two finishers. Kick the tail out a little bit. Added flair is always going to be welcome through the eyes of the judges.
Showing some spice to her surfing.
So that's going to put some pressure on Osha Green. She's got a 6.5 and a 4. And some pressure on the judges now. All four surfers waiting for scores. 8 minutes, 14 seconds left. Green back at it. This is a really good battle right now between Canada and Peru. Osha gets up into it, recovers nicely. Ooh, and it looks like this wave could be reforming through to the inside. But I think sometimes when you get hung up on a turn like that, you kind of know that it's not going to give you anything better than better than the score that he needed or that you wanted. So I think that was a good call. Just get out of there.
Yeah, that was smart of her. She felt like she got stuck a little bit, so that was gonna subtract to her score. So she decides to kick off and just go find another one.
First score of note comes through from Miliani Simon, Tahiti, 4.07. Decent start. Yeah, that'll help her keep pace with what Osha and Catalina are going through right now. We've got two potential sizable scores to drop. While we wait for those to come in, let's go down to the sideline. Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you. Here with the French surfer Clémence. Félicitations, a returning medalist. How did it feel out there, especially dropping an 8-point rod? Félicitations.
Merci. Yeah, I'm so happy to win. Have really good wave. So I'm super stoked and just surf, and we will see what we can do in the semifinals. So yeah, really good.
In the finals day tomorrow, anything you would like to say back home in French?
Bah, merci à tous ceux qui me regardent. Franchement, c'est super cool. Les vagues sont un peu compliquées. Le vent s'est levé pour la série, mais je suis super contente et on va voir ce qu'on va faire pour la demi-finale. Donc voilà, c'est parti.
Merci beaucoup.
Something very cool about a French accent when they say super stoked. Really great performance there by Clémence. 8-point ride. And, you know, we talked about it right at the beginning of this heat. As you're getting ready to paddle out for your next heat, and then you hear a big number like that drop, it's got to get you pumped. You know, you're going, oh, okay, there are 8s out there.
Of course. And I'm sure you're assessing also the conditions still. You kind of want to know where that score came from.
Ooh, Catalina Zarate just dropped a hammer, 7.5. She has leapt into the lead, 13.93 heat total. That's huge. Osha Green drops a second. She improved on her scoreline as well, 6.50 and a 5.33. Right now it's a duel at the top. Miliani Simon in a tough spot, needs a 7.76. Amari Moore, same situation, needs a 7.96.
Both Catalina and Osha are having such a good heat.
It's Team Japan. You got a surfer coming up in the next one. These guys and girls are awesome. I mean, they have been putting in some beach time this week. And Mitchell said it yesterday. Unbelievable that those uniforms are spotless.
Yeah, there's. I think they're my favorite uniform.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Peru first, and then Japan with
Yeah.
uniforms. They just have such beautiful uniforms.
I know, I keep calling them best dressed in the hopes that they might have an extra uniform lying around.
Miguel Tudela is one of the coaches for Japan, and
I already tried to offer him, you know, an exorbitant amount of money for his uniform. He said, no way, this experience has been
yeah,
too great. I'm
yeah, I
keeping
saw
this
him
thing
too, and I'm
forever."
like, I kind of like that white jacket. He's like, don't even look at it.
4:20 to go. Another unique element to ISA competition is team uniforms. It's been really fun to see these teams down here representing their country so well. 57 nations, a record-breaking field here in 2025. 4 minutes to go. We did welcome 4 new teams this year, and hopefully there's some rising surf nations out there that have been watching this event thinking, okay, so you don't need to field, you know, a huge squad of 12. You can field 2 surfers, 1 surfer, and get your name on our list. 3:49 to go. Catalina Zarate. So much momentum. This young surfer from Peru. 3 nice carving slashes out the back. The wave dies beneath her, but damage done. Looking to improve on a 6.43 for potential backup scores. Amari Moore from Puerto Rico. Another team with great uniforms. She rips her way through to the inside. She's going to stick with it. Hoping for a little whitewater section at the end. But it doesn't do it for her. So she gets back to the drawing board, heading back outside. Still needing a 7.96. Got Miliani Simon from Team Tahiti. And this is the stage of competition where you may only have 1 or 2 surfers from your team left. You know, I saw earlier, who was it, Team Indonesia. Their last surfer had lost, and it was actually really cool to see them all come together as a team, you know, supporting the surfer that was emotional. There have been tears today, as expected, but it was just really cool to see them all come together. And it's almost like they just took a moment of silence to like remember this whole experience. You know, I talked to their coach and said, well, guess what? Good news is now you guys are all on vacation in Peru. That's
Exactly.
a pretty good consolation prize.
And they've done an amazing job. I've seen such good waves from the Indonesian team.
Yeah, that's their best junior team I've seen in a long time. And I got nothing but respect for Team Indonesia, and I feel like they're going to come back next year and put themselves straight into medal contention.
For sure.
Speaking of medal contention, ooh, the numbers are flying. There's calculators out. We got to make sure that every time we add this up, it's correct, and our team behind the scenes is doing an amazing job at that. So we see Osha Green for Team Canada. Beautiful backside hook. Comes around the section again. Perfectly placed backside turn. Nice and vertical. Osha's fired up. Her backup score right now is a 5.33. That wave could have gone above and beyond that. I mean, that was really beautiful surfing. In all the right places as well.
Yeah, her surfing carries a lot of precision. Her timing to the moves is perfect. Great style from Osha Green. Both her and Catalina Zarate must be feeling really confident in this heat. They both have a great campaign with 1 minute to go.
It looks like it. I mean, Catalina, she hasn't made any mistakes. Her first wave, she kind of just looked at, got out, but she's got that 6.43. She backed it up quickly, improved with a 7.5. Now we see Osha again. I mean, it's been red and green all day. 40 seconds left. So that, I feel like that wave definitely came through under priority. She saw it on the way back out and thought, okay, let's do it. So now waiting for 2 scores for Osha Green. But here's where things can get a little stressful. She's just got to sit on the shoulder and wait for another 30 seconds to see if Amari or Miliani can pull off a miracle. That would have to, each one of these surfers pretty much have to get the best wave of the heat in the last 20 seconds. Is it going to be possible?
Plus, Catalina has the first priority, so I'm sure she's gonna want to get the best wave out of this heat.
8 seconds
out
left.
Of this set, I mean.
We could see a victory lap here for Catalina Zedeke. And the buzzer has blown. But she's going to make her way in. Can you hear the horn when you're paddling for waves here?
Yeah, I think you can hear. You can probably not hear that much the beach announcing. Probably a little bit, just to see like who has priority and stuff, but you can hear the horn for sure. I'm sure they have watches still though.
Yeah. Talk to a lot of these surfers and they say it really feels like you're going in slow motion. We were paddling for a wave that you know you need to surf well on. So round 5, heat 1 in the books. Give it up to Team Peru's Catalina Zedeke. Convincing victory there. Osha Green, 2nd place. We do lose Amari Moore from Puerto Rico and Miliani Simon from the incredibly talented Tahitian squad. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with heat 2 here in round 5. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to day 3 of competition at Punta Rocas for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Montero out of Italy with a huge backhand attack. Already incredible performance, and he tags the end. And he's got some power to his surfing. Driving hard off the bottom into that next turn, setting himself up just turn after turn, throwing so much spray. And Bastian Arevalo for Peru is already up and riding. The local surfer can see within every ounce of his surfing that he knows this break like the back of his hand.
The waves are absolutely pumping today. Like, couldn't really ask for better waves. Yeah, there was a lot of build up to the first heat, a lot of nerves, so really happy to get that one out of the way.
Australia's Mila Coco Brown with a 6.67. That's it for day 3. Tune in for day 4 tomorrow, starting at 7 a.m. at isasurf.org.
Welcome back to Punta Rocas. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Peru. It is 12:52 local time here. Chris Cote with Sofia Milanovic. And Peru just came through in a big way. Catalina Zedeke with a really, really strong heat. That was an awesome showing.
Yeah, that was such good surfing from the Peruvian. Just attacking each section.
Now we're straight back into it. This is a big moment for Team Australia as Lucy Dara does one good turn on the outside. The wave kind of bypasses her through the midsection. Charlie Haitley, her teammate. So for the overall team standings, I just got an update. My phone's on fire right now with these numbers coming through. Here we go. Team USA is in the top spot. They have 8,113 points. Team Brazil is in the second spot, 76-16. Australia third, 73-54, and Peru in fourth, 73-30. So there's a young Peruvian standout. She made it look easy. It looks like her hair's still dry.
Yeah.
That's how good she is.
She's so good. Just such a powerful surfer. So good to see.
I wonder how far in advance these teams figure out their cheers. Is that something that you've heard at events in the past?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's not new.
No, that's not new.
And
yeah.
Roughly translated, go Peru?
Arriba Peru, arriba Peru, arriba Peru. Just like let's go, like top.
Awesome. I love these team events. I mean, there's so much spirit on the beach. The environment is so electric. And there's like a lot of teams that maybe don't have any or only a handful of surfers still in the event, but they're all still here, all cheering for each other and supporting, you know, their fellow surfers. It's just a beautiful element of this event. 17 minutes left. Lucy Dara, 4.67 for her first wave rating. Now we're going to see Kokoro Baba. She's been a standout in all of her previous heats. Bashes that oncoming section, but falls out the back. So when you're looking at the nations represented in this heat, you know this one has huge implications for the overall team standings. See Lucy Dara, nice turn on the outside section, pushing hard through the middle point, setting things up nicely so the wave flattens out, but I really like what she was able to do on that wave. Fit in 3 solid turns in a really short span, but made it look smooth.
Buckets of water.
Tons of spread.
Every turn she did.
Here's her fellow Irakanji, Charlie Haitley, Team Australia. I think right now you're looking at the 2 most powerful Australians for the girls under 16 squad. Both Lucy and Charlie on their back end. I mean, you can just see all the water flying every time they go into a series of turns.
Great goofy footers from Australia. They're both in this heat.
So we've got some scores to come through. Looks like Kokoro in the lead for now. So as things start to come into a clearer picture score-wise, let's go down to the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Catalina Sarique. Muchas felicidades. Congratulations. An excellent heat right here. You obviously get the reception from everybody. But at this point, en este punto de la competencia, Cata, you're not only making your heats, you're winning them. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. The waves were really good. It's really fun, and I can't believe I'm in the semis. I'm super happy and proud, and super happy with my team. They're all super supportive and a great team, and I'm super happy. Now my friend is going in the next heat, so I'm gonna support her, and I hope she also makes it.
Un mensaje en español para toda la gente del Perú. Yo sé que hay mucho apoyo aquí para ti.
Bueno, nada, súper feliz de haber pasado este hit. Agradecida con todo el apoyo de todos los peruanos y de mi equipo y de mi familia. La verdad es que estoy súper feliz, súper orgullosa de estar representando a mi país acá en casa. Gracias a todos mis auspiciadores y a todos los que me apoyan. Y vamos con todo para el último día.
Muchas felicidades. Suerte mañana.
Gracias.
Guys.
What a great representative of Peruvian surfing, of just surfing as a whole. I mean, you could tell she loves what she's doing. She's surfing with so much joy, and that's translating into some big performances for Catalina.
Yeah, she's carrying such a good energy, Cata. Just ripping every wave. Just so happy to be there, being able to do the thing she loved the most in front of all her family, all her friends in beautiful Peru. She must be feeling confident for next heat for sure.
Yeah, she's got a lot of momentum. And she is going to be surfing her way to our final day. So 13:55 left here. Lucy Dara in the top spot now with a 5.83 and a 4.67. Team Japan's Kokoro Baba is in second place. But the only other real score of note is from Charlie Haitley, that 4.5. And look at this set coming through. Looks like everybody might get one. Maeva Gostala from Brazil, up and down. Now Kokoro picks this one off kind of halfway out. And bigger is not necessarily better in this case. This wave is just kind of flattening out. It's a little bumpy. It went really wide off the normal takeoff zone. But, well, the bright news is she did get a good section. The bad news is she fell. Dara. She has been doing everything right. Wow. And that's exactly how she wanted to finish her wave. That was speed, power, flow, all in one maneuver.
That was a great finish to that wave for the Australian, Lucy Dara.
12 minutes and 50 seconds left. Do you feel like the judges are rewarding surfers a lot for those inside finishers? I mean, I know you have to tell the complete story from the outside to the inside, but it feels like when a surfer's getting that big finisher, like we just saw from Lucy, like that score seems to be a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I just think because also there's not many waves that get that last section, so it's really impressive when you see those big turns in that last section because you don't see them often. This is a replay of Green's last wave. Oh, she gets a little bit stuck on that first bottom turn, and that turn was really nice from Green. Third, nice turn from Green, really smooth surfer. Fortunately, the wave flattens out there. This is another wave from the Japanese. This wave has a little bit of bump on it. Looks really hard to surf, but she manages really well to get a couple nice turns there. Beautiful surfing. Unfortunately, gets stuck in that last turn. You see the Australian here.
Quick one there for Charlie. 11 minutes, 43 seconds left. A lot of waves ridden in this heat already. You got Kokoro with 5 waves ridden. Lucy just rode her 4th wave. I think this one's going to be an interesting score to see how much emphasis the judges really are putting on that finishing turn. Team Japan.
I think she's going to get a great score for that last wave.
Felt good. You could almost like feel the turn from here. Really powerful.
She just timed it really well, that last turn. This is Lucy's wave. First beautiful turn up the top. In that second section. Then you can just see that she wants to do a nice good turn. Little setup turn, and then this turn is the turn coming up is the money turn. Wow, that was a great last turn.
Started strong and finished strong.
Exactly.
I mean, it's exactly what the judges want you to do. At the moment, you've got Team Australia in the top 2 spots. Still time for Maeva to climb out of 4th place, but if Brazil does lose another surfer, that's going to put Team USA just a little bit more out front, and that could potentially, if both Australians get through here, that could be a switch from 2nd to 3rd. Team Australia, they know what it feels like to get the gold, and they know what they need to do to get the gold. It's drop scores like this. Lucy Dara comes through with a 7.67. We knew that was going to be a good number.
For sure, and that answers your question, Chris. They like that last turn in that last section, so.
Yeah, she was so controlled on that wave, so confident. Starting off, blowing the tail on the outside on the kind of like the flatter section, but made it look really powerful and fast. And then, of course, that inside bash. That's a highlight reel moment for sure.
We have to remember that's the last thing that the judges see, so that last turn is really important.
Yeah, and that's one of the main reasons why AI, I don't think, ever will or should ever replace human judges, because there's an emotional element to what the judges are seeing and doing today. They all know the feeling of what it's like to lean into a good turn when you're perfectly in sync with the waves.
Exactly.
And I don't think AI could ever replace our voices,
yeah,
right?
I was going to say that. I hope they don't replace commentators either.
I don't think so. But for those watching at home, who knows? Maybe this is AI. No, this is the real deal. You got Sofia Milanovic, one of the all-time greats of surfing. Have you ever seen a junior event that has risen to this level in your many years of watching surf events?
Honestly, no. I just think the waves had been here the whole time, and I think that makes such a big difference. They're just ripping, and the level just keeps getting higher and higher. So
Maeva, she needs to rise to that level right now. She's got a 0.5 and a 0.20. This wave's a little bit messy, but there's the good section. So Guastalla, good power surfing down the line. The entirety of this wave has been just kind of bumpy, kind of flat. I do like the effort that she's putting in here. She's going to ride it all the way to the finish and get out before the rocks. She's pumped. I hear Team Brazil. It's cool. It's kind of cool how, now that we're 8 days in, you can kind of start to recognize the different cheers from the different teams.
yeah, there's some like big cheers from different teams. Like I've seen like people pumped right now in these stages of the contest. This is where fireworks come.
Yeah, we're seeing teams come together as well. I think right now we've seen a super cheer squad built between Team England and Team South Africa. They've all come together and they've become one support unit. Lucas Skinner, obviously team leader for England, doing big things down here in Punta Rocas. This afternoon is going to be relentless because we're going to go into another round of surfing after this that is going to be just insanely entertaining.
Non-stop, mind-blowing surfing we have here in Punta Rocas.
And non-stop waves too. I mean, this swell returned at perfect time. See Lucy Dara now linking into a left-hander. Goes up for the foam climb, cannot come down with it. That's not an easy turn to do in surfing. Underrated. Foam climbs rule. Situation now, okay, so all scores are in. Here's how it's breaking down right now. Lucy Dara in that top spot. Kokoro's last wave was enough to put her in second place. Not by much though. Charlie Haitley needs a 3.51. And Maeva, she's still in it. I mean, she kind of fought that last wave all the way through to the end, but it worked out in her favor, a 4.53, so a decent start there. Not a lot of time left though, 6 minutes, 22 seconds. See split peak, it's gonna be Kokoro on the left, whipping into a nice backside turn. This is looking like one of the better left-handers we've seen in a while. Just gotta hope for it to form up through the inside. Right when I said it was looking better, the wave just let me down, let Kokoro down.
Yeah, there's some lefts that seem that they're gonna wall up, but they just kind of get flat.
The tide's going out right now.
Yeah, I think it's starting to come out, and it's gonna be interesting to see what White did on that ride too, because that's gonna be an important score for her, for the Australian.
3.51's not much. I mean, that's 2 good turns. 5.5 left. Team Australia, I know we still have a day or two left, but they are right there, I would say, in the lead for most spirit. With the tunnel on the way out and with the giant circle, you know, they didn't just bring coaches and a parent or two to chaperone. They brought half the country. I mean, there's a huge squad for Team Australia. It's so rad to see. We're talking aunts, uncles, grandparents, neighbors.
And they brought the sting, right? That's what they keep saying.
The Irukandjis bring the sting. You know it. So, Irukandji, for those of out there who don't know, it's an actual jellyfish, a deadly jellyfish that can only be found in Australia. Not pleasant to surf in or around, and I think that's why they chose that animal, because these Australians, they come ready to do work.
Yeah. Deadly in the water, I think that's what it says. Right?
Deadly in the water.
I love that. It's really creative. This is the replay of Green's last wave. Unfortunately, that wave kind of gets a little bit weird. Just a lot of bump in that wave. She manages to do a couple turns, but I don't know if that's going to be one of her best scores. This is White's last wave, really important wave for White. Wave also kind of flattens out a little bit, so she decides to kick out.
And I mean, you got to give it up to Team Australia being in the top 3. They lost Ziggy McKenzie, I think, on day 2 due to a knee injury, and that's a returning champion. I mean, that's your team leader. So for them to lose one of their best surfers and still have the ability to put up numbers like this, that's super impressive. Of course, we wish the best, sending healing, positive vibes to Ziggy. She's such an amazing surfer. It's a real bummer to lose her this early in the event. Charlie Haitley, last score, slight improvement, a 3.47. Charlie's 16 years old. She's from the Gold Coast. She's one of those Burley Heads rippers. That's a wave with a lot of history, a lot of great surfers out at Burley Heads on any given day. Charlie's into music, surfing, and art.
She probably rips at Burley with that backside.
Oh yeah, that would be fun to watch. Charlie is part of the Surfing Australia High Performance Program. So kind of a similar thing that you have here, Punta Rocas, this high performance center in Peru that is, I would say, just made a group of already really good surfers, really great surfers.
Yeah. Shout out to Surfing Australia, Chelsea Hedges, Kate Scarrett. They have a beautiful, great program.
So consistent.
HPC.
Right? I mean, they always just like all of their surfers know what to say in their post-heat interviews. You know, they know exactly what to do in their heats. Here's Maeva, Team Brazil. She's got some catching up to do, but she's not really left in the dust right now. I mean, looking for a 4.05. So Kokoro, just up and out real quick. So Lucy with that big lead. I'm wondering if she's going to try to help out Charlie Haitley now. Totally legal to help your teammate out. I mean, you can't physically block somebody, but you can, you know, use that top priority spot to advantage your second place surfer. As we see now, Maeva, last score came through quick, 3.43. But Wave just kind of lacking the energy and excitement that would be needed for a 4.05, but I'll leave that up to the judges. So here you go, there's white and blue. So those are teammates, and they're both in the top priority spots.
Yeah.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think blue can, how you said, probably can help white get that better wave that she needs. There's just 1 minute to go. Things get really interesting. She doesn't need much. She needs a 4. She can get that easily with one single turn because she's such a good surfer, so powerful.
And it looks like, well, I mean, we'll have to ask them when they come in, but it looks like Lucy Dara in the blue with that top priority position has her eye on green Kokoro Baba. So if she can play defense and make sure Kokoro doesn't get a good wave, that could really help out Charlie Haitley now, who's dropped into 4th. And here you go. This wave has to count. Oh, no. So it's going to be potentially last looks here with 24 seconds left. Charlie Haitley looking for a 4.08. Quick snap to start. Comes around the section. Well-placed second turn.
She already got it scored.
So far, so good for Charlie Haitley, ripping her way through the inside. 9 seconds left. That was the ideal finish for Team Australia. You saw Lucy kind of selling that wave to Kokoro. She went, and it was a no-go zone. So, wow, unfortunately for Brazil's chances at a gold medal, Maeva Guasatella.
This is the replay of Charlie's last wave. Just that first turn and this second turn, she already got the score. So much water, so much precision in her surfing, timing her moves perfectly. She's happy about it.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Exactly.
It was subtle, but you could see it happening in the lineup.
Great work by Team Australia.
Oh, that's huge. So not only did they get both surfers through, but they knock out Brazilian surfer. That's the team that's sitting right above them. Give it up to Kokoro Baba. She's been surfing so good throughout this 8-day campaign. And Maeva, another absolute standout. So big things in those two surfers' future. In your future, a quick commercial break, and then more action from round 5 in your girls under 16 division. We're just getting started here. This is going to be an awesome afternoon. Stay tuned.
Welcome to day 2 of competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Goes for the alley-oop, he pulls it too.
It's keeping things really smooth. It's giving him all that speed and momentum through each section. Vertical, you know, turn on the opener, which is now allowed. He's feeling that passion.
And a lip line floater at the end. He loves it. Love the attitude.
Our team's amazing. Everyone's been super supportive of each other, and the vibes are really good, so just excited to keep it going.
Ellie Timperi from Finland, up and riding on his opening ride, looking really sharp as usual. He's a surfer out of Encinitas, California.
Tahiti's Miliani Simone with an 8-point ride. From the United States, Bailey Turner with an 8.1. The Peruvian Catalina Sarique with a 7.33. Tune in tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. local time for day 3 of action at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Just when you thought it was safe to take a break, guess what? We're right back to the action. Starting strong with Team USA's Bailey Turner. One big vertical snap. She gets right back to it. We are underway here in round 5, heat 3. Rose Calvez from Team France. Beautiful carving turn there. What great style.
Yeah, she has a beautiful style, doesn't she?
Right, nice and chill, super smooth, but going plenty fast, engaging her rails. Really graceful surfing there for Rose Calvez from Team France. We got Brianna Barthelmess in the green jersey, Zoe Kaina from Team Hawaii here in blue. Great quick backside turn there. Zoe. Another surfer with impeccable style. I mean, it's almost like I don't even really need to say it anymore because it's obvious. You can just see it.
Everybody's ripping now. They all have their own style, beautiful way of surf. And that first wave by Bailey that first turn was radical. And here comes Brianna in her first wave. We haven't seen this yet. Waiting for that section. Beautiful surfing of Brianna Barthelme. She's gonna get vertical here in this last turn. There's more turns for her. Good surfing by Brianna. She's been ripping in the contest. I really like this first turn. Wow, how deep was that bottom turn to go into that top section? That was a beautiful turn. And this is White's last wave. Beautiful hack. And another hack. Beautiful style from the French girl. And finishing her wave.
I want to learn how to do that with my arms through turns. I really like how that looks.
Here comes Blue. Doing a nice turn up the top, but then the wave kind of flattens out for her. Nothing really, no wave of like high scoring potential, but still really good surfing from all of the competitors. I think it's just the start of this heat.
We know time's gonna fly. So Peruvian representative Brianna in this heat, 14 years old. She's from the town next door, San Bartolo. Is there a little rivalry between San Bartolo and Punta Hermosa where you live? Do you guys have kind of like club contest battles? Or, I mean, I know it's a friendly rivalry. Everyone I've met in Peru is super friendly.
Yeah, there is a little bit, actually. There is a little bit of a rivalry.
I mean, you gotta have it from town to town.
It's not a bad thing to have, right?
No.
The better your rival is, the better you get.
Exactly. Well, we got just inside of 16 minutes left. First scorers start to come through. 4.67. Brianna from Team Peru. Rose Calvez with a 4.5. Bailey Turner a 3.83 on the strength of that one big turn. Zoe Kaina with a 3.6. So a nice even start for our surfers.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's some waves at the back.
Ooh, a big set rolling through. She's got priority. You got Bailey Turner in the red jersey for Team USA with priority. Bailey's family runs a really cool, legendary restaurant in Huntington Beach called the Sugar Shack. So if you're watching from the Sugar Shack right now, get loud for Bailey Turner. Couple nice turns on the outside section. This wave looks like it's forming up.
Wow.
Through the midpoint. That turn was a stinger. Another big backside carve. I mean, Bailey Turner right now making the most of this wave. Perfect style, lots of power, well-placed turns. Right behind her we have Zoe Kaina showing some ferocity pulling out of that wave. So sounds like that was a great exchange between these two surfers.
Great exchange. That first wave of red was a beautiful wave. This wave really suits her surfing, I think. And we haven't really seen what Blue did in that last wave, but she seemed really happy and we could hear the Hawaiians going off, so I'm sure it was a great wave too.
Judges have something to think about. I mean, Bailey Turner's wave was textbook, right? Powerful, fast.
And I think Brianna got a wave too. So a big exchange by three competitors in this heat.
14 minutes left. You got Rose Calaves out the back by herself with an opportunity here. This wave's looking like it could be good. Goes into that deep bottom turn. Kind of a weird bump came up the face of this one. Could start to clean up through to the inside. There's the section she wanted. So far, 2 good turns. Third one, a little hung up. Then has that solid inside section to work with. That's a completed finishing turn. So
Good
now
wave by
everybody
White.
waiting for a score.
This is that last wave of Team USA. Beautiful surfing up the top. Gets a little bit stuck on that first turn, but I think she's just waiting for this section to stand up for her. She unleashes in this turn. Beautiful surfing, throwing lots of water. Beautiful bottom turn into another beautiful turn, throwing water. And then she's just eyeing that last section.
After watching what she does, I feel like Bailey Turner's next in line of that strong Goofy Foot contingent. Sawyer Lindblad, Caroline Marks, with Bailey Turner on that list.
And this is Blue's last wave. We didn't really see this.
Oh,
oh my God.
jeez.
How was that turn?
Come on.
Oh my God. That was...
Yeah, that's why she was so
that
excited.
That was really good surfing.
Yeah, that might have been the best combo yet.
Yeah, that was just... you could just saw that, you know, like, it was like total change of direction in both of her turns. This is last of White. That was a nice wave too.
None of these surfers are surfing like teenagers. I mean, they're all surfing so mature, so powerful.
Yeah, this is Brianna's wave too. First really nice turn by Brianna. Looking for that second section. She does a nice turn off the top too. Wow, what a heat we have in our hands, Chris. All of these girls are ripping.
Yeah, those 4 waves in a row. I mean, if that's what the future of surfing looks like, I'm here for it.
Oh yeah, look, she gets an 8.5.
Yeah.
Blue for that last wave. That was amazing surfing.
I feel like that was an easy one for the judges.
Yeah,
that was 2 of the best turns we've seen of the day. So Brianna now has to fight her way around a pretty big section. Now she goes into her series of turns. Packs in 2 quick ones, so has to get out. Uh-oh, Zoe Kaina again. Now it's like I'm worried for this wave after what she did to the last one. Oh, gosh, that she just has such a, you know, she could just whip that back leg out, kind of snap the board around so quick.
She's really pushing through her turns.
She is fired up. You can feel it. Another great wave for Zoe Kaina. So she paddles back out. We wait for scores to come through. Let's go down to the glass. We got Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. An incredible finish to that heat. Lucy Dara, congratulations. You're into the semifinals tomorrow. Let's talk about the end, though. Charlie needed a score. You played some defense. She eventually got the 6. You guys went 1 and 2. Congratulations.
Yeah, so stoked Charlie got the score in the end. Yeah, we've only got a few Aussies left in the comp, so good to see us both get through, and yeah, pumped for the semis.
I've been seeing your results outside ISA competition. 2 QS 6000 wins. That is incredible at your age. You're 15. What's the taste been of the ISA so far at this one?
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this comp all year. It's definitely one of the biggest comps of the year for me, and yeah, I've gained heaps of experience from those wins and doing all the QS season this year, so yeah.
How's the trip, and you've been having a ton of fun?
Oh, it's been so sick. Like, it's just exceeded my expectations, this comp. Like, traveling with the team, staying with the team, like the whole team spirit, you know, doing the Ring of Fire tunnel when we go out. It's just been so sick.
Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys?
Great surfer. I mean, Lucy Dara, I think she would fit in nicely at any level, you know, be it World Surfing Games, Challenger Series, Championship Tour. And, you know, I feel like for the women in the past couple of years, we used to be surprised when a teenager, you know, made the CT. And now it's like,
yeah,
if you're, you know, not making the CT by age 15, it's like, what are you waiting for?
Yeah, it's crazy how young these girls are making the CT.
Well, and if I'm thinking back to the World Surfing Games that happened this year in El Salvador, where we saw Dane Henry get a huge victory for Team Australia, he could have surfed in this event. And so it's almost like you could take your Australia junior team and put them in the World Surfing Games and still have a chance of getting gold.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is a replay of Red's last wave.
Yeah, Bailey Turner came through big on her second wave ridden with a 7-point ride. She's trying to get rid of that backup of a 3.83. See what comes through. That last wave ridden. 8 minutes, 47 seconds left.
We have priority number 1 with white, and she needs a 4.77. Priority number 2 of the Peruvian in green. She needs a 5. And we see white in the wave.
Calvez representing Team France. I mean, it's almost like we do get quiet when we see Rose surfing, because her surfing is so smooth and stylish. You know, I think it's almost deceiving that she's going so fast too. She gets through to the inside. This is going to be a solid score. She's looking for a 5.14. She's feeling it. Nothing wrong with a little claim at the end of a good wave like that.
Good surfing by white. This is the replay of her last wave.
5.14.
She needs a 5.14 to go into that advancing position. She's waiting for that section to stand up. Beautiful turn there by white. She keeps going on this wave. She sees that last section and she does another turn there. White, she's liking that wave, showing some passion.
I feel like there's a direct influence from her coach, Pauline Ado.
Yeah, Pauline
They
Ado.
surf pretty similar. You know, Pauline, she has been helping out with Team France as incredibly talented, smart. You know, obviously she has so much knowledge when it comes to competitive surfing, and I feel like she is low-key kind of underrated for how tenacious she was in heats. I mean, she would take it right to you. I know you've surfed against her.
I've surfed against her so many times. She's such a smart competitor, such a good surfer. Always, you know, you can never count her out. She was always there getting excellent scores. Just such an amazing surfer and a good person too. She's one of my really good friends too. I admire her a lot, and I'm so happy that she's working with Team France. I think she's a great addition to the team.
And how important is it, I mean, or is it important to have male and female coaches for these teams, to have girls and boys on the teams?
Yeah, I think it's important to have both guys and girls. As girls, we tend to be a little bit more emotional, so we kind of need another girl to understand our emotions.
Yeah, I get it. No, I get it. And, you know, I'll give it up to all the coaches that have come down here, coaches and, you know, the managers that are helping keep an eye on these kids. Not an easy job, you know, especially when you have a complete team of 12 surfers that are still teenagers, boys and girls. You know how teenagers can get rowdy. Got to be like herding cats. I will give a lot of credit to all the young surfers that we have down here. I mean, this is a really solid group of individuals, great humans. You know, today's an emotional day because these are big wins and big losses, and I've seen a lot of teams kind of come together consoling their competitors. So it's been really good, clean sportsmanship on the beach, and I think that needs to be addressed. Like the sportsmanship we've seen for 8 days has been beautiful.
Of course.
And I feel like that's something that the coaches and managers definitely help with. You know, respect is huge in wins and in losses. So thanks, kids. Y'all have done a great job making surfing look like a really awesome sport with great people. Now I'm going to start to cry. It's an emotional day today. I mean, one step away from finals day.
And that last wave of white, she gets a 4.97. That was a little bit less than what she needed. But still, she doesn't need much. She needs a 5.14.
Yeah, I think it was, well, I know it was beautiful, elegant surfing, super stylish. But maybe it's time to kick it into the next gear and just push a little bit harder, maybe a little bit more risk.
Exactly.
Because we know the judges are putting a lot of emphasis on, you know, the riskier maneuvers in the most critical sections of these waves. 4 minutes now. It's wild. It feels like it's 30 seconds ago where I looked up at the clock. There was 8 minutes left. I go, oh, there's plenty of time. Well, where did it go? Now we're inside of 4 minutes. And blink your eye, this heat's going to be over. If it ends now, Zoe Kaina will have that top spot. Bailey Turner, now she's got to play some defense because Rose and Brianna, they don't need much. 5-1-4 and a 5-3-8. They know exactly what that feels like because they both have those similar scores in their scoreline already.
Exactly. And we see Brianna with the first priority.
Zoe going for the left. Big section in front of her, leans into it. That's a surfer who has the luxury to be able to kind of play around now a little bit.
For sure. We see Brianna starting to look at these waves. We see red in a wave.
Yeah, this is going to be Bailey Turner, first wave of the set. Quick snap and out. So that leaves a dangerous Rose Calaves and Brianna Balthermes off the back. So Rose now. First look at her on a left for this heat. Oh, that's...
kind of runs away from her.
That is so painful as a surfer when you just can't get around the section.
Yeah.
She did finish nicely. Maybe trying to sell it a little bit to the judges there. I feel like if you've been surfing for any amount of time, you felt that when you're on the wave, you're in the whitewater, and you see where you're supposed to be, but you just can't quite get there.
Yeah, totally. And we see Brianna still in that first priority. She's waiting for that wave. She knows what wave she needs to get. She's lethal on her backside. We've seen her the other day. She did one wave that she got a 9-point ride with 2 turns that I thought were the best 2 turns of the event. She just went so hard on those turns, just with so much commitment and power. It was incredible to watch.
Yeah, a 5.38, that's one of those scores that's within range that you can sometimes manufacture, even on not a great wave. It's different when you're looking for a high 6 or a 7. Like that, you need a good wave to get a good number like that.
Of course.
But a mid-5, that doesn't have to be a perfect wave.
Yeah, for sure.
And here we go, fireworks at the finish, 1:30. Solid set wave coming through. You got Bailey Turner in red, right behind Brianna, who's sitting in the top priority spot in the green jersey. The first one, proving yet again, bigger is not always better. That wave was a crumbler from out the back. Looks like Bailey could be trying to get some separation here. How's it look? Did she paddle? Is her priority going to be stripped? I don't think so.
No, Brianna didn't paddle. I think she's just waiting. She's been so patient.
Nerves of steel.
Yeah, but she's been smart too because I haven't really seen that much potential in.
Yeah, that was not a great set.
Yeah, so.
50 seconds.
There's not much time left. Oh my God, this is a nerve-wracking hit.
First time in a while that you could actually hear a pin drop on the beach. Everybody's silent, waiting to see what happens next.
She's paddling Brianna. She knows she needs to go.
Oh no.
Oh.
That could be a costly priority mistake for Brianna Barthelmess from Team Peru.
She can still go on this one, maybe.
19 seconds left. Another set rolls through, stacking from the outside. Bailey Turner was just right on top of Brianna. So good, tactically sound defense from Bailey. She knows this wave has some potential, but she misses it. But time is up. So with that, I mean, what a show from Zoe Kaina. That 8.5, that was one of the best waves surfed we've seen of the entire day. Definitely two of the best backside turns we've seen.
That was incredible surfing by Blue.
So the goofy footers took it to him there. Bailey Turner in second place. Here's that look from Zoe Kaina.
Change of direction in
that was incredible. All right, for more magic moments like this, stay tuned. Heat 4 coming up next for the girls under 16. Round 5 continues. We'll be right back. After yet another incredible day of competition here on day 6, let's take a look at your top performers. High speed, big score. Aisha Rato with an 8.50. Turner from Team USA shreds her way to an 8.43.
Rage and unleashes on the biggest turn, the biggest two turns that we've seen in the heat.
Really happy to have got in that last wave because like I had two good ones, but I really wanted to show how I surf.
Tiger Abubo from Team Hawaii came through with an 8.50.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, representing Hawaii is sick. All the boys are so cool and it's a fun trip. And we're here, we're surfing, we're having fun.
Tune in tomorrow at 7 a.m. We will be live from Punta Rocas here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome back to the action. We're into the under 18 boys, round number 6. It's the second time each of these surfers has hit Punta Rocas this morning with a jersey on. Potentially had an early free surf as well. So they're feeling comfortable in the lineup after multiple opportunities to surf the main peak throughout competition this week. As we see Jay Phipps for France, just goes for that first opening turn and he'll take a fall. In the lineup up against Jacob Turner of Hawaii, Laird Lavick of the USA, and Adrian de Osma for Team Peru. So Hawaii, France, USA, and Peru with surfers in the draw. And we have seen some changes to our team standings over, you know, each round that is running because it's elimination right now. It's giving us a really good look, Rach, at who is sitting in those front running positions. But we'll get back to that in a moment because the Hawaiian had an opening ride.
Yeah, opened up with a great score, a 6.67, Shannon. And look how he finishes off this wave. Just goes bang, bang, and starts off with so much speed, so much power. And you can see he's carrying that energy from his opening heat today.
Starts off with a bang.
Starts off with a bang.
6.67 on the board now for Jacob Turner out of Hawaii. He's had an incredible run considering that he had no intention of trying to compete for Team Hawaii in his, you know, kind of years growing up as a surfer. He's a phenomenal big wave surfer as well, riding it's pretty terrifying waves in his young surfing career. And more recently, a friend said, hey, you should just try out for the team. Go to the trial for Team Hawaii for the juniors. And he went and made the team, and now he's got a very good shot at walking away as a gold medalist.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something that we've actually even seen mature in his surfing as this event has gone on, but we'll get back to that.
Up and riding already on his second wave. Nice slide of the fins for that second turn. And he puts on a nice touch to finish off. Opened with a strong turn and built from there down the line, a 6.67. And we'll take a look now at live action from our surfer in green, Laird Lavick for Team USA. He's been able to get the job done in some tricky situations, you know, taking out that first or second place position, but just sneaking through with that victory this morning on a wave on the buzzer. He was going to be advancing regardless, but then ended up walking away with that leading position, setting him up into the current heat that he is surfing in, up against Jacob, Jay, and Adrian. Surfer in white now having a look. And the Peruvian now up and riding. Throws the tail out, but can't hold on to it. So a couple of important scores to drop, a 2.83 for that last one of Laird. And that will set him up with a score on the board. And now waiting, more importantly, for Jacob Turner of Hawaii to drop his last score. And Rachel, as you said, you know, it's been awesome to watch Jacob's performances grow in the competitive space specifically as he's learning what to do while wearing a jersey.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what I was going to say is something I noticed at the beginning of this event. He was going through a lot of those throwaway maneuvers, seeing maybe a lot of mistakes, or just kind of he had an opportunity to finish off the wave strong and kind of went for something that didn't really matter, didn't look like he cared all that much. But as this event has gone on, you can see him performing and getting those, locking in two great scores from the start, like he's just done now, and then going and seeing how big he can go and seeing if those maneuvers that can be throwaways end up being big maneuvers that he lands. But a lot different, a lot more mature heat surfing I think we're now seeing from him later in the event.
That's right. I mean, right now there's a different surfer in the water than there was in round 1.
I think so.
With the approach to that first 10 minutes at least in securing himself with 2 decent scores and getting the surfing done that gets the job done. And now I'm excited to see what happens in the back half, because in first 5 minutes he dropped 2 6s. White now up and riding for Adrian on his forehand. So he went for that first really big turn on that opening section. Now he's playing it a little bit more safe, just putting that board on rail, wraps it around for the second, knows that he needs to get this campaign started with a decent score to build from. And surfing like this is exactly what has seen him all the way through to round 6 so far.
Yeah, well, we saw him take that second spot in that last heat over Sammy Lowe, the Australian, who's been a really dominant surfer all week. And it was due to Adrian and Tiger Abubo, both of them getting through that heat earlier this morning, that sent one of the powerhouses home, and one of those countries that is in the conversation for Team Gold, being Peru and Australia, both fighting for those, both one of those few countries left in that battle.
Yeah, that's right. That was a huge upset for the Australian team, and incredibly well done for our 4th place on the rankings in the Peruvians, for Adrian to have snuck through with that 2nd place finish and taken out a big threat for the finals in Sammy Lowe. As we take a look now at Jay Phipps on his backhand, throw so much spray off that first turn. I feel like, at least from this angle, that was the most spray we've seen from any turn. It was so well timed in the section as that board connected with the lip line. And he's only chasing down a 4.51. Just a 2-turn combination on that last wave.
Yeah, a nice start. We saw Jay have a good heat before, a 6.5 and a 5.83 that he was able to lock in for himself this morning. That saw him secure that 2nd place spot. As we take a look at his opening right here, so much spray, Shannon,
so much spray
off of that. So that indicates not just his power, but his timing to hit the lip and release at that perfect time. Means that he's in flow with the wave. He's in timing. He's reading this wave really well. So that will go into a decent start for him.
A 5.5, a great way to kick off his campaign. He's got that 1 on the board for that quick in and out to start. And it now sets him up in 2nd place, as our surfers have all scores locked in at the moment. Priority sitting with our heat leader. Just has such a well-structured beginning to this. 2 6s in the first 5 minutes. Now managing the situation with Priority, and you know, he could be just able to wait out a decent wave that will offer him that excellent scoring potential, and we could see him really unleash in his surfing, maybe take to the air, start to throw in something else like we saw him going for in the opening round, but just not with really enough pressure yet to have to put that performance together in a completed way.
Well, and we saw him go excellent yesterday with an 8.23, so would love to see him do that again today.
Well, wrapping up the round of under 16 girls, we had some great surfing in that last heat. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Mitch.
Yeah, and the one that dropped an 8.5 was Zoe Kaina. Congratulations, you're into finals day. That is one of the best heats I've seen out of this division so far in the event. You dropped the 8.5, but there was a really cool silhouette right there. There were 3 people riding at the same time, back-to-back-to-back waves. How did it feel to advance into finals day? Congratulations.
Feels nice, feels really good. Yeah, my goal here is to make finals day, and yeah, it's super sick. Waves were really fun, and I just had a lot of fun out there, and it was super sick, yeah.
One of the best turns of the event, too, on the 8.5. Want to talk us through it?
Yeah, so I dropped in on that wave. It was the 2nd wave of the set, and I was like, oh, let's go. And I dropped in, did a little carve, and then I saw the pocket, and I was like, oh, just snap in. I was like, oh, that felt good. And then came up and then did another one, and that felt good, too. And I was hyped up at that one.
I think you're being very moderate, too. I know your brother Zach's watching back home. You got Kaipo, your pops, your mom's here, too. Anybody else you want to give a shout-out to, especially heading into the biggest moment of your career so far?
Yes, I'd like to shout out to my family, my sponsors, and my team. Yeah, I love you guys.
Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Zoe, and he's right. It is the biggest moment of so many careers right in front of us. The opportunity to walk away with a world title and that gold medal, Rachel, is unmatched at this stage of their surfing.
Yeah, and Team Hawaii continuing on this strategy that they are creating with Jacob Turner, as we keep talking about. He's really running away with this one so far, but we have some powerhouses also in this heat. Our Frenchman, Peruvian, and American all putting on great to excellent scores all week. At this point, I'd say it's an upset when you lose any of the surfers that will get knocked out in these heats. We're in those quarterfinals now. It's round 6, but with 3 heats in this round, that's kind of essentially our quarterfinals moving into those semifinals tomorrow.
As this set approaches, it's red with first priority. In the green jersey, second priority, sits with Laird, and he's gonna have a look at this opening wrap, sets it up on rail as he carves through the next section and kicks out quickly. That's gonna help get him into some better rhythm in this heat, that 283 being the only score he's sitting on. And he's gonna turn to look at this on the paddle back out. We've seen a lot of keeper scores for advancing positions come from a moment just like this, as we see Lavick now up and riding once again, throwing a lot of spray, really putting a lot of effort, power, that energy into his surfing for each of these turns as he kicks off on the inside.
Yeah, I love that he did that 1-2 punch, Shannon. Like you said, that first one, okay, getting him into rhythm, feeling good, looking to throw away that 2.83, and love when he got that opportunity right away again, because now he has 2 waves under his belt for 1 paddle back out.
Yeah, that is actually really nice. And it's going to be a lot of work done and capitalized with minimal effort. As we see Seabass there, coach for Team Hawaii. It's been great to see him investing back into the next generation of surfers, specifically back at home in Hawaii with, you know, the kind of regrowth of board riders there, but also stepping into this this role across the entire team.
Yeah, and they're not looking stressed at all right now. You know, we can
for good reason.
Yeah, when we get that camera view, it's been interesting to see how the team dynamics are feeling. You can really see when they're sitting at that edge of their seat. They're not really talking. They're just keeping their eyes locked, trying to search for any possible set on the horizon. We see a lot more of those emotions, especially in those last 3 minutes. And then a lot of victories have come out of situation changes in the last 3 minutes as well. So they're relaxed right now, but it's not over till it's over.
Yeah, and you know what has been crazy to see with some of those buzzer beater finishes? We'll get back to it in a moment because there's more action out in the lineup. Very excited to see Jay Phipps up and riding again. Threw so much spray on that 5.5. And now he's looking to just build down the line here. That's going to be the most important turn of the heat so far. Turn number 3, wraps it around in that 4th. And now back into that shoulder. It might stand up for him and give him a nice critical section to finish with as well. And this is the wave that just keeps on giving. The right starting to turn alive. And he has an oncoming section to close out that wave as he finishes on the rock. The Team France, you can see the flags just there on the bluff. And he's going to just paddle out right in between some giant boulders.
He's not phased at all. I don't even think he noticed that rock that was like underneath him when he cut out of that. He was looking at his team, and we can hear their cheers from outside our booth, Shannon. Team France feeling really happy with that one. This one went all the way from out the back to the inside as well. And he surfed it with such nice timing, taking advantage of those flatter outside sections so that he could get to there. That was a great one. Getting there right in that perfect time, wrapping it back around. So this is where we saw Laird turn around and get that inside section. And I'm thinking 2 scores have dropped for Laird, a 3.63, a 3.77, one for the outside section of a wave, one for the inside section of a wave. Could we then see essentially a very similar wave surf, but from start to finish, go into that 5-6 total range?
We absolutely could. Jay Phipps on the kind of the longer of those rides in the last couple of minutes. Connecting from the outside, it was flatter to start and then started to build, giving that critical section. There's definitely some good scoring potential on it.
It doesn't always line up as perfectly as that, 3 for the outside, 3 for the inside, but we'll see where the judges go. I would love if that would just be a neat little bow, and that would be just like a nice story, because it does break it down. The judges looking at that scoring potential and what's important on outside sections, what's important on inside sections.
Imagine if he got a 7.4 right now. which is those two scores completely combined.
That was great math, Shannon.
Thank you.
Give him a 7.4. We just want we just want to be able to continue on this conversation. But with 4.5 minutes, I'd say that's going to put Laird and Adrian on watch now, looking for scores.
Adrian sitting with first priority. At the moment, needing a 2.9, but we're waiting for last of blue, and it's going to change the situation. All right, the scores are in. It's a 6.03. Now, it doesn't hit the 7.4, but a 6. Rach, you absolutely nailed it with that one.
Oh, I'm relieved.
What a fun heat to be calling. 4 minutes on the clock. Laird down into third, and Adrian in fourth with priority is now chasing a 7 instead of something much, much smaller. And with that last one of Jay Phipps, it certainly turned this heat around in a negative way for our third and fourth place surfers with 3.5 minutes on the clock.
So if I was in the next heat and I'm preparing, these are things that I'm paying attention to, going, okay, they gave those two sections, those 3s. They gave Jay's a 6. If I needed a 7, I need to surf Jay's wave and find a 1.5, well, actually, sorry, a 0.1.76 more in order to get that score. What are those things that they are asking for of me? Do they want to see maybe one more bigger turn on the outside, that outside section a little bit flatter, you know, maybe a little bit more size? What are the things that are standing at maybe more power in my turns? I'm kind of looking at from all angles because the judges, their scores are a form of communication.
And I like the way you're describing that because there's actually multiple ways to find that, depending on what that wave offers, whether it is the size, and it could be a flatter section, but then working it through to a good finish. It could be a smaller wave, but that offers that opening critical section for a really decent turn. As we can see surfers getting in position for this wave, it looks like white. If my color call is correct from the distance, it's Adrian with first priority. He's now lining up for a 7.03, huge opening turn into the second. Now he's gonna have to continue on down the line. This wave needs to stand up and offer him more to chase down what would be the biggest score of the heat so far. We don't know what's gonna happen on the finish of white, but we will track now with Jacob Turner on the outside section, our heat leader, driving through, just connecting turn after turn on his backhand as he wraps it together for the finish. And all right, so he's in that leading position. Has fun on the inside near the rocks. That's a dangerous zone to just take a stumble in. But I'm more curious to know what happened on the finish of Adrian's wave for that last one, as we will have scores to drop. 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock.
I mean, he needed a 7.03. I'm not sure what happened at the end, but to me, if the end lined up, that could have been on the way to that score. I hope we get to see that one again.
Taking a look now at Laird, setting himself up for that opening turn. And he's currently looking for a 7.67. He's got a lot of speed, he's got a lot of power as he lays into that last turn. It's a smaller size wave, so likely chipping away. And I feel like he's gonna know that as well. He knows what the judges are looking for. Let's take a look at this though, Rachel. From start to finish, Adrian's last wave.
Great opening turn. That was phenomenal. Times that second one perfectly. Let's see if there's more opportunity here. And it's a little bit patient, gets a nice carve back and cuts out there. Maybe one turn just shy of getting that kind of impactful, powerful score. But Shannon, that one goes into his top 2.
So it's a 6.07. Okay, now we know that he wasn't able to get that inside connection. Scores are in, and he locks in now only the requirement of a 5.46, sorry, as we now see Jay Phipps up and riding. And he's looking to improve on the 5-point ride, finding some speed down the line. Will he find the opportunity to launch? It's not gonna happen. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Is Adrian gonna find another ride? That's the big question. And with 5 seconds to go, he's not gonna have another opportunity for the Peruvian. And wow, it's the Hawaiian who stitches up that leading position. There was another wave that we saw for surfer in green, Rach. And we're now wondering, could it be the 7.76? I'm gonna say that's a huge ask. And we're waiting for the judges to drop a couple of scores there, it looks like, for our surfer in green. He's got a 4.80 that's dropped in, and that has chipped away at his requirement. Green now needing a 6.73 for Laird Lavick for USA to take away the advancing position from Jay Phipps. There is another score now to come. There's a 0.83 that dropped for the wave after the 4.8. So we're not entirely sure what happened. There was a flurry of action at the end of that heat. And there is also a wave to drop in for last of Jacob Turner, but in that leading position, he'll be secured advancing through regardless.
Yeah, and he even improves upon that situation on that last wave, but it comes down to this one. Will he be able to get that requirement of a 6.73? I think that was his 4.8, Shannon, so it doesn't look like that situation's changing.
That's right. The last score to drop in for Laird was a 1.97. And so that would have just been an in and out that we missed. And so he's going to be unable to get that advancing position. Huge congratulations to Jacob Turner for Hawaii, turning heads as he dropped a 7.5 on his final wave, puts the stamp on taking out the lead, and we'll see more of him come finals day tomorrow. When we return, Lucas Skinner for England is hitting the lineup.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams. It's not don't be scared. Be scared. I still don't do it.
Well, welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's been a big day of surfing and more to come as we are in our under 18s round number 6, heat 2 in the lineup. With our surfer in white, Dane Libby, representing the USA, driving through an opening carve, just searing his way down the line on a wave with great pocket opportunity for the first 3 turns now as he continues to throw so much speed and power at each of these turns. And this is going to be a great way for him to kick off his heat here for the start of what is his quarterfinals. Dylan Donegan for Team Spain up and riding, and he's driving through that outside section. In the lineup up against Francisco Anglani for Italy and Lucas Skinner for England, wearing the blue and the red jerseys. Can hear some whistles from on the bluff as we have started off this heat with a little bit of fire. There is scores to drop across the board. A 0.67 on the board for first of Dane Libby, but we've got a second to drop as well. A 6.67 drops in for the opener of Francisco Anglani, but first we're going to take a look at the opener of Lucas Skinner during the break.
Yeah, a frothier wave, but got his account opened quick, which is nice to see. That's something that we've been seeing from Lucas, a couple quiet heats that turned some great surfing into closer heats than it needed to be. But that's not going to be super consequential in comparison to this 6.67 that we see from the Italian surfer, lacing it down, wrapping it around, keeping on this open face. Everything's looking really clean and beautiful and sharp, Shannon. Bringing this one into the inside. This is great wave selection for the start of this heat.
6.67 kicked it off, and we're waiting for the score for this last wave of Dane Libby to drop now.
Yeah, also a really, really nice wave. He had that 0.67, so it makes me think a quick in and out that helped him get away from that pack in order to get onto this wave all to himself before priority is established. And this turned into a phenomenal ride.
Yeah, wow. I mean, the judges have a lot of work on their hands with this kind of surfing to kick things off. A 6.67 as well drops on the board now for Dylan Donegan in his opening ride.
Wow, I mean, great scores to start out for all of our surfers. This one really winding down that reef as well. Shannon, there is so much good surf coming through. The tide just complementing this break really nicely.
Yeah, it's so awesome to see. You know, we're just about on that high tide. It's currently 2 p.m. on the dot, and high tide's at 2:21. So 21 minutes remaining for this tide to continue pushing. And, you know, I was a little bit worried with the swell being smaller that we were actually going to see it affect in a negative way, but we're seeing some of the best waves come through right now.
Well, I think we are seeing a new swell that we have been compared to the past few days. And this swell just hitting this reef really nicely. We've seen excellent lefts just as I say that.
Well, there you go. Calling Dane Libby straight into it for Team USA. He locks in a 2-turn combination on his backhand. Currently in the leading position as he dropped a 6.6 for his opening wave, and basically equal across the first waves for white, blue, and green. Interesting to see from the panel being that close for each of those first waves. With that, though, let's take a moment to cross down to the beach. We're going to check in with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with the product from Kauai, Jacob Turner. That's 2 for 2 today. You got Tiger Abubu coming up in a few heats. How about the start, though? 2 6s, then you get the 7. Outstanding stuff, my man. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was fun. Gus got lucky with the start, like right when the buzzer went, and kind of set the rhythm for us to heat, so I was grateful.
So what does your motivation seem like right now after 8 days, especially being one of the older kids on the team right here? But in this division, where every heat's tough, how do you stay motivated? How do you inspire change among your surfers too?
My motivation is Tiger. We're just neck and neck, hopefully keep going. And yeah, it's the whole team. You guys are awesome, and everybody, and thank the Lord for having me here, and Uncle Bots, everybody.
All right, what about the waves? It turned on during that heat. You got plenty of opportunities, especially at the beginning. How cool is it to surf an event, not only with quality waves, do over the course of 9 days, too?
9 days, it's too long, but it's fun. Way too long, but it's fun. The waves are sick. So I was like, before my heat, I was watching Andy and CJ. I was like, oh, it's so psyched. I had fun. I had a good time.
Congratulations. See you in the semis tomorrow.
Thank you so much. You guys have a good day.
Guys?
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Jacob. I like that insight of, you know, how to psych up pre-heat. Watch Andy and CJ, and we'll get back to that in a moment as Dylan is now up and riding. Oh, sorry, it's Dane actually up and riding in the white jersey. Looking to improve on the 2.83 from his previous one. He's driving down the line, finding some speed.
Wow!
Takes to the air. He'll land it and continue down the line with the opportunity to throw in a couple more turns here. And that's exciting to see. A little change in the approach out here as we are coming into the rounds of surfing that we would expect to see this little change take place.
Yeah, we're starting to see the surfers have that confidence to go more progressive like that on his backhand. Taking a look at this great foam climb, gains that speed to get into that opening section, wrapping it around, and this you can see him lining up that opportunity to ramp up and rides out of that cleanly, although gets a little bit stuck at the top, has to revamp that speed back up. But more opportunity for this wave to get 2 more hits, and he cuts out cleanly. So that will be joining his 6.60. Safe to say that 2.83 is out of here.
11 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and the set is now approaching. It's red in first priority. First of red for Lucas Skinner was a 4.83. And we've now got a 6-point ride on the board to back up Dane Libby's 6.6 to start. So that's a nice way for him to continue building his heat total out in the lineup. Red with first priority as this set now approaches, and he's going to have a look at what seems to be a pretty nice right to start things off with. Drives hard off the bottom into that first searing cut back and just has to kick out. That's an unfortunate use of priority at this stage of the heat, Rachel.
Yeah, it is, and you can see Ben a little bit stressed, knowing the capabilities of his son, but doesn't mean he doesn't still get nervous. It is way more nerve-wracking to be on the beach than in the water, and we know Ben Skinner, a super successful competitor in his own right. And I think he's stressed because Lucas is on the back foot at the moment. All competitors have at least 1-6 in their scoreline, and Lucas only having that 4.83, hopefully.
Here he is up and riding and launches through that first turn through so much spray just now as he has an incredible amount of power coming through that second turn, wraps it around for the third, and now looks down the line. We're going to need to see him put on a very strong finish here. Tags the end section, looking for more opportunity as he drifts that tail around, calls for the cheers from the crowd. We have seen Team England and Team South Africa kind of join forces from that support crew there. We can see them all up on in the stands.
Look at how big their team technically is now. They're doing all the team chants at the end of each heat together as well. Phenomenal, and that will make Lucas feel a lot better. I think safe to say that we'll go into the 6s, might even see that edge into the 7s just from that sheer power and technically great surfing.
All right, up and riding now. Dane, he's staying really active in this heat. Out of 4 waves, 2 have been 6s so far. Continuing down the line with that speed as he launches to the air once again. Throws that board around and he'll fall. Francisco now up and riding for the Italian. He opened with a strong 6.67, and this wave has so much flow to it once again. He's going to kick out quickly, though, and he's probably going to have that jump on priority. There we go. For both Lucas and for Dane Libby, that's an important decision if that wave was lacking the scoring potential, carrying lower. We can see Dane on the inside having a decent paddle to try to catch up to Anglani in that leading position. First priority, of course, sitting with Dylan Donegan, on the outside section. And with 9 minutes on the clock, this heat is becoming really, really exciting. Lucas Skinner drops a 3.27 for his last wave, which has him sitting in the that advancing position at the moment. But we do have another score to drop, so his 2 scores currently on the board, the 4.83 and the 3.27. Another score to drop. And it's a 9.10 for the last of Lucas Skinner, and this heat has completely turned around.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I take back, I know Lucas and Ben are going to listen back to this later. I'm glad I said I thought it was the best wave score, but I underscored that as well. A 9.1, phenomenal turn of events for Lucas, who just before that, Ben was stressing walking around. Lucas made not a great decision with that first priority, and he found that one under priority, Shannon. That is a great competitor.
Wow, and yeah, I mean, he locked into that 3.27 and then had that early out on it. It wasn't going to, give him very much. And then on the way back out, to find that 9.1, you could tell in the types of maneuvers he was doing. Now he's up and riding again, and he's looking to just continue this run in the back half of this heat. Throws so much power into that turn, buries the entire board and rail as he's looking to now improve on a 4.83. What a crazy turn of events. I mean, we knew, he's just asking for it.
Do not count out the skin pup. Do not count him
I just love that so much. It gets me every time.
So Ben Skinner, of course, skin dog. Lucas Skinner, skin pup. But, I mean, I think the difference, Shannon, because we're seeing complete rides from start to finish for all of the surfers so far. The difference between those 6s to that 9 is the clean and powerful surfing that Lucas is doing. It kind of is next level once we see Lucas up on a wave.
That's right. Francisco now answering back. He's chasing a 5.93 as he goes through that opening wrap. This wave not giving him very much to set him apart on so far. Great surfing, smooth, keeping that speed and momentum forward. But again, it's flat surfing in that horizontal manner. And we're going to need to be able to see a surfer really put that board into that full arcing perspective in order to see him get into that decent section that we're seeing, at least from Lucas, with a massive excellent score on the board. Dylan Donegan, gold medalist here in the past. He is sitting very patient with priority as this wave now comes through. He's only got that 6.67 from his opening ride. He's now up and riding, wraps it around for the first, sets himself up on a second. It's a smaller wave As he comes through to the inside, though, he's going to boost into the air. We can see that coming, rides out nice and clean, and is now looking to see if there's any more opportunity to connect through onto the rocks. We continue to see this section, and he might just go to the air again. Well, he goes back to that tail work, and he's feeling pumped. I love seeing that combination of major maneuvers. It was a smaller wave, but he is only chasing that 5.93.
Wow, and I started kind of counting that wave out after that, even before that little air, thinking, well, it's kind of smaller. I don't know if it's, you know, he might have to cut out here. Was that a good use of his priority, his patience? It doesn't even really look like it's going to offer as much as it ended up doing. So just to show that he has great wave selection and patient for a reason. At this point, I was going, oh no, really? That's what he waited for? And then he goes into the air, reverse, brings it around. And then again, I'm thinking, all right, it's probably over, but it's not. He's going to find another opportunity again and finish it out strong, releasing those fins and pumping his arms, looking back at his team. You know he's stoked, so we're waiting for the judges to come back with that. He'll be excited to have gotten that at least on the board with just under 5 minutes.
This is true. He now is going to have a backup score, and he'll figure out if he's chasing anything or not. 4.5 minutes on the clock, current situation. We're waiting for a score for Dylan Donegan. Outside of that, Lucas Skinner has built his backup score to a 5.07 for the last wave. Dane Libby is holding on to second with 2 6s on the board, and Francisco Anglani has just dropped in a 4.43 to better the 3.5. That was his backup score, but it wasn't enough to get him into that advancing position. Taking a look now once again at the 9-point ride.
All right, these turns, phenomenal, unbelievable start to this. So remember, this was under priority, under everybody as well. So he did well to find this. And do you see, Shannon, there's no wobbles or bobbles in between each maneuver, no double bottom turns. Everything flows from one maneuver to another, and I think that is what is raising that bar from his other competitors, plus the power and precision he's putting into each turn. He reads this wave so well. He's being patient, watching this wave stand up, so he goes for that stall a bit and then laces this one all the way back around, watching his head placement as well, keeping his eye on each maneuver where he wants to go, full commitment into each maneuver. But it really is that style, that power, the flow between maneuvers, and the variety of maneuvers that got him into a 9.10.
Incredible performance as we just see the finishing maneuver there, and that is a claim well earned.
Finally,
finally a well-earned claim in this event. Dane Libby now with his back against the wall. He's chasing down a 7.0 and great wraps all the way fully around, looking incredibly fast and electric on that wave. Now he's fallen into second, chasing a 7.0 as the last wave of Dylan Donegan comes through, and that jumps Dylan into second. Dane falls down into third, chasing that 7.0 to take second away. Last of Dylan was a 6.93. He has surfed a very smart heat so far with those 2 6s to the board. Not a lot of mistakes happening for him, and it's put a decent requirement on the rest of the field. Now, Francisco Anglani for Italy also sitting down into that 4th place position, chasing a 6.93. We've only got 2 minutes remaining. Rachel, I'm going to take a deep breath here because
gosh, this has been a huge heat and really entertaining. I mean, like we said at the start, anyone who goes home at this point, you can say that it's an upset because there are huge names that have been surfing really well. There's also huge team medal implications. We lost USA in the last heat before, with USA potentially on the line now. So Dane making his way back out in the lineup. Look at Dylan staying on him as Dylan has that higher priority into the last minute.
Yeah, there's a lot of things at play here. Now for the team standings very quickly, coming into this round for the under-18 boys round 6, USA had snuck the lead away. Australia then sitting in second, Brazil in third, and Peru in fourth. all 4 of those nations still have a shot at team gold, but implications like this for USA are massive if Dane Libby's not able to find that advancing position. It is so close with less than 100, you know, I can't do the math in the moment because there's too many things happening in my mind. But let's just say it's really close between first, second, and third specifically, but fourth hanging in there as well with Peru. As we take a look now at Dane Libby, and he just pops that board up. That's not going to give him the opportunity to chase down the 7-point ride. And Francisco Anglani for Italy. He's got this last effort. Another little throwaway quick maneuver. And it kind of seems like both surfers in the 3rd and 4th place position, like on the hunt, but a little bit giving up as we come down to the final minute. As we take a look at Lucas Skinner here. Uses priority on this wave. And he is now up and riding. Slams through that first turn, sets it up on the second, just wraps it around, making it look so easy out there. Feeling pumped, feeling the energy. He's a 2-time silver medalist in the under-16s division. He's going to be going for gold if he can make it into the final heat of this contest. Same with Dylan Donegan, the 2 former medalists, a gold medalist and a 2-time silver medalist in the water right now, have taken out the advancing positions in the lineup.
Wow, huge, huge heat. That was an exciting one to call, Shannon.
Lucas Skinner with a 9.10. We'll hear from him in just a moment.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Well, oh my goodness. The under-18 boys have been lighting it up here at Punta Rocas for the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And we cannot wait to see who will walk away with the gold medal. A new victorious surfer for this age category with an opportunity come tomorrow. And we're now into our final heat for round 6, which is the quarterfinals here for the under-18 boys. And we've got scores already to drop across the board. There's 2 minutes down, 18 minutes remaining on the clock as we come back from commercial. And out in the water, Hawaii, Brazil, Finland have surfers looking for those top 2 positions. Tiger Abubo for Hawaii, Kailani Reno for Brazil, Eli Temperi for Finland, and Matthias Neves for Brazil out in the water. We've got scores starting to drop, and it's nice to see that when we come back from commercial break, knowing that these surfers were able to get their campaigns going off the buzzer. It typically means we're going to have a busy, active heat out in the water with no one kind of sitting around waiting out that priority if they haven't gotten an opening ride. Taking a look now at the 4.33 that's dropped in for Tiger Abubo.
Yeah, a quick start for our surfer in red. And as we saw from our other Hawaiian, Jacob Turner, earlier, he was saying they're really pushing each other forward. We saw Jacob advance through, so great to see Tiger getting a quick start as we see Matthias Nev is opening his account a little bit frothier of a wave. Didn't get as much speed up. We're still waiting for now this score. Eli Timpiri from Finland getting a really nice left. And one more left for Kailani on his forehand. Just a one and done. Oh, sorry, not a one and done. There's more opportunity as he brings this run. Love that layback. Looks really beautiful, incorporating some of that style and energy into his surfing. So lots of greatness in that opening exchange.
Wow, that was probably my favorite maneuver that I've seen in the last little while. There's also, you know, there's been so many good big turns, kind of looking a little bit in that similar category, but just to throw in the flow that he was able to put that layback with made it look really fun, like he was just enjoying the surf out there. As we can see, the joint forces of South Africa and England with a giant cheer squad.
Well, with surfing like what Lucas Skinner just did, I'd join his team as well. I mean, I'm not from England, but I'd be like...
Or South Africa.
Yeah, no, yeah, true. But like if whatever team I was on, I guess it would be USA, because that's the team I've always surfed for.
That's the team that you currently still surf for.
Hypothetically, if I were to be a surfer that surfs for a team, maybe like, you know, the USA team just this year for longboard, whatever, I would want to be a part of that circle because that's a lot of great energy. Sometimes I forget.
Sometimes you forget that you actually are the reigning world champion.
Yeah, well, it's funny, Lucas and I were talking about this earlier. You mentioned that he is a 2-time silver medalist so far, and we were saying, I'm a 2-time silver medalist, and now this year a gold medalist, and so he's trying to keep up. He's trying to match that so that we can have those similar years. But he has tough competition. We have had really great surfing from all of these surfers up until these heats now. It's been an exciting week.
Yeah, it's been an extremely exciting week. So fun to see all the different ages, all the different divisions between the under 16s boys and girls and into the under 18 boys and girls. 14 minutes on the clock though. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Lucas Skinner after an incredibly great performance.
Thank you guys. Lucas, congratulations. You dropped the 9 right there. This event, though, has meant a lot to you and your family. It introduced me to you a few years ago, and so far it's introduced us to a lot of great surfers. How aware are you, especially at this point of the event? Regardless of the nation that they're from, you still have to go out there and perform.
Yeah, I absolutely love this event. We get to surf against surfers like my mate Dylan Donegan, who we've had a couple battles with, and it's so nice at this point in the contest when you start making heats. You're like surfing 2 heats a day, and you start really getting in a rhythm. And I feel like I found that rhythm today that I've been looking for the whole event. And yeah, I'm super stoked. The waves are so fun right now, and tomorrow's gonna be a big day, and I'm really looking forward to it.
4 waves away from a gold medal. How's that sound?
Sounds amazing. I've just got to keep my expectations low, and I had an injury at the start of the year, so I'm just happy to be back in the semi-finals. Feels amazing. And yeah, on that note, I'd just like to say a shout out to my physio, Paul. He's been amazing, and yeah, we're back. Thanks to Red Bull, Jack Birch, trainer. Super happy, feeling really strong, and onto the semis.
On that note, for anybody struggling probably mentally with stuff like that, any kind of advice, especially because you've been through a few major ones early on in your career?
Yeah, I think just take out all the negatives and take away the positives and get stronger, get physically stronger, mentally stronger, and just keep focusing on your dreams, and you can definitely make them. Just keep surfing, having fun. I mean, I'm just so grateful to be here, so yeah.
Wise words, kid. Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Hi, Lila Loose.
Guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Lucas as always. Looking sharp, as is Eli Timpiri out in the lineup. Dropped a 6.17 for his opening ride. We saw a 5.67 drop in for the first of Kailani Reno for Brazil. That 4.33 for Tiger Abubo out of his opening ride, and a 3.67 on the board for Matthias out of Brazil as well. So this situation is currently wide open for that leading position. We do have a second score now to drop through for last of Eli Timpiri.
Yeah, and it looked like a really nice wave during that interview. So, well, you can see him making his way back out from that left that went all the way into the inside. It's been so exciting how consistent these heats are. As we take a look at this replay, a nice floater into a carve, still kind of waiting to get into rhythm of this wave, and now it starts. First turn, second turn even bigger. Shannon, it kind of always looked like he was playing catch up a little bit with that wave, so I don't think it'll go as high as 6.17, but it was really nicely surfed, lots of power in it, so it will be a good backup.
A 5.80 now sets Ellie up with a near 12-point heat total in that leading position. Tiger Abubo sitting with that first priority next to his name, and we'll see if he's just going to hold on to that as this next set is rolling through. First wave in it, no one decides to take off on, and second priority sitting with our surfer in that white jersey who's down in fourth at the moment with that 3.67. A little bit of positioning, moving around the lineup on the hunt here, and there you can see some decisiveness from Tiger. Uses priority, eyeing off the left. A lot of lefts now being ridden in competition as we see that change in swell direction. And he throws some spray off that first turn. Some ribs to deal with here as he gets a little caught up on the second. And now has a great section to finish off with. I love that loose tail to finish. And he'll be looking to improve on the 4.33.
Yeah, a really nice build upon that. You can see Team Hawaii really happy with that one.
Seabass liked it.
Yeah, I love that. You can see all those teams lined up next to each other up there. So as much as they are all fighting for these individual gold medals and team gold medals, there's a lot of great camaraderie down there too, and that's been fun to see in between teams. Like Lucas just said, between him and Dylan, a lot of these athletes, this isn't their first time competing against these other competitors. They're familiar with these other countrymen, and they are now just get to be a part of these teams that sometimes I know when I'm competing, my friends that I travel with that are from different countries, we end up not seeing each other a lot in these types of dynamics because you're so focused on your own team dynamic and appreciating that aspect of the ISA event. Sorry, why did it take a while to think of that word event?
That's okay. It is a big event. It's a huge event. As we take a look now at Kailani. He's sitting on that 5.67. Finds that first corner, and that's all that wave's going to offer to him. Now up and riding, Matthias. Driving through his forehand. Looking really powerful in his surfing and that approach, kind of pacing it out, eyeing off the section. He decides to get out of there rather to try and regain a higher place on the priority roster, as he would now be chipping away at a 7.23 requirement. And the last wave of our surfer in red has dropped in now. It's a 6.57 for last of Tiger, and that's put those bigger requirements on the board for both third and fourth place positions.
Yeah, so we will see where that last one comes through for white. But this, again, could be huge implications for Team Brazil, as they're right now not sitting either of them in that advancing position. And they are one of those favorites in that team gold medal conversation. This has been huge.
You know what we've been noticing from Team Brazil in a very unfortunate manner is that with the loss of some of their surfers through these last few rounds, they came into the day ranked #1 into that gold medal conversation for the teams. They're currently sitting down to #3. So it's been the USA that's been able to climb up into that leading position. Australia also eventually jumped Brazil into that second place position from third. And Brazil has just been kind of slumping down the rankings down into that third overall. And so if it is, if this heat were to be finished right now, that would have huge implications for them on the overall standings as a nation who has had such a powerful run across, every ISA event that Team Brazil shows up in is one to keep an eye on them for sure. But really wanting to pay attention to them taking away those opportunities to win those medals as a team as well.
Yeah, that is huge. Then opportunity opens that door up for the rest of those countries that are looking, and we're talking about those countries that are in that conversation, but there can be a lot of medal switch ups on that finals day because it's a lot of points to win that that gold medal and can really skyrocket your team from a no medal opportunity into maybe even a copper or something.
It's so true. We rarely know the outcome of the team medals before all of the finals are wrapped up.
Exactly.
Occasionally, maybe someone has kind of snuck away or is in a far enough lead that you're like, yeah, that's likely going to happen for them. But overall, there's such a big points difference in gold, silver, bronze, and copper that it can change things up based on those positionings alone.
Well, to give an example of that, when I won gold earlier this year, that brought my Team USA into that silver medal. But had I even gotten silver, we would have been, I think, copper. And
wow.
had I gotten, you know, bronze or copper, we wouldn't have medaled at all.
Wow.
So just to give that example of how much those, thank you. How much those implications can really have on those final moment teams all the way down to that final. It's not just enough to be in the final. That is a huge help, but those first places really give that advantage.
Well, it's 1,000 points to win. It's 860 for second, 730 for third, and 670 for fourth as we take a look at this set. Unfortunately, no one in a position for it, although you can really just see the shape of it. Doesn't look like it really had too much opportunity regardless. So 5.5 minutes on the clock. It's Ellie Timperi for Finland who's in that leading position. Now he's a surfer that doesn't have, you know, a massive team beside him. As we can see, Matthias just snap it under the lip and he'll go down for the Brazilian. For Ellie, he's really here with a great small pack looking for the hopeful, you know, future of Team Finland to be growing with more surfers on it to really enter into that team's conversation overall. But for him, he's got a great opportunity to walk away with a medal here. It's actually so surprising to see that he isn't one of our former medalists in the draw for this year's competition because he shows up so sharp, and now he just needs to have that opportunity. As we take a look now at Matthias with 2 huge backhand turns, but he takes a slip. That's so unfortunate. That first turn connected with the second had so much power to them that it actually blew him off his own feet.
I like that.
Thank you. It was true. I mean, he had so much power out of those first 2 turns.
Yeah, he surely did. And he's looking for that 6.83. I'd say those turns could have had him on that track if he was able to take advantage of the rest of the wave. But that is now not going to even go into that top 2.
A 3.33 on the board for Last of White, still chasing down a 6.83 to take the advancing position. A 5.24 is the requirement for his teammate in Kailani. And he'll just be receiving that information now from the beach announcers. As Blue has a look in and out under third priority, that's not going to change the situation for him at all. And our heat leader holding on to that first priority next to his name. This will be the last heat of our boys under 18s. From here, we're going to have the surfers set up advancing straight into the semifinals. As we see on the paddle back out, Matthias locking into this one. This is an important wave for him to hold it together for. That 6.83 is within grasp and looking to improve on a 4.07 is his high score so far.
Yeah, and judges were quick to drop it.
4.47 on the board now. It chips away. It sets him into that that third place position now. And his requirement down to a 6.44. So it's still a decent requirement on the board, not a massive change to that. But it will set him up into a higher positioning over his teammate, who's now going to have a look at this wave. In blue, up and riding. Kailani throws that board into the flats.
And that was interesting. Tiger Bubo was on top of Kalane Reno when they were paddling for that. Tiger obviously having the higher priority and then stopped paddling. So it looks like Tiger kind of got to this point where when he deemed that wave not of capable to get a 5.24. And so he didn't want to utilize his priority, holding him off of one that wasn't going to get him the score anyways. So smart heat tactics. He was right. It played out. It doesn't always play out that way. You kind of hedge your bets when you do that. And just like we saw Lucas getting that 9.1, that was under priority as well on kind of an unseeming wave. So in this case, it did play out well, very smart. And now we're going to see Tiger stay on Kailani like a hawk as they enter into these final 2 minutes.
Yeah, now he's not going to let him out of his sights. Even Ellie just staying right there close in the conversation. Unfortunate scenario for Kailani. Would much rather be in the position that Matthias is, at least just away from everyone else. Looking at the lefts, there has been some big scoring potential on them, potentially more so from that outside opening section that's offered that critical bowl. As we see him now take off on this one, and he turns nearly upside down for that opening turn. Throws some spray for the second one, and this wave continues to bowl out for him as he drives down the line, looking for a strong finish. 4-turn combination. He's chasing down that 6.44, and Tiger up and riding. He really needs to improve on that 4.33. Important that he doesn't take a fall on this wave, and he's going to kick out with that instead of forcing it any farther. We'll see if he's able to improve on anything. As we're down to that final minute on the clock, priority sitting with green, the set of the heat potentially rolling through right now. And we may or may not see another wave ridden. Kailani under second priority is just going to get taken on the head by this second wave in the set. We'll see if he's able to scratch through for positioning on the next one. But for now, Tiger is going to turn to go. Could be his last opportunity for a wave, so he's going to utilize it as he's setting himself up down the line. Quick snap into the lip, little float across the section. And this wave has a lot of bump to it, but he's able to connect with a couple of decent turns as his own teammates get in the view of our camera. And he finishes off strong on the inside, trying very hard to defend his positioning in the advancing spot. So we have 2 scores now to drop for Tiger. Up and riding with plenty of time for this to be a counting wave is a very long left-hander for Ellington Perry. Smashes his way through to the section on a 3-turn combination, had way more work done at the start as well. He's throwing a claim for a quiet kid that rarely does. And it's our surfer in blue who goes up for a big maneuver on the finish. Kailani just couldn't find himself into a wave, it seems, with the opportunity to really make a difference. Green now on the inside. And we'll take a look at the replays here.
Yeah, this is Ellington Perry on this left, a really beautiful one, looking to improve upon a 5.8 so he can really lock in that first place position. And that was a really good looking wave, especially that last 2-turn combination. I think we could see him improve. Tiger Abubo also trying to improve upon his situation. And this is really important, Shannon. Tiger needs a 4.91 because we've had a situation change from Matthias's last wave. So this is really crucial, Shannon.
All right, so a 7.00 has dropped in for this last wave at Matthias. We could see him go upside down, and the score is well rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, wow. He really opened up strongly, got a nice second turn, and had some downtime, but was able to finish it off strong. That went to the best ride of the heat so far.
And it was in that moment that he was able to get away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah.
He didn't have the priority pressure sitting on him. He was just picking away at left after left. That was his 7th wave of the heat. And it drops in as a 7-point ride. We're now waiting for scores. Ellington Perry's going to hold on to an advancing position regardless, that leading position.
That's that advantage of having that first place position too. He is not stressed at all right now.
Totally, but on the other hand, Tiger Abubo has just fallen into 3rd. Thankfully, he got an opportunity to catch a last wave, and it's big enough to get his requirement in the 4s. It is a 6.77. It takes him into 1st. Ellie feeling even more thankful that he was sitting in that first place position because he's down to 2nd. However, we have a big score potentially to drop for Ellington Perry on that last left where he covered a lot of ground. He had that 3-turn combo on the finish as well. And he's looking for a 7.17. He gets a 7.67.
Oh my gosh.
And overall, it's the 2 surfers that commanded the entire heat in Ellie and Tiger, able to find their biggest scores on their final wave, secure themselves a position in that advancing spot 1 and 2, and it's the two Brazilians who tried so hard to dig back into it, falling out.
Yeah, I love to see that too as Team Hawaii ran down. They were giving Matthias some high fives as they were passing by. So great sportsmanship there from those two surfers, from those 4 surfers coming out of that heat.
Wow, what an awesome end. Ellington Perry taking out the win, Tiger Abubo from Hawaii. And coming up next, we're into the boys under 16s.
It was an impactful day here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Here are your top scorers.
Yang Soo Chi on the outside. Sharpeye looks great underneath her feet. Oh, how's that turn, that combo on the inside?
I'm just really glad to keep making heats. That's all I can do right now. So yeah, I just want to keep going.
Taro Matsuno from Team Japan came through with an 8.5.
So Osha Green locking into a great looking wave to start things off with. So much power, drives off the bottom.
It's been one of my favorite for sure. I love these events with all the team because everybody's doing all the adventures with you. So yeah, it's been really good.
Tune in tomorrow for day 8, the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Well, this heat has major ramifications for overall team standings. We've got 2 surfers representing Peru, a surfer representing Brazil, and another surfer representing Team USA. Looks like everyone wants to get a quick start. Bastian Arevalo. Nice carve on the outside. Big slam there. Sends the beach into a frenzy. Wow. Hammers it again. All power all the time from Bastian. Driving down the line through an incredible series of turns. Yes, we are entertained. Wow. 17:45 to go. Huge start there for Bastian Arevalo. He makes his way back to the outside. Let's go down to the glass. We got Mitchell Salazar standing by with the winner of the previous.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Ellie. Congratulations. You had the 2 scores at the beginning. A lot happened right at the end. And if it weren't for that last wave that came through, you would have been knocked out. Congratulations, though. What are you feeling, especially dropping the best of the heat into the semifinals here?
Yeah, it was so nerve-wracking, the whole heat, holding priority for so long. And it's just like that last wave ended up nicely lining up for me, so I'm stoked I was able to put it together.
An incredible role this year, Ellie. We've talked about the regional QS already. Of course, you're at the ISA. You want to make sure to be here as it's your last year in the juniors. How proud are you of yourself so far and your performances throughout the 8 days?
Yeah, I'm super happy I was able to keep my nerve going into finals day tomorrow. These contests are so long. Got to take it 1 heat at a time, 2 waves at a time. Just got to hold your nerve through these contests so long.
Simple is better. You're 4 waves away from a potential gold medal, but I know a final appearance is what you're looking for. A lot of people watching back home. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, thank you everybody for watching back home. My mom, my sister. My sister's birthday is tomorrow, so hopefully I can take it home for her. But yeah, thank you guys for watching.
Congratulations. Best of luck.
I mean, Ellie is a real professional, in and out of the water.
Great surfer.
Yeah, what a run he's on now, and like Mitch said there, semifinals are tomorrow. We are going to be crowning champions. This is incredible. And what about the start we saw from Bastian Arevalo?
What a great start for Bastian. Almost like a dream start for him.
Dream start, right?
Wave. That was an incredible wave for him. Throwing so much water. He's such a pocket rocket, isn't he? This is the replay of Green's last wave. Beautiful turn at the top. Second nice turn for Green. Nice style. Ready to attack in each section.
And what do you think it means that this score, the 6.33, came in before Bastian's score? like the judges are taking a little bit of extra time on it?
For sure, they're comparing those waves, and I think they're going to go really high in Bastian's wave. This is last of Paul Huguet. Unfortunately, this wave kind of closes for him, and he loses control in that second turn, and this is Bastian's wave. This is an incredible wave. Look how much potential it offered. First beautiful carve, kind of like a setup turn for this second turn that he just totally explodes in that turn. Third turn, this, wow, that was such a good turn. Just like taking such good advantage of those sections, that pocket. He gets us 8.33, excellent wave for Bastian. This is his last wave too, his backup. He wants to put some pressure on the rest of the field by having a backup straight away, just to make things harder for everyone. Great surfing by Bastian. He gets a 3.67 in this last wave.
It's like you blink your eyes and everything changes. Within the span of about a minute, Bastian Arevalo puts up a 12-point heat total on the strength of the 8.33. It's one of the biggest, best starts we've seen of the day.
He's just so explosive, isn't he?
I mean, I think it comes off the strength of his bottom turn. Super solid fundamentals, digs deep in the bottom turn, and that gives him the opportunity to just blast off the lip.
He compresses and explodes, right?
Yeah.
Like,
compression is a really good
surfing.
word for it. It's really springy. There's an overview of the contest zone. And again, this could play a big factor in the overall team standings, which are updated after every single round. So we'll have an update for you momentarily. All three of these teams still in medal contention. Brody Price now for Team USA. Couple good clean carves to start this wave off. Looks like it could be building speed down the line. Nothing on the finish, but 3 solid turns. Brody Price representing Team USA. He kind of got left out of that opening exchange, and now he's only got 13 minutes to go.
Yeah. I mean, it's so important to pick your waves right today. Like, not many waves have those pockets, those sections that allow you to do those big turns. This is a replay of Blue's last wave. Great surfing by Blue, but that wave doesn't really offer that much. Still beautiful surfing. It's just kind of like a flatter wave. This is Bastian.
Oh, live action. Bastian back at it. Bastian is bashing it.
He's surfing so good.
This kid's on fire right now. It's going to be his third wave. He ripped it all the way through from the outside. Just gives us a little something there, a little fist pump. He knows he's still got a lot of time and some work to do. And guess what? Behind the scenes, numbers are being tabulated. We've got an update for you in your overall team standings after the boys under 18. You're going to have to wait for it. Because Anwar Chia is ripping down the line on his backhand. This wave went real flat. See if he has anything to work with here on the inside. Ooh, it could be a grower. That's a good section. He's feeling it.
Great surfing from Green. Solid style, super stable style. Good stance. He attacks really well.
So, Sophia, remember I told you this is going to have major ramifications toward overall team standings. Well, here is it as it goes right now after under 18 round. You've got Australia in the top spot. Team USA in second. Peru has now jumped into third. Brazil drops to fourth. And there you go. 3 teams right in the mix.
Wow.
So you know that Team Australia is watching this one intently as USA is right behind them. Talking 7,354 points to 7,296. Peru right there, 6,500, 13 points. This is going to be, I think, probably the tightest top 4 we've ever seen in ISA junior competition for the overall team standings.
For sure. And there's a lot in the line in this heat.
First score comes through for Brody Price for Team USA, 4.0. Almost at the halfway mark. It's like Bastian again. His last wave was a 4.90. That was a good turn there.
This wave has potential through to the inside, building speed. Slides the fins. It's a quick foam snap. Gets around it again. I mean, you can just tell when a surfer grabs the momentum in the heat.
Yeah.
And just pulls it right to him. Bastian could have bettered the 490 on that last wave. It was pretty good. Paul, he's now switching to the rights. He's a super fast, powerful surfer, and he's got a great section in front of him. Jams a great looking top turn. All the way through, back to the white water. This wave keep giving him plenty of room to work. It's a great surfing there for Paul.
Beautiful surfing by Red, Paul, Huguet. Peruvians are on fire in this heat, but it's not going to be an easy heat because Green already has a 6.33. We have a beautiful heat in our hands. And it's just incredible to see, like, for example, Bastian. I saw his first heat, and he looks like a total different surfer in this heat. He's just thrown all those nerves. He's just like going for it, and it's just so good to watch how he's the evolution in his surfing through the whole contest.
Yeah, he's just improving heat by heat. It's awesome to see. Anwar Chia, same could be said for him. Look at that backside snap. Nails a third. Powerhouse. Goofy out of Brazil.
What a wave by Green.
And sending a message to the beach.
That was incredible surfing.
I mean,
that's going to be a really high score.
Wow. It's going to be really tough for the judges to differentiate what they're seeing right now. It's that last wave of Paul.
This is the last wave of Red, Paul Huguet from Peru. Nice surfing by Paul. Going back to the power source. Eyeing that section. Beautiful turn up the top. Another nice turn for Paul. That wave offered in some sections, but still it was kind of like a bumpy wave. It was hard to surf. He was able to unleash that last turn. And this wave was incredible. Just such a good wave. Kind of doubled up there and just offers so much potential. Green throwing so much water in each turn. Beautiful surfing backside. I think it's going to be a really high score.
Jeez.
Wave.
And I like how he kind of recovered. First turn, a little stuck up in the lip, and then he just went back to back to back. Three of the biggest backside snaps we've seen in the entire day. So just when you think Bastian's safe with a big lead, Anwar goes beyond vertical on his backhand. Super powerful, tons of spray, right in the most critical section of that wave. Expecting a big number for Green.
Yeah, I think that wave's going to go excellent too.
Has to, right?
Yeah, for sure.
That's everything the judges want to see.
Yeah, it was just so well placed every move, throwing so much water, showing so much commitment and power in each turn. So I'm not a judge, but
Red came through with a solid score, 7.27 for Paul Huguet.
Beautiful wave by Red, Paul Huguet. That puts him right on the mix.
Yeah, we knew with these four surfers entering the chat that this was going to be a high-scoring affair, and it's lived up to all of our expectations and more. 6 minutes, 45 seconds to go. We're waiting for what we think is going to be a monster number for Anwar. It does come through at a 7.73. That's the highest single wave, or second highest single wave score of this heat.
Almost excellent score.
Yeah, he had Bastian with an 8.33 that he got straight off the buzzer. Now everybody in the mix.
Wow, we had a beautiful heat in our hands.
Brody Price has some work to do. 9.83. That would be the best wave of the entire event. The good news for Brody is he still has time to get two waves. 6 minutes, 12 seconds to go.
What a show. Everybody's just ripping in this heat. There's still 6 minutes to go. Plenty of time.
Amazing that we have numbers this high with only really a handful of waves ridden. I mean, 4 waves for Bastian. That was just rapid fire succession of big numbers coming through. 8.33 backed up with a 5.5. So just a really smart competitor knowing that regardless of the big number you're hanging on to, you've got to get a backup score. You got to keep the pace that's being set by your competitors. Anwar with a 6.33 and a 7.73. He just threw away a 5.7. I mean, that's super consistent surfing there for Team Brazil.
Paul needs a 6.57 to go into that second place. And Brody needs a 9.83. I think he needs to improve on those 2 wave scores to make things easier for him.
When you're in Brody's position, yeah, it's stressful. You know, time management, of course, a key element towards success. But the fact that we've seen so many buzzer beaters, you can't count yourself out until that horn blows and the final results are read out. And the Ali Temperi proved that point in the previous heat. You know, slow start is not exactly what the coaches or the surfers want to have happen to them in their heats, but you can climb out of that hole. But competitors are not going to make it easy. Look at this tight pack we have in the lineup.
With 4 minutes to go, I'm sure Blue's starting to feel the pressure, as well as Paul. They both need a good score.
So Brody Price in blue has first priority. Paul has second priority. Bastian, his teammate, has the third priority spot. So we'll see if teamwork comes into play here in the last 4 minutes of this heat. And we've got a paddle. It is Anwar Chia. Not a great wave, but no big deal. He was in fourth priority anyway. He's got that lead. Now time's starting to fly. And I hear whistles. That means major set approaching. Will this wave give Brody Price a chance at getting back into this heat? He's having a dig. And he just can't quite get it, and that is a shocker there for Brody Price. So he was in first priority, now he's dropped to third priority. Now he has to hear the cheers coming from the beach as Anwar Chia is going berserker mode on his backhand. He goes for the backside chop hop.
That style reminds me of Wilco, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit.
I feel like that's just his way of, you know, claiming it, drawing the line in the sand. Did a big backside upside down reverse, celebratory chop hop. Not necessarily a trick the judges love, but boy, does it feel good.
Yeah, for
especially
sure.
when you're in control of the heat like this. 2.5 left. So I would say the most dangerous surf in the lineup right now is Paul. He needs a 6.57. That's a pretty big score. Brody Price now needs a 9.83. Strong turn to start. He still has 2 minutes, 25 seconds left. Yeah, he's got to hope for a big ramp here on the inside. Whips around the backside reverse. So he gave himself a chance there. He's got 2 minutes, 10 seconds left. We'll see what the requirement is after he gets back to the lineup. Unlike what the Rolling Stones said, time is not on Brody Price's side. Inside of 2 minutes to go.
Priority number 1 is with Paul. Priority number 2, oh, I think Bastian caught a wave, maybe?
Yeah, caught or at least paddled for a wave. So Paul's out the back with priority. Exactly where he wants to be. I mean, you got to think he would wish there was a couple more minutes on the clock. We're down to 1.5 minutes.
He needs a 6.57. That's totally attainable.
He's been dropping 7s like nothing.
Yeah, he's an amazing surfer.
Almost that 1 minute mark. Waiting for 3 scores to come through. Anwar's wave was more of a celebration than anything, but I mean, he could have surfed better than that 6.33. Leave that up to the judges with 1 minute left. Set coming through. Team Peru's Paul Huguet in the driver's seat with priority, looking for a 6.57. We knew we were going to see a potential buzzer beater. Will it be this way for Paul? There's Bastian. Looks like he might be trying to help his teammate out a little bit. Although he's not,
I don't know if
he's not in a good position right now in second place. I mean, this is where we talk about friendly fire. I mean, you
Yeah.
can see he's just applying tactics as if surfing against one of his rivals. But
Yeah.
it's, you know, we're
It's
still
a hard position, you know.
Yeah,
to
we're
be
still
in.
in an individual field right now. And while you, of course, want to help your fellow Peruvian teammate out, you got to look out for yourself. This is Brody Price now. He blasts the front three, but goes down. That was last chance there for Brody. Great surfer. He's done big things in this event. So unfortunately, that heat didn't go his way. So there's a awesome show of sportsmanship there. Give it up for Bastian Arevalo for Team Peru, and Anwar Chia powering his way to a win here in round 5. 2 surfers heading into the semifinals. And sadly, we lose a podium threat in Paul Huguet, but wow, he put his name on the map as a surfer to watch.
Great performance by Paul during the whole event. Congratulations to him.
So is the backhand power surfing from Anwar Chia. Got him the 7.73 paired with the 6.33. That's a 14.06 total. Huge number. Came from big surfing like that. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more. Round 5 action will continue into Heat 2 with boys under 16. Stick around. After yet another incredible day of competition here on day 6, let's take a look at your top performers. High speed, big score. Aisha Rato with an 8.50. Bailey Turner from Team USA shreds her way to an 8.43.
Range and unleashes on the biggest turn, the biggest 2 turns that we've seen in the heat.
Really happy to have gotten that last wave because like I had 2 good ones, but I really wanted to show how I can surf.
Tiger Abubo from Team Hawaii came through with an 8.50.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, representing Hawaii is sick. All the boys are so cool, and it's a fun trip. And we're here, we're surfing, we're having fun.
Tune in tomorrow at 7 a.m. We will be live from Punta Rocas here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Welcome back to boys under 16, round 5, heat 2. 4 heavy hitters, superstars of our sport, enter the lineup. Got representatives from Australia, Argentina, Japan, and South Africa. Australia in the conversation for a potential gold medal. They're sitting in the top 3 overall team standings. Of course, we'll see what those standings look like at the end of today. You got Ocean Lancaster, Tiago Passetti, Taro Matsuno, and Ben Esterhus. South Africa, of course, surfing superpower, so many big names coming from the RSA.
Heats are so stacked now. Just every surfer is so good right now. Bastian.
And it's really getting tough to call the clear favorites because, you know, just like in that last heat, it doesn't matter what you did in the heat before. It's all what you're doing in the heat you're in.
Exactly. You have to be super consistent.
Oh, you have to have a really solid mindset to be as mentally prepared as you are physically prepared.
Exactly.
I think, you know, every surfer we've seen today and the previous days has done the work. I mean, you can tell how prepared every surfer was that came down here. We started with 57 nations, and it's, you know, the surfing is next level. You know, how these surfers are speaking in their post-heat interviews, it's the best I've ever seen in junior competition.
Exactly. 16 going on 30, right?
Right. I mean, these surfers are
so mature.
They're wise beyond their years, and it's really inspiring. So a couple waves have rolled through, and with 16:45 to go, the rare occasion that no waves have been ridden in the first 3 minutes. So that's going to change. Got 4 psyching 16-year-olds in the lineup. Ooh, nice carve to start there for Ocean Lancaster. Powerful surfer out of Australia. This is a big heat for Team Australia. They need to keep as many surfers as possible still in the draw if they want to stand a chance at getting on that medal podium. Gold, silver, copper, bronze medals.
And they're the defending champions, right? They got gold last ISAs.
Yeah, and they have some returning gold medalists that came down here to Peru for 2025. So they know that feeling, and you would know the feeling. I wouldn't know. What's it like to get a gold medal in an ISA event?
Amazing.
Thiago Passetti, Team Argentina. Nice start here. Big power turn straight up into the whitewater, just a little mistimed. So unable to ride out.
Unfortunately, that wave had like a little bit of bump on it. Just looked really hard to surf.
Yeah, it kind of looks like with the tide dropping, these lefts are dealing with some kind of refraction coming off the rocks. Yeah. Now we're down to 15 minutes, 20 seconds left. Ocean's first score comes through, 5.5, really on the strength of one big power hack. Judges sending the message, power will never go out of style.
Exactly.
Taro Matsuno now, Team Japan. He gets around it, quick snap, foam climb there. He doesn't like it, he's out. Ocean Lancaster quickly backing up his 5.5. This left a little bit smoother. Cleaner lip line through to the inside. Quick backside whips. Goes for the back 3 on the inside. Can't quite complete it, but seems like he did some pretty solid work on the outside section. Man, that was smart, because, you know, unlike the heat that just came in, which felt like it, you know, had that quick start and it was getting with a nice pace. This one's been slow on the start. So Ocean knowing that if you can get two quick waves, you're going to be putting yourself in a good position. We've got 14:23 to go. Round 5, heat 2, just starting to kick off. So while we wait for some scores to come through, let's go down to Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys here with Anuar Chia. Anuar, muito parabéns. An excellent heat on your behalf, 2 7s. It just seems like you're having a ton of fun. Is that a reflection of what this week has been for your team so far?
Oh, I'm so happy for advance to the semifinals right now. And yeah, the wave is pretty fun. This wave in Punta Rocas, it's a little bit same with my home, Matinhas, and I'm so happy to advance. I'm so happy with represent Brazil, a big team, and yeah.
What about the board you're riding? You changed it up. This is a Subdriver 2.0. It seems like an epoxy out there. Why the decision to go for this board?
Yeah, this one's a Subdriver 5.9. It's good for small waves, and it's my magic board. And yeah.
Uma mensagem para Brasil. Amanhã, dia das finais.
Estou muito feliz de ter avançado para o Finals Day. É um longo campeonato, né? Já avancei várias baterias. Quero desejar essa bateria para minha avó, que faleceu esses dias, e ela sabe quanto que eu batalhei para estar aqui. E é isso, vamos com tudo.
Hey, just to translate there, guys, he dedicates this to the memory of his grandfather who passed away these few days, so this is in memory of his grandpa.
Wow, what a moment. Anwar. Thiago came through with one big snap. The spray is actually still coming down.
Yeah,
it was that high.
So powerful. Unfortunately, it was just one turn, but wow. What a turn from Thiago Passetti from Argentina.
You know, I feel like the emotional level has risen today as well. You know, these are surfers that have been waiting for this event all year long. You get to the penultimate day, you get to the day before the finals. You know, surf your heart out into the quarters, and then you just fall short. And you know, that's why we've seen a lot of tears. We've seen, you know, big emotions on the beach. We've seen frustration. We've also seen, you know, jubilation, celebrations coming from our surfers in the water. This truly is a sport that, you know, as much as it'll make you a superstar, it will humble you quick.
For sure. It's just so much passion, you know. They just love what they do. So when you really love what you do, like everything, just your emotions are so, you know, so high. Like, and yeah, it's just hard. It's just hard to lose, but you always learn.
I feel like sometimes it's just as easy to cry when you win as when you lose. You know, you're just dealing with so much joy and emotion. You have to be so calm and focused in the water. Taro Matsuno comes around this section. Nice slicing carve. Fits in a finish. That was some electrifying surfing, Team Japan. All the way through to the inside. Maybe one more chance to nail it, and he's way into the rocks. He's dry docked himself. He doesn't care. He's willing to risk it all to get everything he could out of that wave. So 11 minutes left. That's definitely going to be his best score. He's just started with a 2.50. Highest score right now is that 7 that we saw. Second wave for Ocean Lancaster. So 7 and a 5.5.
Great start
big
from
start.
the Australian. And I have to tell you that when we free surf, we never go to those rocks.
No,
Like
no. It's not worth it when you're free surfing, but when you're surfing for a gold medal, you'll do anything.
Yeah, at the beginning of the contest, I remember Shannon asking me, oh, so is there rocks they get dangerous? And I'm like, nah, like, it's fine. But then I see, like, every competitor finishing, like, so close to hitting the rocks, you know. They're, like, really pushing it, like, trying to find that last section. But I've never, like, gone in that last section.
You know the mindset you have to have, and I think the best example of this was at the ISA Worlds in Puerto Rico, Yolanda Hopkins. I think I was doing a post-heat interview with her, and I'm like, what are you willing to, risk? And basically she said, I will go face first over the falls into that reef if it means I get the score. That's how bad I want it.
Such a good answer.
And I was like, you're one of my new favorite surfers. All right, here's that last wave from Taro.
That's the replay of green. Beautiful setup turn for the Japanese surfer. Second turn. Waiting for that section to stand up. Wow, that was the money turn on that wave. Oh, actually, that last turn looked really good. He keeps going. He's got so many turns in that little space. Just surfing so well, the Japanese surfer. Finishing literally in top of the rock. That's replay from Red's last wave. Wow, how was that first turn for Red? This is the 7. Beautiful left by Red, just kept standing for him. Unfortunately, he fell on that last turn, but I think he already capitalized at the beginning of that wave, especially that first turn. He was so beautiful drone, like turn, just throwing lots of water. Using his rails so good. Great surfing by Red, the Australian. He gets a 7-point ride for that last left we just saw.
Iago now for Team Argentina. He's fallen behind a little bit, but doesn't need anything major, a 4.20. I feel like that could be right on the money.
Yeah, I think he's going to get that score for sure with that last wave. Unfortunately, the wave kind of ran out from him. It was like hard to find those sections, but he did a great job to get that last turn on that.
Yeah, not an easy space to do a turn. It got kind of awkward through the inside. So Ocean Lancaster representing Team Australia now in the lead. There's something about Newcastle that just seems to produce so many great surfers. I know you've been to that part of the world a lot.
Yeah.
But what is it about that place that just keeps churning out champions?
There's a lot of waves in that area. Yeah, there's a lot of waves. Ryan Cullinan's from there, right? Yeah, great surfer. You said Myron Richards is from there too?
Yeah, I mean, it's like we don't have enough time to list all the amazing surfers from Newcastle.
Yeah.
There's that many of them. 7:28 to go. Lancaster in the lead. Looks like a quick look on the inside for Taro Matsuna. Playing field's starting to expand a little bit. You know, the peak is still kind of shifting around. There's no like exact takeoff zone. You have to constantly be moving, sharking through the lineup to put yourself into the proper position. And you can't rely on the biggest waves to be the best waves.
Yeah.
7 minutes left now. Matsuno has dropped in second place, or to third place, needing a 4.37. Ben from South Africa, quiet so far, only with a 3.47. Still in the conversation though, needing a 6.33. got to be so frustrating when that happens, when, you know, you have priority, you've ridden one wave, but then all of a sudden you find yourself with 6.5 minutes left, and every other surfer has done, you know, cycles. They basically lapped you. Like if this was an F1 race, you know, Ben would have been lapped now a couple times over. How does it happen? Is it just positioning? Is it just luck? Maybe being too selective?
Yeah, I think maybe positioning, you know, like you're a little bit out of position in the first one, and then, you know, maybe like in the second one you go to the place where it was breaking, you thought it was the best place, and then it came the other place where you were sitting at the start. So it's just, you know.
And then you put yourself, you put yourself in a position where you need one big score, and then your mind starts racing. Okay, wait, do I just wait for a big set, or do I just try to bang out 2 quick scores real quick? So much that goes into putting together and composing a good heat.
20 minutes goes so fast, especially if you have 4 people in the water. It's just a whole different thing, you know.
So these under 16 heats have been just so fun to watch. Literally taking notes with every heat. You know, all these surfers have their own strengths, their own unique styles. And I think with, you know, basically one heat after this and then finals day tomorrow, it's going to take a minute to unpack everything that we've seen and really take in the magnitude of what we witnessed down here in Punta Rocas.
We've seen such good waves, such good surfing today.
You know, and another thing that here we are in December. Yeah, there's events in January and all that, but you know, you wrap up your year. This is most of these surfers' last event of the year, and that just adds to, you know, how bad you're gonna want it.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're probably gonna go sleep in their houses for 2 days straight after this this event, after this year, you know.
Is Santa Claus a little bit nicer to you when you have a gold medal around your neck?
I think so.
4 minutes, 23 seconds left. Ocean Lancaster in a pretty commanding position, the only surfer up in the double digits. Tiago, he's grinded his way into second place, but he's not safe. Taro only needs a 4.37. Ben's still right in it, just needing a 6.33. He's just been kind of on the wrong side of these sets. He does have the top priority spot, and a 6.33 is totally attainable. I mean, you just need a pretty good wave. You don't need anything perfect, but you just need to surf a good wave, really clean, go fast, a lot of power in your turns, find those critical sections. And it's been just nonstop in terms of positioning in this heat. These guys have not taken a break yet.
Yeah, they're constantly moving from one place to another. They know it's shifty. There's 3 minutes and a half to go. Priority number 1 is with White, the South African. Priority number 2 is with Ocean.
Yeah, Ben Oosterhuis has to strike. Here's your leader, Lancaster. Got this one with second priority. Makes it count. That was some high-tech surfing right there. So 3 turns. The first one, super radical. I mean, I almost think just on the merit of that first turn, you're going to be close to a 5.5.
Yeah, that was a beautiful turn.
That was like a Felipe Toledo style turn.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. And even I think he's, like, the board, like, the colors of his board are similar. But that was like a powerful but also progressive turn, right?
Yeah.
That was really nice wave by Red.
That was a complete SPF turn. Speed, power, flow, all in one. A 3-for-1, if you will. 2:18. It was close for Ocean Lancaster. Comes to it at a 5.13. So that's kind of like a golf clap from the judges. They're like, that was nice, but it wasn't as nice as the 5.5. And I mean, anytime you're getting rid of 5s, I think you're surfing a pretty good heat.
For sure.
Because you're definitely not in panic mode, which, you know, I know Ben, he's a steady competitor. He's been at this for a while. So I'm not thinking he's panicking right now. I just think he's more frustrated. He just didn't get into position to give himself any opportunities in this heat.
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't had the opportunity to showcase his surfing, and that's frustrating.
Well, Team Australia knew with their diminishing numbers that they had to keep surfers in the draw. So Ocean Lancaster has done his part for Team Australia with 1:17 left. Taro Matsuna, now he is in the dangerous position of only needing a 4.37, and he does have a 1-up on priority over Tiago. So this is going to be a long minute if you're Tiago Passetti.
Yeah, I think Tiago needs to work on that 4.67 to make things a little bit harder for both white and green. He doesn't have that much time to do that, but I'm sure he knows it.
45 seconds left. Couple bumps on the horizon, but they seem pretty far out there. Not sure if they're going to make it in time. One surfer making a break towards the inside. 30 seconds. Team Australia in the top spot. Tiago Passetti is 23 seconds away from making the semifinals, unless Taro Matsuna can find that miracle moment. 13 seconds left. Ooh, it's the final countdown. 5 seconds. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-da-da. That's going to be it for boys under 16 round 5 heat 2. Ocean Lancaster power surfing his way for a win. Tiago Passetti just edged out Taro Matsuna. So give it up for Ocean and Tiago. Argentina and Australia make it through. Unfortunately, we lose a super talented Japanese surfer, Taro Matsuno, and Ben Esterhuis from Team South Africa. Bit of a shocker that heat just did not go his way, but he is such a good surfer. We're going to see a lot of him in the future. And just like that, we're getting closer to the end of our day, which has been a stunner. So much good surfing has gone down today. And we're setting ourselves up for an epic finals day. Not quite there yet. One more heat in this round to go, and that's coming right after these brief messages. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. It was an impactful day here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Here are your top scorers.
Yang Soo Chi on the outside. Sharpeye looks great underneath her feet. Oh, how's that turn, that combo on the inside?
I'm just really glad to keep making heats. That's all I can do right now. So yeah, I just want to keep going.
Taro Matsuno from Team Japan came through with an 8.5.
So Osha Green locking into a great looking wave to start things off with. So much power, drives off the bottom.
It's been one of my favorite for sure. I love these events with all the team because everybody's doing all the adventures with you. So yeah, it's been really good.
Tune in tomorrow for day 8 of the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Let's get back into it. This is your boys under 16, round 5, heat 3. Caden Francis, Mackay Castle, Jamie Vaselko, and Pablo Gabriel. Oh, another heat that's going to potentially rock the top 4. Australia, USA, Portugal, and Brazil. The 2 surfers who make it through this heat are going to be team heroes because it's super important. You know, if you want to stand a chance to get a gold medal, you got to keep going through to the final.
For sure, we have a beautiful international heat, another super heat. We see some waves at the back.
So 20-minute heat as usual. Top 2 surfers head to the semifinals, which is going to go down tomorrow, finals day, Super Sunday here at Punta Rocas, Peru. That wave came through at a weird angle. Kind of shifted over to the left. Although, this little right on the inside has something to it.
Yeah, that right looked a little bit better.
You know, you definitely cannot be stubborn at a peak like this. You can't have the plan to go out there and just go right. You've got to keep your options open.
Of course, of course. But today, though, I do think that the right seems a little bit cleaner sometimes. Sometimes the left seems to have more bump on it. Not all of them, but you have to pick right.
Yeah, I think the highest score, or the 7-point ride that Ocean got, was a left. But other than that, all the rest of the lefts that were ridden were really weird and lumpy.
All right, I'm going into middle.
16:46. Hard to argue that Team Australia doesn't deserve that Spirit Award. It's an unofficial award. We're kind of just making it up, but...
Yeah, I felt that, and I'm not even Australian.
I felt that too. You know, I was going to ask the question that I don't know, I didn't get to it, I forgot about it. If you couldn't cheer for the team you're on, who would you cheer for?
Oh, that's a
You
hard
couldn't,
question.
I know, well, you and I in here, we're not biased. We've been fair and equal across the board. But, you know, let's say you're on Team Peru.
Okay. Well,
who else are you going to cheer for?
I'm 100% Peru.
I know. It's a hard question to answer.
But I think it would have to be Australia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Because of the spirit, just because of the...
Just have a special bond with Australia for sure. I've spent a lot of time there. My best friends on tour were Australians and Hawaiians, actually.
Okay.
Between Australia and Hawaii.
All right, viewers, do not take that out of context. I posed an impossible question to Sofia Milanovic. Here we go, 15:30. First wave ridden. It's Team Brazil's Pablo Gabriel. Opening tail slide. It's menacing. He's got some room to work here through the inside. He's really going to have to just rely on the strength of that first turn, which is pretty radical. Vaselko now. Kiko. He slices nicely through kind of a bumpy section. He's going to get out of that wave and make it a paddle battle for sure. 15 minutes left. So Kiko Vaselko, younger brother of Kika Vaselko.
Great surfer.
Amazing
Portugal.
surfer, yeah, I would say kind of the next big thing out of Portugal. We've seen her in many World Surfing Games events. I think more often than not, we see her on finals day at all those World Surfing Games events. So, Kika, if you're watching at home, little bro's been ripping, and he's been presenting himself very well in the posting interviews. Just a great kid. I mean, they all have been. And that's just kind of your little reward. You know, you get your moment to shine in front of the world.
For sure. And
So-
there's 14 minutes to go in this heat. Not that many waves ridden in this heat, Chris.
Oh my goodness, of course. Leave it to the end of the day. As if we haven't been through enough, Sophia. This one's gonna go down to the last 10 seconds, I guarantee it. Mackay Castle now. 13:45 to go. He smashes his first turn. Nice power carve. Just a beautiful textbook roundhouse cutback. That is a maneuver that's been around since surfing started, and it's not going anywhere because it's functional, it's cool looking, feels good. What doesn't feel good is falling on a really solid section like Caden Francis just did. It's a rare mistake from Team Australia. Pablo Gabriel, he's flying down the line. He's got a section in front of him. Kind of has to opt for a more of a foam climb than a tail slide. Some good projection down the line. Ooh, sparky little snap. A good and clean inside section. So now we're at 13 minutes. Selko's first score comes through, a 6.17. That's a good start. Waiting for second score for Pablo, his first one, a 5.5. That's how you want to do it. Caden Francis fell pretty quickly, so the score comes through quick, 2.17. So now all eyes are on blue. Mackay Castle, Team USA. Strong power turn to start his wave.
Pablo Gabriel was going so fast in that wave, right? For a second, I thought he was going to do a huge air or something.
Yeah, that got the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I was ready for something big. It's like in Stranger Things, you know, when the monster's near, you go, oh no, what's going to happen? All right, Caden Francis, let's see if he can clean things up. Stall on the start. Wave was not developing, so he's done. 12 minutes left. Caden Francis has so much talent. I don't think anybody's quite worried for him yet with, 11 minutes, 50 seconds.
Yeah, he's so good.
It's an eternity a lot of times for these under 16 boys. They're so fast to get back out to the lineup.
Priority number 1 is with Portugal. Priority number 2 is with USA. Priority number 3 is with Australia. With 11 minutes to go.
Kai Castle comes through with the 4.77. He's most likely thinking that as a potential backup score. Pace being set right now by Green, Jamie Vaselko, that 6.17. You just know it, though. There's going to be a high 7 or an 8 in this heat. All 4 of these surfers are so good. The tempo of the ocean, though, has slowed down quite a lot in this heat. Maybe it's a tidal thing. Surfline forecast says tomorrow could be a little bit bigger, a little bit better. That would be pretty awesome for finals day.
Yeah, that would be amazing. We get some big Punta Rocas for the finals day.
I like the size that we've had today.
Yeah, it's a good size.
Yeah, it kind of, I think, cleans the peak up a little bit, tightens the peak up. They have some more options.
Especially in a 20-minute heat. You don't want it to be maxing out because it's too little time.
Well, I think what's cool for all of these surfers here on our 8th day of competition, you've earned it. You've surfed through huge waves, small waves, a couple windy afternoons, a couple sheet glass afternoons. I mean, everybody still in this event needs to be very proud of themselves for just managing all types of conditions. That's the mark of a champion, being able to do it in everything and doing it under pressure as well. It's Pablo Gabriel. He has a pair of 5.5s. Laser sharp surfing on a pretty messy looking wave. When you can look so relaxed on a wave that's got tons of bumps and chops on the face, it shows me that you're a pretty skilled, highly skilled surfer.
For sure. Being able to manage those bumps. This has for sure been a slower heat than the heats we've seen before. Not as consistent.
Yeah, we're inside of 9 minutes now. Score comes through for Pablo Gabriel, 4.5. Pretty consistent in his score line. I think he'd be relatively happy with a 5.5 for his backup. 9 minutes left. Let's go down to the sideline. We've got Mitchell Salazar, the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thank you. Here with Ocean Lancaster. Ocean, congratulations. That's multiple heat wins so far this event. Obviously a member of last year's gold medal team too, but how does it feel, especially at the end of the day, to keep those vibes up for an Australian team that is looking for its 2nd consecutive gold?
Yeah, well, this team, like, everyone's super young and we're all best buds, and we all got through the first few days, and we had a fair few knockouts today and yesterday, so it's been a bit up and down and all that sort of stuff, but I've just been trying to keep the vibe alive, and the whole crew's just been, like, even the people who've been knocked have just been absolutely loving it and having a good time and hyping everyone up who's still pushing through the comp. So it's been feeling really good, and yeah, just trying to replicate kind of what we did last year, and hopefully we can get a gold medal as a team, and I'm looking for that gold medal myself.
24, already a great year for yourself. 25 has been an incredible year. International Ripco Grom Search champion. Now with the chance to get a medal right here, doing one of the junior series back home. What's it been in 25 that's changed?
I don't know, I just, like, my boards have been feeling so dialed, and I moved up the coast towards the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre at the start of the year, and I've just been focusing this year on training and everything, and I feel like it's been paying off. And yeah, I mean, I had a couple of losses earlier in the year that were just like, oh, what's kind of going on? And then, yeah, I think that Grom Search one that I got not long ago was definitely a bit of a confidence booster coming into this. And yeah, I'm looking for another one.
All right, fun question at the end. Could I rock the haircut that you're rocking right now? Incredible mullet you got.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I got a real fresh cut right before I went to the Grom Search, and it was like full faded and up the sides, and it was just like the sharpest, like fastest thing ever. So yeah, I've been kind of loving the mullet looking things. Yeah.
I'm gonna try. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll see what we can do.
Sounds good.
Guys?
Well, good luck with that, Mitch. I think Mitch would look good with any haircut. You know, he's just that type of guy.
Of course he would.
So with 7 minutes left, you know, you got the positive vibes on the beach, but out in the water, you can bet there's some stress, a little bit of tension, some frustration. You know, for Veselko, he has a 617, strong start, but a 0 as a backup.
Yeah, I think soon he's gonna try and get that backup for sure. Not much time left, and he wants to make things harder for Mackay and Caden to feel more pressure. So I'm sure he's probably gonna start being more active soon. Or maybe wait, I don't know. Let's see what he does.
I think surfers would have to be considered among the best of the best when it comes to quick decision making. You know, sport of baseball, it's like when the ball leaves the pitcher's hand, of course, that's like a split-second thing. And, you know, hitting a baseball from a major league pitcher considered one of the hardest things to do in any sport. But what surfers go through in the competitive arena is, okay, just the first main decision would be, do I paddle for this wave? As you're paddling, do I go right or left? And then, you know, as you're standing up, do I fade? Do I pump? Do I hit the lip here? It's just like, these decisions are just so layered and they're coming at you so fast. There has to be some kind of scientific research
for sure
that talks about surfers being right there with the best decision makers in all of sports.
And even in, like, for me, I feel like even like your forehand, it's like less intuitive than your backside. Like your backside, you just do a huge bottom turn up the top, but in your forehand, you kind of need to think more about the turn you're going to do, right? Yeah. So I think so too that Jaime is probably also being more patient too, because he knows how good Caden and Mackay are. Look, Mackay just got to second place with 5 minutes to go. So he doesn't want to take off on anything. He wants it to be a good score.
All right, Caden Francis, 217.43. Bit of a shocker so far, but we all know how to climb out of that, is to surf like that. Two big turns for Caden Francis. Silky smooth, buttery style, slams the end section.
Wow.
And he's right back in the heat. Here goes your current leader, Pablo Gabriel, representing Brazil. Big slam.
Wow. Great waves by both red and white.
That was cool. That was a really fun exchange between your first and fourth place surfers. Here we go, Jamie Veselko. Kind of a two-stager snap float. Not how he wanted that wave to end up. That leaves Mackay Castle on the outside.
Things are gonna get really interesting after those waves we just saw.
Yeah, Caden's looking for a 7.60. Pretty big number, but he surfed. I don't think he could have surfed any better on that wave.
Yeah, that was a great wave. But even if he doesn't get it, he still has a 2.17 on the board, so he still has 3 minutes to go. I think no matter what happens, he's going to be in a way better position to go into that second place.
Yeah, I think that could potentially be an above average wave. Maybe even creep towards Jamie Veselko's 617. And it goes above and beyond the 617, comes through to 710.
Great
so, of
wave
course,
by
hey, speed, power,
Australia.
flow.
That was amazing
right?
surfing.
He did it all.
For sure. He deserved that score. And now he just needs a 2.67.
And just like that, I mean, this heat could be flipped. Here's Veselko. He has to give way to Mackay Castle. Mackay trying to get rid of 477. Nice, powerful layback to start. Clean wrap. Another power turn for Castle. Good combo there. I like that he mixed his maneuvers up too.
Yeah.
To start off with a big layback right up into the lip, and then to finish strong with a couple power hooks. That had a better feeling than either one of Mackay's previous waves.
Yeah, that was a great wave by Blue. I think he's for sure he's gonna go on his campaign. Let's see what the judges think. and then we're gonna know what the rest of the field is gonna need.
Here's where time starts running away from us. Steve Miller once said, "Time keeps on slipping into the future." Here's where you need to fly like an eagle if you want to advance through this incredibly tough heat. Pablo Gabriel, I mean, he's just relied on pure, powerful surfing. You know, it has its own type of flash, but it's just really been solid fundamentals for Gabriel.
Yeah.
He's made it work.
And that left offered so much, you know. He got a 5.57 for that last wave. Mackay.
Oh, we are in for it. Sophia, look at this. Okay.
Oh my God, what a hit.
Mackay Castle comes through with a 5.57, his best yet. You would think, with 1:34 to go, first and second place are safe. Well, think again. Caden Francis only needs a 3.47. Veselko only needs a 4.40. We're looking at the potential for a four-way buzzer beater. Who knows what's going to happen next? I'm freaking out.
Yeah, it's totally open right now. And it's incredible how many changes in position there's been on the heat. Veselko was in first place for the first, like, 15 minutes of the heat almost.
Oh, here's Green. Veselko looking for a 4.40. This wave is super flat. Back to the drawing board. Set coming through. 52 seconds left. Priorities with Caden Francis. He is in a dangerous position right now. Mackay Castle just holding his breath, hoping that Caden doesn't give a chance. There he is. Could be in the sweet spot. Caden Francis looking for a 3.47. Gets around the first section. Has to settle for a foam climb. Not that there's anything wrong with that. He blows the fins out. Second turn was awesome. Still going down the line. First wave that we've seen 3 foam climbs on one wave.
Yeah, I think he got it. What do you think,
Well,
Chris?
he's telling the judges he has it. 8 seconds left. Yeah, I think he surfed above and beyond 3.47. This is your current leader, Pablo Gabriel. I keep almost saying Peter Gabriel because, well, I love Peter Gabriel's music, but I also see Pablo Gabriel's surfing as like a sledgehammer.
Yep.
Famous Peter Gabriel song. Kind of all makes sense
It
in a
does. He's a great surfer, Pablo Gabriel.
Well, luckily we have great judges above us because now we're waiting for 4 scores to come through. I promised you a big, exciting finish, and the surfers delivered.
Seriously, 90% of the hits have finished in the last minute, right? There's so many hits that has changed in the last seconds of the heat.
Yeah, I can't remember a heat that was just nice and easy at the end, like
Yeah.
a clear winner, clear second place advancement surfer. It's all been wild finishes like this. And that's how you want it. I mean, this has been one of the most exciting, entertaining events I've ever been a part of. And, you know, if I wasn't sitting in this chair next to you, Sophia, I'd be watching from my living room, probably freaking out just as much.
Team Australia is waiting for the scores.
I mean, this could be the difference between a gold, silver, or bronze medal, really.
I think he gets it for sure, but let's see. I'm not a judge.
There was one bright moment.
Yeah, there was
on
one
that-
turn that
yeah.
did it pretty much.
And the foam climbs, I mean, underrated for how hard they are to do. You know, they're just not, they're not considered like super flashy, but they are functional.
Oh, but there's one more wave for Mackay too.
Oh, wow.
So
Next year, I'm going to request that we get seat belts
yeah,
installed in our announcer chairs.
yeah, maybe he got another wave they didn't show. So yeah, we don't know that. He gets a 4.8 Caden and goes to the second place.
Okay, so now that means Mackay Castle needs a 6.34. I can't quite remember hearing screams and cheers, so that tells me that it wasn't enough. Oh, so a shocking turn of events for Team USA. Mackay Castle drops into 3rd place. And Jamie Vaselko for Team Portugal settles for a 4th place finish. A quarterfinal finish is great in an event of this magnitude. But give it up to Pablo Gabriel for Team Brazil, keeping their medal hopes alive. And Caden Francis comes through in the last second to post up a 4.8, the score he needed to jump from 3rd to 2nd place. There are the Irukandjis. And they've been calling their post-heat celebration the Ring of Fire. And let me tell you, this Ring of Fire is going to be especially powerful, loud, and meaningful for that team. Definitely, he's one of the last surfers standing from Team Australia. So high hopes for the future for Caden Francis if you're an Australian surf fan.
Well, are they all Australians? Is that how many Australians?
Well, we have, we got the team, we got the coaches.
And the parents and the grandparents.
Parents, grandparents.
That's great. There's a lot of them.
Thanks to Tony, our drone pilot, for that awesome shot. Oh, look, almost organically made the shape of a heart. If you hit the pause button real quick, you'll see it. Oh, wow, the boys under 16, round 5 was, I'm trying to gather myself. I'm trying to put my thoughts together, and it's really hard because we just witnessed some incredible surfing, some last-second heroics, and we're going to get a word from the Australian hero right now. Caden Francis is with Mitchell Salazar.
Congratulations, muito parabéns. An incredible heat. You were in the lead the entire heat. Você estaba en la primera posición desde el principio de la batería. ¿Cómo se sintió? How did you feel out there with the victory?
First, I thank God for more one hit, and I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy with my surfing in this heat. Maybe this competition is more important in my year. And this, I want to thank Team Brazil for the good energy, my sponsors, my mom, and this is it.
Well, you speak way better English than you had mentioned, so congratulations on that too. Now in Portuguese back home, this is an incredible opportunity for the team. You're still looking for gold overall as a team. Como equipo, vocês todavía están persiguiendo la medalla de oro. Para você individualmente, uma também. Now you're looking for an individual one too, but how do you make sure that tomorrow, amanhã, how do you make sure you do both things in a long day right here?
Now I speak Portuguese, can? Okay. Obrigado a todos que estão torcendo por mim. Eu estou muito feliz de ter passado para a semifinal. Eu vim com uma expectativa muito grande para esse evento. Eu venho treinando muito durante todo o ano. Estou bem feliz, eu quase chorei dentro d'água. E é isso, amanhã é a primeira do dia e vamos com tudo.
Parabéns, até amanhã.
Thank you, Mitch. Congratulations, Pablo. Power surfing will never go out of style, and if you do it well enough, it'll always get you through a heat. And wow, again, still trying to gather ourselves after a crazy round. Look at this. If I was out on the street right now, I'd be holding this sign up, trying to get as many people down here as possible, because we are watching the best surfers on the planet in the 18 and under division. You know, we have boys and girls, 18 and under, 16 and under, and it's been just such an awesome show. Sophia, been here since day 1. We're now in day 8, finals day tomorrow. I mean, what a week it's been.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic event. What a beautiful day we had today, and tomorrow is going to be even better, so don't miss it.
Yeah, we just got our schedule, and tomorrow is going to be epic. I can guarantee your money back. How about that? And check this out. We're about to show you some incredible highlights from an awesome day of surfing. Tune in tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., and check this out. Watch it, and hopefully you can go surfing after this, because you're going to be fired up.